Tonight, my exhausted potatoes. You don't need to keep up with the day, because this is a story meant to play gently in the background. Long ago, the wonders of the ancient world stood as quiet markers of human effort and imagination, and over time they faded, changed, or were lost, leaving behind only traces and stories. With the soft blend of ocean waves and a rainy sky settling over the night, we're easing into what happened to those wonders, not as dramatic endings, but as slow shifts shaped by time, nature, and human hands. If you enjoy these slow, boring stories from the past, you can like the video, follow us, and let me know where you're listening from and what time it is for you. Now dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that steady background sound, and let's gently drift into the story. With this episode today, you're going to visit 7 structures that once commanded the ancient world with such magnificence that travellers crossed deserts and seas just to stand in their shadows. Most have vanished so completely that archaeologists argue about where they actually stood. Only one remains, weathered and stripped, but still pointing toward the sky. This is the story of what happened to them all. You stand at the edge of the Giza Plateau on a morning when the air still holds the coolness of night. The Great Pyramid rises before you in the pre-dawn light. It appears larger than any photograph suggested. The limestone blocks at its base reach well above your head. Each one weighs as much as several elephants combined. You place your palm against the surface and feel the roughness where the outer casing was stripped away centuries ago. The stone holds a faint chill from the night. Your hand barely spans the width of a single block. This pyramid is the tomb of Pharaoh Khufu. Workers began stacking these blocks around 2570 BCE. The Greek historian Herodotus visited Egypt nearly 2,000 years after the pyramid's completion and claimed 100,000 men laboured for 20 years to build it. He relied on what Egyptian priests told him. Modern archaeologists suggest a smaller workforce of perhaps 20,000 skilled labourers who worked in rotating shifts during the annual flood season when agricultural work was impossible. The logistics required precise organisation. Administrators tracked every worker, every tool, every ration of food. Scribes recorded deliveries of copper chisels and stone hammers. Overseers managed work gangs with names like Friends of Khufu and Drunkards of Menkaura. These were not slaves driven by whips, but skilled craftsmen who took pride in their work. Their graffiti survives inside the pyramid's upper chambers. They left marks indicating which crew placed which stones. The blocks came from quarries miles away. Limestone for the core came from nearby Giza quarries. White Tura limestone for the casing travelled from across the Nile. Pink granite for the burial chamber made a 500-mile journey from Aswan in the south. Workers hauled the stones using wooden sledges, ropes, and sheer human determination. Archaeological experiments have shown that wetting the sand ahead of the sled reduced friction by half. A crew of perhaps 50 men could move a 2-ton block this way. Getting the blocks up the pyramid as it grew taller required ramps. Archaeologists debate what type. A single straight ramp would need to be impossibly long to maintain a workable gradient. Spiral ramps around the outside would work, but leave no archaeological trace. Interior ramps through the structure seem most likely. Evidence suggests workers used a combination of methods as they progressed higher. You walk along the northern face. The pyramid once stood 481 feet tall. It wore a smooth white casing of polished limestone that reflected the Egyptian sun like a beacon visible for miles across the desert. Arab scholar Abdel Latif al-Baghdadi visited in the early 1300s and described this casing as covered with inscriptions in ancient languages that he could not read. The writing covered every surface of the gleaming white stone. Within decades of his visit, a massive earthquake in 1301 loosened many of these outer casing stones. Local builders quickly discovered that the fallen blocks made excellent construction material. The limestone was already cut to size and finished smooth. Quarrying new stone required labour and time. Here was high-quality material sitting on the ground ready to use. They hauled the blocks away to build mosques and fortifications in Cairo. The Sultan Hassan Mosque, completed in 1362, incorporated thousands of casing stones from the pyramids. By the 1500s, most of the white limestone had migrated into the growing city. The pyramid stood revealed in its rough inner core. The interior passages remained dark and narrow. You would need to crouch to move through most of them. The original entrance sits 55 feet above ground level on the north face. Medieval Arab explorers broke in through a different route, creating the entrance tourists use today. The tunnel they carved intersects the ascending passage that leads toward the burial chamber. The grand gallery rises at a steep 26-degree angle. Its corbelled ceiling demonstrates architectural sophistication that still impresses engineers today. The walls lean inward progressively with each course of stone. The effect creates a vault without using arches. The ceiling reaches 28 feet high at its peak. Your footsteps echo in the enclosed space. The air smells of ancient stone and the breath of millions of previous visitors. Workers carved these passages through solid limestone with copper tools and stone hammers. Copper was the hardest metal available to Old Kingdom Egyptians. Bronze had not yet been invented. Iron remained unknown. Yet copper chisels, properly hardened and frequently resharpened, could cut limestone effectively. Workers pounded the chisels with stone mauls made from dolerite. The work proceeded slowly but steadily. Skilled masons could recognize good stone by sound. They tapped blocks and listened to the ring. Granite presented greater challenges. The burial chamber at the pyramid's heart is lined entirely with granite blocks. Some of these blocks weigh 60 tons. They came from quarries 500 miles south at Aswan. Workers there identified natural cracks in the granite and drove wooden wedges into them. Soaking the wedges with water made the wood expand and split the stone along predetermined lines. The resulting blocks were rough-shaped at the quarry to reduce transport weight. Getting 60-ton blocks onto boats required engineering ingenuity. Workers probably waited for the annual Nile flood to float the stones on barges. The flooded river came close to the Giza Plateau. Reducing the distant stones had to be dragged overland. Timing was everything. The flood season lasted only a few months each year. All the heavy granite work had to happen during that window. The burial chamber sits in the heart of the structure. It holds a granite sarcophagus, empty now for millennia. Tomb robbers likely penetrated the pyramid within a few generations of its completion. The treasure Khufu expected to accompany him into the afterlife disappeared into the black markets of the ancient world. Only the architecture remained. You emerge back into daylight and notice how the morning sun paints the rough limestone blocks in shades of honey and cream. 3 smaller pyramids stand nearby. These belong to Khufu's queens. The whole complex once included temples, causeways, and smaller tombs for nobles who wanted to spend eternity near their pharaoh. Most of those structures exist now only as foundation stones and archaeological diagrams. Napoleon Bonaparte brought scientists with him when he invaded Egypt in 1798. His military campaign failed, but the scholarly expedition succeeded brilliantly. The savants, as the scientists were called, measured every dimension of the pyramids with meticulous care. They documented hieroglyphs before they could be read. They created detailed drawings of temples and tombs. Their work appeared in the monumental Description de l'Égypte, published between 1809 and 1829. This multi-volume encyclopedia helped establish Egyptology as a serious field of study rather than treasure hunting. British engineer Wayneman Dixon explored the pyramid in 1872. He discovered narrow shafts leading from the so-called Queen's Chamber toward the outer surface. These shafts had been sealed and were invisible from inside the chamber. Dixon found them by noticing cracks in the wall. He suspected they might be structural features or perhaps had some ritual purpose related to the deceased pharaoh's spirit journey to the stars. Modern robot explorations of these shafts revealed tiny copper hooks and a granite sphere at the ends. The hooks might have suspended something. The sphere's purpose remains mysterious. Egyptologists love a good mystery. The pyramid provides plenty. Later excavations revealed workers' villages near the pyramids. These discoveries proved that skilled labourers, not slaves, built these monuments. The workers received payment in bread and beer. They lived in organised communities with their families. Bakeries produced thousands of loaves daily to feed the workforce. Breweries turned out beer in equally impressive quantities. The ancient Egyptians considered beer a staple food rather than just a beverage. Medical care was available for injured workers. Archaeologists found skeletal remains showing healed fractures that had been set properly. This indicates workers received treatment when hurt rather than being discarded as expendable. The work was dangerous but not a death sentence. Men who survived to old age were buried with some honour near the monuments they helped create. Graffiti inside the pyramid shows work gangs competed with each other. They left marks bragging about their crew's accomplishments. One inscription translates roughly as the followers of the powerful White Crown of Khufu. Another reads the drunkards of Menkau. These names suggest camaraderie and pride. The workers saw themselves as participants in something historically significant. They were not wrong. The pyramid survives because of its massive simplicity. It is essentially a mountain of stone. Rain rarely falls in Egypt to erode it. Wind cannot topple it. Earthquakes shake it but cannot bring it down. The greatest threat came from human beings who needed building material and did not care about ancient monuments. Even that plundering could not destroy it entirely. Too much stone remained. The effort required to dismantle it completely exceeded any practical need. You walk back toward the edge of the plateau as the sun climbs higher. The pyramids cast long shadows across the sand. Tourist buses arrive in clouds of dust. Vendors set up their stalls. The ancient monument has become a commodity, photographed millions of times, visited by travellers from every nation. Yet somehow its presence still commands respect. You cannot stand beside it without feeling small. This is the only wonder of the ancient world that survives in recognisable form. The other 6 exist now only in fragments and written descriptions. Their stories involve earthquakes, fires, stone robbers, and the simple passage of time. Each one fell differently, none fell without consequence. You find yourself in ancient Babylon on a summer afternoon when the heat presses down like a physical weight. The Euphrates River flows through the city centre. Mud brick buildings rise on both sides. Some reach several stories high. The Hanging Gardens supposedly grew somewhere in this complex, though exactly where remains a mystery that vexes archaeologists to this day. Greek and Roman writers described the gardens with elaborate detail. Diodorus Siculus, writing in the 1st century BCE, claimed they rose in terraced layers stacked like a theatre. Each level was planted with trees and flowering plants. The highest terrace stood as tall as the city walls, approximately 75 feet high. Strabo, another Greek geographer, wrote that the gardens resembled a theatre with rising tiers. He described how workers lifted water from the Euphrates using a chain pump system called a screw. The water flowed through channels to irrigate the plants on each level. Philo of Byzantium provided the most detailed account. He described the garden as 400 feet on each side and more than 80 feet tall. He claimed the terraces were supported by stone vaults and columns. The columns carried the weight of the earth and trees above. Waterproof membranes prevented the soil moisture from rotting the supporting structures. The irrigation system worked continuously to keep the plants alive in Babylon's brutal heat. The most persistent legend credits King Nebuchadnezzar II with building the gardens around 600 BCE. The story claims he created them for his wife Ametis, a Median princess who came from the Green Mountains northeast of Mesopotamia. She supposedly found the flat Mesopotamian plain depressing after her mountainous homeland. Nebuchadnezzar, madly in love, built her a mountain covered in trees and flowers to ease her homesickness. The tale satisfies our desire for grand romantic gestures. It also might be completely false. No Babylonian texts mention the gardens. This silence is deafening. The Babylonians were meticulous record keepers. They documented everything in cuneiform on clay tablets. Royal building projects received especially detailed documentation. Kings wanted their achievements remembered. Nebuchadnezzar's inscriptions describe his construction projects with obsessive thoroughness. They catalogue temples, walls, processional ways, palaces, and irrigation canals. Not one word appears about elevated gardens or complex water lifting systems designed for a homesick queen. Herodotus visited Babylon around 450 BCE. He wrote extensively about the city and his histories. He described the massive walls that surrounded the city. He detailed the Ishtar Gate with its glazed bricks. He mentioned the temple tower called a ziggurat. He never mentioned any gardens. This seems impossible if the gardens existed and were as magnificent as later writers claimed. Herodotus loved describing wonders and unusual sights. He would not have omitted such a spectacular feature. Some scholars now suspect the gardens existed in Nineveh, not Babylon. The Assyrian capital sat 300 miles north of Babylon on the Tigris River. The Assyrian king Sennacherib built an elaborate palace there around 700 BCE. His inscriptions describe gardens watered by aqueducts that brought water from mountains 14 miles away. He boasted about planting rare trees collected from across his empire. He described creating artificial mountains in his palace grounds. He even mentioned using a water-raising screw to lift water to elevated gardens. British archaeologist Stephanie Daly has championed this theory. She points out that Sennacherib's descriptions match the later Greek accounts of the Hanging Gardens more closely than anything from Babylon. He had the resources, the engineering knowledge, and the documented ambition to create such a wonder. Later Greek writers, hundreds of years removed from the original events, might have confused Nineveh with the more famous Babylon. Ancient names and locations often got jumbled as stories passed through translation and retelling. The cuneiform evidence from Nineveh describes bronze screws used for raising water. Archimedes usually gets credit for inventing the screw pump centuries later. Perhaps the Assyrians developed it first. Technology often gets invented multiple times independently. Or perhaps knowledge of the Assyrian screw reached Greece and influenced Archimedes. We may never know for certain. You walk through the ruins that German archaeologist Robert Koldewey excavated beginning in 1899. The expedition lasted 18 years and transformed our understanding of Babylon. Koldewey found massive walls and the foundations of palaces. His team excavated the Ishtar Gate with its stunning blue-glazed bricks and moulded reliefs of dragons and bulls. They shipped these bricks to Berlin, where they were reassembled in the Pergamon Museum. The reconstructed gate towers over museum visitors with the same power it once held in ancient Babylon. Koldewey searched obsessively for evidence of the Hanging Gardens. He believed he had found them. He identified a structure near the southern palace with unusual vaulted rooms and thick walls. The chambers were arranged in an odd pattern. They had arched ceilings that could bear tremendous weight. Koldewey suggested these vaults supported terraced gardens above. The thick walls would have contained the pressure from tons of earth and the weight of trees. Other archaeologists remained sceptical. The supposed garden structure sat far from the Euphrates River. Getting water there in sufficient quantities would have been difficult. The vaults Koldewey found might have served as storage rooms or supported upper palace floors. Nothing proved they actually held elaborate gardens. The identification remained speculative at best. The climate makes the whole concept questionable. Babylon sits in a region where summer temperatures regularly exceed 100 degrees Fahrenheit. Maintaining living trees and gardens in that heat would require constant irrigation. The engineering would need to be exceptional. The resources required would strain any ancient economy. It could be done, but why bother when simpler gardens at ground level would serve just as well? Perhaps the truth matters less than the idea. The Hanging Gardens captured imaginations because they represented human beings imposing green life on a harsh environment. They symbolised victory over nature through engineering and determination. Whether they actually existed or not, the concept endured. The city of Babylon itself fared poorly over the centuries. Alexander the Great planned to make it his capital and ordered repairs to the temples. He died before implementing those plans. The city declined gradually as the Euphrates shifted course and trade routes changed. By the medieval period, locals quarried the ancient bricks for their own construction. The great walls crumbled, the palaces collapsed. Wind and rain wore down what remained. Modern wars damaged the site further. Saddam Hussein built a palace on top of ancient foundations in the 1980s. Coalition forces established a military base there during the Iraq War in 2003. Helicopters landing and heavy vehicles crushed ancient pavements. Soldiers filled sandbags with archaeological fragments. The damage shocked scholars worldwide. You stand in the ruins at sunset. The shadows grow long across broken walls and excavation trenches. Somewhere in this vast field of mud, brick and sand, gardens might have grown. Or perhaps they never existed anywhere except in the writings of Greek travellers who heard stories and embellished them. The uncertainty feels appropriate somehow. Not all wonders can be definitively proven or disproven. Some float in that uncertain space between history and legend, real enough to inspire but too distant to fully verify. You arrive in ancient Ephesus, on the western coast of what is now Turkey. The city bustles with activity. Ships fill the harbour. Merchants shout in a dozen languages. The smell of fish and salt water mixes with incense smoke drifting from nearby temples. You walk up the marble street toward the Temple of Artemis, which rises above the city like a forest of stone columns. This is actually the third temple built on this site. The first burned down around the 7th century BCE under mysterious circumstances. The Ephesians rebuilt it larger. That second temple lasted until 356 BCE, when a man named Herostratus deliberately set it on fire. He wanted his name remembered forever. The citizens of Ephesus executed him and forbade anyone from speaking his name. Theopompus the historian violated that prohibition and preserved the arsonist's name for eternity. Herostratus got exactly what he wanted. The third temple rose even grander than the ones before. Wealthy donors from across the Greek world contributed funds. The architect Chersiphron designed it as a double colonnade. 127 columns supported the roof. Each column stood 60 feet tall and took years to quarry, transport and erect. Pliny the Elder described the temple as 425 feet long and 225 feet wide. It ranked among the largest buildings in the ancient world. You step inside the vast interior. Priests move between the columns performing daily rituals. Pilgrims leave offerings at the base of the cult statue. The goddess Artemis appears quite different from the huntress familiar in other Greek cities. Here she wears a mural crown and her torso displays multiple rounded protrusions. Scholars argue whether these represent breasts, bull testicles, or egg shapes. The ambiguity seems intentional. This Artemis embodies fertility and abundance in all their mysterious forms. The temple functions as more than a religious site. It serves as a bank where people deposit valuables for safekeeping. The sanctuary's sacred status protects the deposits from thieves and political upheaval. The temple also houses a significant art collection. Praxiteles contributed sculptures. Apelles painted panels on the walls. The building becomes a museum and treasury as well as a place of worship. Merchants sell silver models of the temple in the marketplace. These miniatures range from tiny charms that fit in your palm to elaborate models a foot tall. Silversmiths hammer out sheets of silver and solder them into three-dimensional representations of the temple. The more expensive models include details like individual columns and tiny cult statues. Pilgrims buy them as souvenirs and religious offerings. The trade becomes quite lucrative for the craftsman's guild that controls it. When the Apostle Paul arrives in Ephesus around 54 CE preaching against pagan gods, the silversmiths quickly realise his message threatens their livelihood. If people stop worshipping Artemis, they will stop buying silver temples. A craftsman named Demetrius rallies his fellow guild members. He gives a speech that the Book of Acts records. His argument is partly religious, but mostly economic. He warns that Paul's teaching will ruin their trade and diminish the goddess's honour. The silversmiths start a riot. They flood into the city theatre, dragging some of Paul's companions with them. The crowd swells to thousands. For 2 hours they chant, "Great is Artemis of the Ephesians," over and over. The city clerk finally calms them down by pointing out that everyone knows Ephesus is the temple keeper of Artemis. No amount of preaching will change that. He warns them they risk Roman attention if they continue rioting without cause. The crowd disperses. Paul leaves the city soon afterward. The temple stands unaffected. The economic importance of the temple extended beyond silver models. The sanctuary owned vast estates throughout Asia Minor. These properties generated income through farming and rents. The temple treasury held deposits from wealthy individuals and cities across the Greek world. The sacred status of the site protected these deposits better than any fortress could. Thieves who violated sanctuary could expect divine punishment and human execution. The combination deterred most theft attempts. Banks did not exist in the modern sense. Temples served that function. They had permanent staff, secure storage, and reputations that spanned generations. The Temple of Artemis functioned as the central bank of Western Asia Minor. Financial transactions flowed through its treasury. Loans were arranged, debts were settled. The priests kept meticulous records in Greek and later in Latin as Roman influence grew. The harbour gradually silts up over centuries. Rivers carrying sediment from the interior mountains deposit their loads into the bay. The coastline moves westward year by year. What was once waterfront becomes dry land. Eventually the harbour mouth sits miles from where it started. Ships can no longer reach Ephesus easily. Trade routes shift to other ports. Merchants take their business elsewhere. The city's wealth declines steadily. When Christianity becomes the official religion of the Roman Empire in the 4th century CE, pagan temples face closure by imperial decree. The Temple of Artemis loses its sacred protection. Mobs of Christian zealots attack pagan shrines throughout the empire. Some temples are converted to churches, others are simply destroyed. The temple at Ephesus likely suffered both fates. Parts were demolished, parts were repurposed. The exact sequence of events remains unclear from surviving records. Stone robbers arrive to dismantle what the mobs left standing. The temple becomes a quarry. Workers pry apart the massive columns to extract the metal pins holding the drums together. These bronze and iron pins have value as scrap metal. Once the pins are removed, the column drums can be rolled or toppled. They cart away marble blocks to build churches, fortifications and wealthy homes. The finest marble in the region sits here already cut and finished. Why quarry new stone when superior material waits to be taken? An earthquake topples some of the remaining columns in the early medieval period. Local builders salvage what they can from the rubble. Stone that once formed temple walls gets built into the Church of St. John on a nearby hill. Marble steps from the temple become thresholds in Byzantine houses. Column drums get cut into grindstones and well covers. The temple disperses into 1,000 fragments scattered across the landscape. By the medieval period, the temple has vanished so completely that travellers could not agree on where it once stood. The ground level rose over the centuries as silt and debris accumulated. The Caister River changed course multiple times. The foundations lay buried under metres of soil and rubble. Crusaders marched through the region on their way to the Holy Land without realising they walked over one of the ancient wonders. British archaeologist John Turtle Wood began searching for the temple in 1863. The Turkish government granted him permission to excavate, but offered little financial support or logistical help. Wood funded the operation partially from his own pocket and partially from the British Museum. He hired local workers and bought land rights from suspicious farmers who thought he was searching for treasure. Wood dug for 6 years before finding anything significant. His excavations covered acres of farmland. He followed every hint and rumour. He studied ancient texts looking for clues about the temple's location. Ancient sources mentioned a procession route that led from the city to the temple. Wood searched for this road, but the landscape had changed too much. Nothing matched the ancient descriptions. The Turkish government bureaucracy created endless obstacles. Officials demanded bribes. They withheld permits. They questioned Wood's motives constantly. Local people were sometimes hostile. They did not understand why an Englishman wanted to dig up old stones. Some thought he must be searching for gold. Others worried he might find something that would bring more foreigners to the area. Wood persevered through malaria, dysentery and depression. In 1869, his workers finally struck marble pavement. They had found the temple's floor. Wood felt vindicated after years of failure and frustration. He expanded the excavation systematically. The foundations emerged from the earth. Column drums appeared. Fragments of sculpture surfaced in the debris. The Artemis statue was gone. The roof timbers had burned or rotted away millennia ago. The columns lay toppled and broken, yet the sheer scale of the foundations impressed everyone who saw them. The excavations revealed foundation stones, column drums, and fragments of sculpture. The Artemis statue was gone. The roof timbers had burned or rotted away millennia ago. The columns lay toppled and broken, yet the sheer scale of the foundations impressed everyone who saw them. You could trace the outline of the massive structure in the excavated trenches and remaining stones. Wood shipped many of the best fragments to the British Museum in London. Later excavations by David George Hogarth in 1896 uncovered the foundation deposit. This included gold and ivory objects, coins and amber beads placed in the ground when builders laid the temple's first stones. These artifacts now rest in museum cases thousands of miles from where they were buried. You stand at the site today and see a single reconstructed column rising from a marshy field. Wooden walkways cross the wetland. Information panels describe what once stood here. Frogs croak in the standing water. Birds nest in the reconstructed column's capital. The modern town of Selçuk sits a short distance away. Tourists visit the site briefly before moving on to better preserved ruins nearby. 3 separate temples rose here, 3 separate disasters destroyed them. Nothing remains now but foundations and one lonely column that serves mainly to help visitors imagine the scale of what vanished. You enter the sanctuary at Olympia in southern Greece. Trees shade the sacred precinct. Athletes train in nearby gymnasiums for the games held here every 4 years. The smell of olive oil and wood smoke fills the air. Priests tend altars where offerings burn day and night. At the heart of the sanctuary stands the Temple of Zeus. Inside that temple waits the chryselephantine statue that Phidias created. The sculptor Phidias completed the statue around 435 BCE. He used a wooden framework overlaid with ivory plates for Zeus's flesh and gold sheets for his robes. The god sat on an elaborate throne inlaid with ebony, ivory and precious stones. He held a figure of Nike, the goddess of victory, in his right hand. His left hand gripped a scepter topped with an eagle. The statue towered approximately 40 feet tall. It nearly touched the temple ceiling. You approach the statue with your head tilted back. The god's face looks down with an expression that blends power and calm benevolence. Phidias captured divine authority without making Zeus appear cruel or distant. Strabo the geographer wrote that anyone who saw the statue felt their troubles diminish. Dio Chrysostom claimed Phidias gave the Greeks their most perfect image of divinity. The statue required constant maintenance. Ivory cracks in dry air and warps in wet conditions. Gold sheets can loosen from their backing if temperature and humidity fluctuate too much. Phidias designed a system to control these factors. Temple attendants oiled the ivory regularly to prevent it from splitting. They used specially prepared olive oil that they applied with soft cloths in a process that took hours. The oil penetrated the ivory and kept it supple. They monitored humidity levels carefully. A shallow pool of olive oil sat in the floor directly in front of the statue's base. The pool served multiple purposes. The oil's surface reflected light upward toward the god's face. This created dramatic lighting effects that made Zeus appear to glow from within. The pool also helped maintain proper moisture in the air through evaporation. Too much moisture and the ivory would warp. Too little and it would crack. The pool kept conditions stable. The throne itself was a masterpiece of craftsmanship. Pausanias, who visited Olympia in the 2nd century CE, described it in detail. The legs and crosspieces were made of ebony inlaid with ivory and gold. Precious stones decorated the armrests. The back was carved with scenes of the graces and seasons. Painted screens filled the spaces between the throne legs, showing mythological battles and stories. Every surface carried decoration. Nothing was left plain. Phidias included his own image in the design. He painted himself and his sponsor Pericles into the battle scene on Zeus's shield. Enemies prosecuted him for impiety. How dare he include mortal portraits on the god's equipment? The trial became politically charged. Phidias either went into exile or died in prison, depending on which ancient source you believe. The statue remained untouched. It was too magnificent to destroy over a scandal. Olympia functioned as a pan-Hellenic sanctuary, where Greeks from all city-states could gather regardless of ongoing conflicts. Wars paused during the Olympic festival. A sacred truce called the Echecheria went into effect 1 month before the games and lasted 1 month after. Athletes and spectators travelled under this protection. Violating the truce brought severe consequences. Sparta was fined 40,000 drachmas for attacking a rival city during Olympic truce. They refused to pay, and were banned from competing until they did. The games brought wealth to the region. Vendors sold food and wine. They set up temporary shops and stalls that turned the sanctuary into a bustling marketplace during festival periods. Artists displayed their work, hoping wealthy patrons might commission pieces. Philosophers gave public lectures. Poets recited their latest compositions. Herodotus supposedly read portions of his histories at Olympia to an audience of thousands. The games combined athletic competition with cultural exchange on a massive scale. The statue witnessed centuries of games. It saw kingdoms rise and fall. When Rome conquered Greece, Roman emperors continued supporting the sanctuary. They understood the symbolic importance of maintaining traditional Greek institutions. The games persisted. The temple received repairs when needed. The statue remained. Christianity's rise changed everything. Emperor Theodosius I banned pagan worship in 391 CE. He ordered the closure of pagan temples throughout the empire. The Olympic Games ended after running for nearly 12 centuries. The sanctuary at Olympia fell silent. No more athletes competed. No more priests tended the altars. The temples stood empty. What happened to the statue remains unclear. Some sources suggest Emperor Theodosius II ordered it removed to Constantinople around 426 CE. A wealthy Greek collector named Lausus supposedly displayed it in his palace, along with other famous statues from pagan temples. A fire destroyed Lausus's palace in 475 CE. If the statue was there, it burned. Other scholars argue the statue never left Olympia. They suggest it perished in one of several fires that damaged the temple during the 5th century. Or perhaps earthquakes that struck the region toppled it and broke it beyond repair. The ivory would have cracked and warped. The gold sheets would have been valuable enough to steal. The wooden framework would have rotted or burned. One way or another, the statue ceased to exist. The temple itself gradually collapsed. Earthquakes knocked down columns. The Alpheus River flooded periodically, depositing meters of sediment across the site. Local people quarried stones from the ruins to build houses and churches. By the medieval period, the sanctuary lay completely buried under earth and vegetation. Travellers who mentioned Olympia in their writings did not realise they stood on top of ancient temples. German archaeologists began excavating in 1875. They found the temple foundations and recovered fragments of the pediment sculptures. They discovered the workshop where Phidias created the statue. They found tools, moulds for creating the gold drapery, and even a cup inscribed with the sculptor's name. But they found no trace of the statue itself. Every bit of ivory and gold had vanished. You stand in the ruins today and see toppled columns scattered across the ground. The temple floor lies exposed to sky. Trees grow where the roof once sheltered worshippers. The spot where Zeus once sat remains empty. Not even the base survives intact. Descriptions and ancient coins provide the only evidence of what the statue looked like. Artists create reconstructions based on those sources. The reconstructions impress but cannot convey the original's impact. You cannot replicate the experience of standing before a 40-foot-tall god whose ivory skin seemed to breathe in the lamplight. The statue embodied an entire culture's conception of divinity. When it perished, something irreplaceable vanished. Not just an object, but a direct link to how ancient people understood the sacred. Museums preserve fragments of ancient art. They cannot preserve the moment of awe that struck viewers when they first saw Zeus presiding over his sanctuary. You arrive in Halicarnassus on the southwestern coast of Asia Minor. The city spreads across hillsides overlooking a natural harbour. White marble buildings gleam in the sunlight. The tomb of Mausolus dominates the landscape, rising in multiple tiers above the surrounding structures. Greeks call it the mausoleum. The word will outlive the building. Mausolus served as satrap of Caria under the Persian Empire during the 4th century BCE. He moved the capital from inland Mylasa to coastal Halicarnassus around 370 BCE. The new location offered better access to maritime trade routes. Mausolus undertook an ambitious building program to transform the city into a worthy capital. He died around 353 BCE before completing his vision. His wife and sister Artemisia II commissioned the tomb. The practice of sibling marriage was common among Carian royalty. Artemisia ruled Caria for 2 years after Mausolus's death. She poured resources into creating a monument worthy of her husband and brother. She hired the finest Greek architects and sculptors. Pythias and Satyros designed the structure. Scopas, Braxis, Leocharis and Timotheus created the sculptural decoration. Each sculptor worked on one side of the building. The finished monument combined Greek architectural elements in an innovative way. A high podium served as the base. Ionic columns surrounded a chamber above the podium. A stepped pyramid rose from the colonnade. A quadriga, a chariot pulled by 4 horses, topped the pyramid. Inside the burial chamber, a golden coffin held Mausolus's ashes. The total height reached approximately 140 feet. The monument dominated the city's skyline. Pliny the Elder described the mausoleum as one of the most magnificent structures in the world. He praised the quality of the marble work and the innovation of combining Greek and Near Eastern architectural traditions. The building influenced tomb design for centuries afterward. Roman emperors built mausolea inspired by this prototype. The word itself became synonymous with elaborate above-ground tombs. You walk around the perimeter studying the sculptural friezes that decorated the building at different levels. One frieze depicts the battle between Greeks and Amazons in remarkable detail. The female warriors fight with fierce determination. One Amazon falls from her rearing horse. Another swings a battle axe at a Greek shield. The Greek warriors press forward with their spears. Horses rear and plunge. Every muscle appears tense with effort. The marble captures motion so convincingly you almost expect the figures to move. The Amazon warriors wear short tunics that leave their legs bare for running. Their hair flows behind them in elaborate braids. Some wear pointed caps. Others have their heads bare. Their faces show determination and anger. The sculptors individualized each figure. No 2 Amazons look identical. The same care went into the Greek warriors. Each has distinct features and expressions. Another frieze shows a chariot race with 4 chariots competing. The charioteers lean forward, urging their horses to greater speed. The horses stretch out in full gallop. Their manes fly back. Their mouths strain against the bits. You can see the tension in the reins and the driver's arms. The chariot wheels appear ready to leave the ground as they take a turn. The sculptor understood horses and racing. The anatomy is perfect. The action is completely convincing. Freestanding statues stood between the columns of the colonnade. These represented Mausolus, Artemisia, and probably ancestors or gods. Fragments suggest the figures stood approximately 10 feet tall. They wore elaborate robes carved with minute detail. Every fold of fabric was rendered perfectly. The sculptors could make marble look like cloth. They made stone seem soft. The monument survived Alexander the Great's conquest of the region in 334 BCE. Alexander captured Halicarnassus after a difficult siege. The city resisted for months. Alexander's siege engines pounded the walls. His soldiers filled in defensive ditches and erected assault towers. The defenders fought from the battlements and made sorties at night to burn the siege equipment. Eventually the city fell, but the mausoleum remained undamaged. Even Alexander's army recognized it should be preserved. The monument survived the wars between Alexander's successors. It survived pirate raids. It survived Roman conquest. It stood intact for 16 centuries, bearing witness to the rise and fall of kingdoms. The structure seemed indestructible. Then the earth moved. Earthquakes proved more dangerous than any human enemy. A series of tremors struck the region between the 10th and 15th centuries CE. Each quake weakened the structure progressively. The first tremors in the 10th century cracked the stepped pyramid. Blocks shifted slightly. Nothing collapsed immediately, but the damage accumulated. Another earthquake in the 12th century caused more serious harm. The upper levels became unstable. The quadriga toppled from the summit and shattered on the ground below. A major earthquake in the 13th century brought down most of the pyramid levels. The massive blocks crashed to earth in a thunder of breaking stone. The colonnade survived but stood exposed and vulnerable. The next tremor would likely bring it down too. Local people feared the damaged building might collapse without warning. A falling column could crush anyone unlucky enough to be nearby. The ruins became a hazard that needed to be cleared. Knights of St. John of Rhodes occupied Halicarnassus in 1402. They renamed it Bodrum and built a massive castle to guard the harbour. They needed building material. The mausoleum provided high-quality marble blocks already quarried and finished. The knights demolished what remained of the ancient tomb and incorporated its stones into their castle walls. They burned some of the marble to produce lime for mortar. They smashed sculptures that depicted pagan gods. A priest later recorded finding the burial chamber still intact during the demolition. Workers broke through into an underground room. They found a beautiful stone coffin. Before anyone could stop them, local people rushed in and looted the grave goods. The coffin itself disappeared. By the next morning, everything was gone. The priest expressed regret at the destruction but did nothing to prevent it. British archaeologist Charles Thomas Newton began excavations in 1856. The Turkish government granted him permission to dig. Newton's team uncovered the foundation and recovered numerous sculptural fragments. They found pieces of the Amazon frieze, fragments of portrait statues, and sections of horses from the quadriga. They located 3 sides of the original foundation. The 4th side lay under a modern Turkish house that the owner refused to demolish. Newton shipped his finds to the British Museum. The sculptures fill an entire gallery. The fragments reveal the monument's original splendour. Yet they are only fragments. The complete sculptural program can only be reconstructed partially. Many pieces remain missing. Some were destroyed in the lime kilns. Others were built into walls where they cannot be extracted without damaging the castle. You visit the site today and find an empty lot with excavated foundations visible in trenches. A few column drums lie scattered about. Modern Bodrum spreads around the ruins. The castle of St. Peter still guards the harbour. If you examine its wall closely, you can spot ancient marble blocks among the later stones. Pieces of the mausoleum hide in plain sight, repurposed and anonymous. The word survives while the building crumbled. Every elaborate tomb built since inherits something from Mausoleus's monument. The concept outlasted the stone. Languages absorbed the word. It crossed cultures and continents. The satrap who ruled a small corner of the Persian Empire achieved the immortality he sought. His name persists even though his actual tomb vanished centuries ago. Sometimes ideas prove more durable than monuments. You stand on the island of Rhodes in the eastern Mediterranean. The year is 280 BCE. The Colossus has just been completed after 12 years of construction. The bronze statue of the sun god Helios rises approximately 108 feet tall at the entrance to Mandraki harbour. Ships sail past the towering figure as they enter and leave port. Sailors from distant lands carry home stories of the bronze giant. Rhodes prospered through trade. The island sat at the intersection of major shipping routes. Merchants from Egypt, Phoenicia, Greece and Asia Minor met here to exchange goods and information. The city became wealthy from customs duties and banking. That wealth attracted unwanted attention. In 305 BCE, Demetrius Poliorcetes besieged Rhodes with the largest army and the most sophisticated siege equipment the island had ever faced. His father Antigonus the One-Eyed wanted to punish Rhodes for refusing to support his war against Egypt. Rhodes maintained profitable trade relationships with Egypt. The Rhodians would not sacrifice those connections for political alignment with Antigonus. Demetrius earned his surname Poliorcetes, which means city besieger, through his innovative siege warfare. His engineers built enormous siege towers that rolled on wheels towards city walls. The largest tower stood multiple stories tall and bristled with catapults on every level. Soldiers operated the weapons from protected platforms. The tower approached the walls slowly but relentlessly. Its armoured exterior resisted fire and arrows. Defenders watched it advance with growing dread. The Rhodians defended their walls with desperate ingenuity. They dug trenches to prevent the siege towers from approaching. They sallied out at night to burn the wooden structures before they reached striking distance. They rained down arrows and stones from their battlements. They held out for a year through determination and strategic brilliance. The city's double walls proved too difficult to breach. The harbour remained open, allowing supply ships from Egypt to bring food and weapons. Eventually, Ptolemy of Egypt negotiated a peace treaty. Demetrius agreed to withdraw if Rhodes remained neutral in the ongoing wars between Alexander's successors. The Rhodians accepted gratefully. Demetrius abandoned his siege equipment where it sat. Moving it would require more effort than it was worth. He took his army and left. The grateful Rhodians surveyed the abandoned equipment with satisfaction. The massive siege towers, the catapults, the battering rams represented a fortune in materials and craftsmanship. They dismantled everything and sold the components as scrap metal. Bronze fittings, iron parts, timber beams all found buyers. The proceeds funded the most ambitious art project in the city's history. They would build a monument that announced Rhodes's power to every ship entering the harbour. The sculptor, Chares of Lindos, received the commission around 292 BCE. He came from the town of Lindos on the southern end of Rhodes Island. He had trained under Lysippus, who had sculpted portraits of Alexander the Great. Chares inherited his master's skill in realistic portraiture and added his own innovations in engineering large-scale works. Chares designed a statue of Helios that would dominate the harbour and serve as both a religious monument and a navigational landmark. Bronze casting on this scale required complete innovation. No one had attempted anything comparable. The statue needed to stand approximately 108 feet tall. Traditional bronze casting methods would not work at that size. Chares invented new techniques. Workers built a massive stone foundation and raised iron bars to form an internal skeleton. The iron framework provided structural support that bronze skin alone could never achieve. The framework had to be carefully engineered to distribute the weight properly. Too much stress on any single point would cause catastrophic failure. Chares probably consulted architects and engineers familiar with building construction, rather than relying solely on sculptural tradition. They shaped the bronze skin in sections using the loss wax method. Each section was cast separately in clay moulds. The bronze work happened on site because transporting large bronze panels would risk damage. Workers heated copper and tin in furnaces hot enough to melt the metals. They poured the molten bronze into moulds and waited for it to cool. Then they carefully removed the casting and checked it for flaws. Imperfect castings were melted down and recast. As each section was completed, workers riveted it to the iron framework. They used bronze rivets to avoid corrosion issues that would arise from mixing metals. The process resembled building construction more than traditional sculpture. Workers climbed scaffolding to attach higher sections as the statue grew taller. The scaffolding itself required engineering innovation. It needed to support the weight of workers, tools and bronze panels while rising over 100 feet high. The interior was not left hollow. Workers filled it progressively with stone blocks to add weight and stability. The stone counterbalanced the bronze shell and prevented strong winds from toppling the statue. The blocks were piled carefully to distribute weight evenly through the structure. Too much weight in the wrong place would strain the iron framework. The work took 12 years. Workers laboured through summer heat and winter storms. Chares supervised every detail personally. The statue consumed approximately 300 tons of bronze according to ancient accounts. Modern engineers calculate that number might be exaggerated, but the statue certainly required massive quantities of metal. Popular legend claims the Colossus straddled the harbour entrance with ships sailing between its legs. This makes for dramatic imagery, but engineering reality argues against it. A statue in that pose would need impossibly thick legs to support its weight. Ships with tall masts could not pass underneath. The statue almost certainly stood on one side of the harbour, with both feet firmly planted on land. You look up at the finished Colossus. Helios wears a radiant crown. His right hand shields his eyes as he gazes toward the rising sun. The bronze skin gleams. The statue represents the god who was Rhodes' patron deity and the source of the island's prosperity. It embodies civic pride and religious devotion in equal measure. The Colossus stood for only 56 years. An earthquake struck Rhodes around 226 BCE. The tremor snapped the statue at its weakest point. Its knees buckled. The giant toppled forward and crashed to the ground. The fall shattered the bronze skin and twisted the iron framework. The sound must have terrified everyone in the city. The Rhodians consulted an oracle about rebuilding. The oracle supposedly warned against re-erecting the statue. Perhaps priests interpreted the earthquake as divine disapproval. Perhaps the city could not afford the expense. Regardless, the broken Colossus lay where it fell. Pliny the Elder visited Rhodes centuries later and described the ruins. He wrote that few people could wrap their arms around the statue's thumb. Even lying broken on the ground, the Colossus impressed visitors with its scale. It became a tourist attraction in its destroyed state. Travellers came to see the fallen, wonder and marvel at human ambition brought low by natural disaster. The bronze remained on Rhodes for almost 900 years. Local authorities refused to allow anyone to remove or recycle it. The metal held religious significance. It represented the city's greatest artistic achievement. It stayed protected even in its ruined condition. Arab forces captured Rhodes in 654 CE. The new rulers had no sentimental attachment to a pagan statue. They sold the bronze to a Jewish merchant from Edessa. According to one account, the merchant needed 900 camels to transport all the metal. He presumably melted it down and sold it as scrap. The Colossus disappeared completely. Modern scholars question some details of these stories. 900 camel load seems excessive even for a 100-foot bronze statue. The logistics of moving that much metal off an island and across Asia Minor strain credibility. Perhaps the number got exaggerated in retelling. Perhaps only some of the bronze survived to be sold. Perhaps local people had already scavenged much of it during the long centuries it lay exposed. No trace of the Colossus remains today. Archaeologists have searched for foundation stones or bronze fragments. They have found nothing definitive. The exact location where it stood remains disputed. Some scholars favour Mandrake Harbour. Others suggest the statue stood near the Temple of Helios on higher ground inland. Without physical evidence, the arguments continue. You walk through modern Rhodes town and see a marina where yachts bob at anchor. Tourists photograph the spot where the Colossus supposedly stood. Two bronze deer statues stand on columns at the harbour entrance. They mark the general area, but make no serious claim to accuracy. The medieval walls built by the Knights of St. John dominate the old town. The ancient wonder exists only in written descriptions and artistic imagination. The Colossus demonstrated what bronze casting could achieve on a monumental scale. It pushed the boundaries of ancient metallurgy and engineering. Its fall demonstrated the limits of human construction when confronted with geological forces. Both lessons have value. The statue's brief existence and long disappearance remind us that even the most impressive achievements remain vulnerable to time and circumstance. You stand on the island of Pharos in Alexandria's harbour. The year is approximately 280 BCE. The lighthouse rises before you in three distinct tiers. A square base built from massive limestone blocks supports the structure. An octagonal middle section rises from the square base. A cylindrical top tier holds the beacon chamber. The total height reaches approximately 380 feet. This makes it one of the tallest structures in the ancient world. Ptolemy I commissioned the lighthouse shortly after establishing himself as ruler of Egypt, following Alexander the Great's death. His son Ptolemy II completed it around 270 BCE. Alexandria had become the capital of Ptolemaic Egypt and the richest city in the Mediterranean. The city sat at the intersection of trade routes connecting Europe, Africa and Asia. Ships from every trading nation called at its harbour carrying grain, papyrus, spices, silk, and precious metals. The coastline near Alexandria offered few natural landmarks to guide sailors approaching from the sea. Egypt's coast sits low and flat. From a distance, nothing distinguished one stretch of beach from another. Ships approaching at night or in fog risked running aground on sandbars or shallow reefs. The economic consequences of ship losses added up quickly. Every merchant vessel that foundered represented a fortune in lost cargo and trade revenue. The architect Sostratus of Cnidus designed the tower to solve this navigational problem, while also serving as a monument to Ptolemaic power. He built it to withstand the force of waves crashing against its base during the fierce Mediterranean storms that struck the coast during winter months. The foundation extended deep into the seabed. Workers drove wooden pilings into the harbour bottom, and then built a platform of massive stones on top. The platform measured approximately 100 feet square and rose above the high tide mark. The lower courses of the tower used enormous blocks locked together without mortar. Each block was cut and fitted so precisely that seawater could not penetrate the joints. The masons tested the fit by placing the blocks together dry. If any gap appeared, they removed the block and trimmed it further. Only when the fit was perfect did they set the block in place permanently. Some blocks weighed several tons. Moving and positioning them required teams of workers using wooden levers, rollers, and careful coordination. You climb the internal ramp that spirals upward through the building's interior. The ramp's gentle slope allows pack animals to reach the top easily. Donkeys hauled wood up this ramp to feed the beacon fire day and night. The ramp was wide enough for the animals to pass each other on their way up and down. Workers leading the donkeys called out warnings when approaching blind corners to avoid collisions. Windows pierced the walls at regular intervals along the ramp. These openings let in light during the day and provided views of the harbour at different heights. You pause at one window and look out over the busy port below. Ships of all sizes crowd the harbour. Merchant vessels unload cargo at the docks. Fishing boats head out to sea. Egyptian grain ships prepare to sail to Rome, carrying the wheat that feeds the empire's capital. The beacon chamber at the summit contains a large fire pit lined with metal to reflect heat upward and protect the stone floor from cracking. Workers keep the fire burning continuously using dried wood brought up the ramp. During daylight hours, smoke signals the harbour entrance from miles away. A tall column of dark smoke rising into the clear Egyptian sky can be seen from remarkable distances across the flat Mediterranean. At night, flames guide ships safely to port. A large bronze mirror stands behind the fire pit. The mirror is curved to focus and amplify the firelight. Ancient sources claim the mirror could concentrate sunlight strongly enough to ignite enemy ships at a distance. This likely represents either misunderstanding or exaggeration. The mirror's true purpose was making the beacon visible from greater distances at night. The curved surface gathered light from the fire and directed it out to sea in a concentrated beam, rather than letting it scatter in all directions. Some accounts describe the mirror as using polished bronze sheets, fitted together to form a parabolic curve. Others mention glass lenses or crystal elements. The exact technology remains uncertain. What is certain is that the lighthouse beam could be seen from extraordinary distances. Ancient sources suggest the light was visible from up to 30 miles at sea under good conditions. This would give approaching ships ample time to adjust their course and avoid coastal hazards. The lighthouse stood for over 16 centuries, bearing witness to dramatic changes in the world around it. It saw the decline of Ptolemaic Egypt and the rise of Roman rule. Julius Caesar fought a naval battle in Alexandria's harbour in 47 BCE. The lighthouse guided both Roman and Egyptian ships during the conflict. It survived changes in religion from pagan cults to Christianity to Islam after the Arab conquest in 641 CE. Arab writers described the structure in remarkable detail during the medieval period. They measured its dimensions and counted its windows. The geographer Al-Idrisi visited in the 12th century and provided careful measurements of each tier. His account describes the square base as measuring 150 feet on each side and standing about 200 feet tall. The octagonal middle section rose another 75 feet. The cylindrical top reached the remaining height. He noted that the internal ramp was wide enough for 2 horsemen to pass each other easily. The traveller Ibn Jubayr climbed to the top in 1183 and counted exactly 140 windows, illuminating the ramp as he ascended. He described the beacon chamber and mentioned that the mirror was still in place, though he questioned whether it still functioned properly. He marvelled at the engineering that allowed such a tall structure to stand firm against storms and earthquakes for over 1,000 years. His account provides some of the most detailed descriptions of the lighthouse's appearance before its final destruction. Earthquakes began the destruction with increasing severity. A tremor in 956 CE caused the first documented major damage. The upper levels cracked. Some stones fell. The damage was repaired, but the structure was weakened. Another significant earthquake struck in 1173 CE. This one caused more extensive harm. The cylindrical top section partially collapsed. The beacon could no longer function at full effectiveness. The Arab writer Al-Andalusi visited in 1166, shortly before this earthquake, and described the lighthouse as still standing and impressive but showing signs of deterioration. Cracks ran through the masonry on the upper levels. Some of the decorative elements had fallen away. The massive earthquake of 1303 CE proved catastrophic. The tremor brought down what remained of the top tier entirely. The octagonal middle section cracked along multiple stress lines and became dangerously unstable. Large sections of wall fell into the harbour. The lighthouse could no longer serve its navigational purpose. The beacon was permanently extinguished after burning for roughly 1600 years. Mariners approaching Alexandria now relied on other methods to find the harbour safely. Sultan Qaitbay built a defensive fort on the site in 1479. His builders demolished what remained of the ancient lighthouse and used the stone blocks to construct the fort's walls and towers. Massive granite blocks and limestone drums from the lighthouse went into the new building. The fort still stands today and incorporates stones that once formed part of the ancient wonder. French archaeologists surveyed the harbour waters in 1994. They found numerous large stone blocks underwater near the fort. Some showed drill holes and tool marks consistent with Ptolemaic-era construction. Others bore inscriptions in Greek. These blocks likely came from the lighthouse and fell into the harbour during earthquakes, or were dumped there during the fort's construction. More recent underwater surveys have mapped the debris field. Archaeologists identified column drums, statue fragments, and shaped stones. They found enough material to confirm the lighthouse's location and basic dimensions. Some of the better preserved pieces were raised and placed in museums. Most remain underwater where they fell. You visit the site today and see Qaitbay's fort dominating the harbour entrance. The medieval fortress serves as a naval museum. You can climb to the ramparts and look out over the Mediterranean. The view encompasses the modern city of Alexandria spreading along the coast. Container ships pass through the harbour. Fishing boats head out to sea. No lighthouse beam guides them. Modern navigation equipment makes such aids unnecessary. Somewhere beneath the fort's foundations and scattered across the harbour floor lie fragments of Sostratus's creation. The beacon that burned for 16 centuries is cold now. The mirror that reflected sunlight across the waves sits in pieces or dissolved to verdigris. The donkeys that once climbed the spiral ramp are dust. The knowledge of how to build such a structure on that scale vanished with the craftsman who possessed it. Yet the concept endures. Every lighthouse built since owes something to the pharaohs. The functional design established the pattern. Coastal towers equipped with powerful lights still guide ships into harbours worldwide. The technology has improved, but the purpose remains identical. Sostratus would recognise the descendants of his creation, even if the engineering details differ. The lighthouse represented human ingenuity applied to a practical problem. It did not celebrate a god or memorialise a ruler. It helped sailors find safe harbour. Its destruction represents a loss of function as much as beauty. The ancient world became slightly darker when that beacon went out for the last time. You stand once more at Giza in the present day. The pyramid still rises against the sky. Tour buses discharge visitors. Vendors sell bottled water and souvenirs. Cameras click continuously. The only surviving wonder has become a tourist attraction managed by a modern bureaucracy. Entry tickets cost money. Guards enforce visiting hours. Rope barriers channel crowds along approved paths. 6 wonders vanished. They fell to earthquakes, fires, stone robbers, and deliberate destruction. The Hanging Gardens might never have existed outside of legend. The Temple of Artemis burned 3 times before finally disappearing into the foundations of later buildings. Zeus's statue either burned in Constantinople or decayed in abandoned Olympia. The mausoleum was demolished to build a crusader castle. The Colossus lay broken for centuries before being sold as scrap metal. The lighthouse guided ships for 1600 years before earthquakes brought it down. Museums preserve fragments. The British Museum displays sculptures from the mausoleum and the Temple of Artemis. The Louvre holds pieces from Olympia. Isolated blocks and column drums sit in storage rooms and display cases worldwide. These fragments offer tantalizing glimpses of the original structures. They cannot recreate the experience of encountering the complete monuments in their original contexts. Written descriptions survive. Ancient authors documented the wonders with varying degrees of accuracy. Their accounts contain measurements, architectural details, and personal impressions. These texts allow modern scholars to propose reconstructions. Artists create drawings and computer models based on the ancient sources. The reconstructions help us imagine what was lost. They remain educated guesses rather than certainties. The concept of wonders persists. Every age selects its own. Medieval travellers compiled new lists featuring Christian shrines and Islamic architecture. Modern organisations poll for contemporary wonders. The idea of identifying the most remarkable human achievements continues to appeal. We want to know what merits awe. We want shared standards of magnificence. The ancient wonders represented different aspects of human achievement. The pyramid demonstrated engineering on a massive scale, an organisational capacity to mobilise thousands of workers. The gardens, if real, showed environmental engineering and agricultural innovation. The Temple of Artemis embodied religious devotion and economic power. Zeus's statue captured artistic skill at the highest level. The mausoleum combined architectural traditions to create something new. The Colossus pushed bronze casting to its limits. The lighthouse applied technology to solve a practical problem. All 7 shared one quality. They made people stop and stare. They commanded attention through size, beauty, or innovation. They transcended their immediate functions to become symbols of what human beings could accomplish. Their destruction did not erase that symbolic power. We still reference them. We still wonder what it was like to see them intact. The pyramid survives because it is essentially indestructible. 2 million limestone blocks piled into a stable geometric form can outlast most challenges. The other wonders fell because they contained elements that time or disaster could attack. Wood burned. Bronze was valuable enough to steal. Marble could be quarried for new construction. Ivory cracked and gold loosened. Each material had vulnerabilities. Each structure had points of failure. Yet their disappearance does not represent complete loss. The knowledge gained from building them spread throughout the ancient world. Roman architects studied Greek temples and improved their techniques. Medieval engineers learned from ancient texts. The Renaissance rediscovered classical architecture and incorporated it into new designs. Each generation built on the achievements of previous ones. The physical structures vanished, but the knowledge persisted. You leave Giza as evening approaches. The pyramid turns orange in the setting sun. Shadows fill the spaces between the blocks. The monument will stand here long after you leave. It will probably outlast the current civilization. It has already survived 4,500 years. It might survive another 4,000 more. The other wonders are gone, but not forgotten. Their stories continue to fascinate. We mourn their loss while acknowledging that loss is inevitable. Stone weathers, Metal corrodes, wood rots, earthquakes strike, fires burn, conquerors demolish. Every structure built by human hands will eventually fail. What matters is that they existed at all. What matters is that we remember them. Tonight, when you close your eyes, you might dream of terraced gardens rising above Babylon. You might walk between the columns of Artemis's temple. You might look up at Zeus enthroned in gold and ivory. You might stand beside the shattered Colossus. You might watch the Pharos beacon burn against the night sky. These wonders live in imagination now. That may be the most durable form of existence. Dreams and stories cannot be toppled by earthquakes or burned by fires. They persist as long as people remember them. And with that thought, my tired dumplings, consider subscribing if this quieted your mind even slightly. You can find more historical deep dives and bedtime histories on this channel. Next time we might wander through other vanished places or explore forgotten stories. Until then, sleep well. The wonders endure in their own way, and so do you. You are standing in a Roman garden in the year 138. The air smells of rosemary and turned earth, mixed with the faint sweetness of flowering jasmine that climbs the villa's brick walls. Somewhere beyond these private grounds, the city of Rome hums with its usual chaos of cartwheels grinding over cobblestones, street vendors shouting about fresh fish and imported olives, construction crews hammering at yet another temple or bathhouse. But here in this enclosed courtyard, the world narrows to the sound of water trickling from a bronze fountain, and the quiet voice of a tutor explaining the difference between things you can control and things you cannot. The boy sitting on the stone bench is 17 years old. His name is Marcus Annius Verus, though history will eventually know him as Marcus Aurelius, emperor and philosopher. Right now he wears the simple undyed tunic of a serious student, not the purple silk of imperial power. His knees show scrapes from wrestling practice earlier that morning. The Romans believe physical training builds character alongside intellectual development. A philosopher should be able to defend himself, to endure discomfort, to know his own body's limitations and possibilities. A stylus rests in his ink-stained fingers. The wooden implement feels familiar after years of daily writing practice. His handwriting tilts to the left, a quirk that will persist throughout his life, visible in every document he signs, every letter he composes, every private thought he commits to wax or papyrus. The tutor speaking to him is named Apollonius of Chalcedon. He arrived in Rome from the eastern provinces several years ago, carrying nothing but a walking stick, a single change of clothing, and a reputation for caring more about wisdom than worldly comfort. Apollonius refused all payment for his teaching when Marcus's family first approached him. He considers it beneath the dignity of philosophy to treat knowledge like olives or pottery, something bought and sold in the marketplace. Philosophy is not a commodity, it is a way of life. This refusal initially puzzled Marcus's wealthy relatives. Everything in Rome can be purchased if you have enough money. Influence, entertainment, education, loyalty. But Apollonius stood firm. He would teach the boy because the boy seemed genuinely interested in learning, not because someone paid him to do it. This distinction mattered to the Greek philosopher in ways that Roman aristocrats found difficult to understand. Marcus writes down something his teacher has just said about the nature of virtue. The wax tablet feels warm from the afternoon sun that slants through the olive trees planted around the garden's perimeter. He presses the stylus carefully into the soft surface, forming Greek letters with concentration. Greek is the language of philosophy, the tongue in which the great thinkers expressed their ideas about how to live well. Marcus reads and writes it as fluently as Latin, perhaps more fluently when discussing abstract concepts. The household slaves move through the garden on practiced feet that make almost no sound. They wear simple tunics, darker than Marcus's student garb, fabric that will not show every stain and spot from their work. They carry terracotta jugs of watered wine and wooden platters loaded with bread, cheese and dates. These offerings are for Marcus and his tutor, refreshment to sustain their afternoon of study. One of the slaves, a young man perhaps only a few years older than Marcus himself, trips slightly on the edge of a paving stone that has worked loose from its mortar bed. The stumble is minor, quickly corrected, but it makes a small scraping sound that draws Marcus's attention. He looks up from his writing. His eyes meet the slave's for just a moment. The slave expects nothing from this brief contact. He is property, a piece of the household furniture that happens to breathe and move. Romans of Marcus's class rarely truly see their slaves as individual human beings. They are tools, investments, background elements of daily life. The slave quickly lowers his gaze and continues moving toward the fountain where he will place the refreshments on a side table. But Marcus nods to him. The gesture is small, almost imperceptible, but it acknowledges the slave's presence as something more than furniture. It says you are a person, and I see you. The slave's eyes widen slightly in surprise before he hurries on with his task. He will think about that nod later, lying on his pallet in the slave quarters, wondering what it meant. This tiny moment reveals something fundamental that will define Marcus's entire life. He already understands, at 17, that philosophy is not just theories discussed in comfortable gardens. It is something you practice in the small interactions when no one important is watching. How you treat people who have no power over you reveals your actual character, not the character you perform for equals and superiors. Marcus turns back to his teacher. Apollonius is explaining that true freedom has nothing to do with whether you wear chains or a crown. Freedom lives in the part of your mind that no external force can touch, no prison can contain, no tyrant can control. You can be a slave with a soul as free as the wind, or you can be an emperor with a mind locked in bondage to fear, anger and desire. The boy absorbs this idea the way parched earth drinks summer rain. Something about it resonates in his chest, feels true at a level deeper than intellectual agreement. He does not yet know that he will spend the next 40 years testing whether these beautiful theories can survive contact with actual power and responsibility. He does not know about the wars waiting for him, the plagues that will depopulate cities, the personal betrayals, the cold nights in military camps along the Danube frontier where barbarian tribes test Roman defences. He knows only that something in Stoic philosophy speaks to him with unusual clarity, makes the world feel both more comprehensible and more mysterious at the same time. The afternoon lengthens. The shadows of the olive trees stretch across the garden paths. Apollonius continues his instruction, moving from freedom to the topic of death. The Stoics believe that fearing death is irrational. Death is simply the dissolution of the elements that temporarily compose your body. Those elements return to the universe to be recombined into new forms. Nothing is truly destroyed in nature, only transformed. Understanding this should free you from anxiety about your own mortality. Marcus listens and writes. He tries to imagine his own death with the calm detachment that Apollonius describes. It feels difficult. The instinct to cling to life runs deep. But perhaps that instinct can be acknowledged without being obeyed. Perhaps you can feel fear and still act according to reason. The lesson continues until the light begins to fade. Apollonius finally dismisses his student with an assignment to read a particular passage from Epictetus and meditate on its meaning. Marcus gathers his writing materials and stands. His legs have stiffened from sitting in one position for so long. He stretches discreetly, feeling his muscles protest and then release. Later that same evening, you follow Marcus to the small room where he sleeps. It occupies a corner of the family villa, simple and deliberately sparse. The walls are bare plaster, painted white but showing water stains from last winter's heavy rains. A single shelf holds his most treasured possessions. Scrolls of Homer's epics worn from repeated reading. A copy of Epictetus's discourses borrowed from his teacher. A collection of Stoic maxims that he copies out in his own hand. practicing both his writing and his philosophy simultaneously. He could afford elaborate decorations. His family possesses considerable wealth, derived from land holdings in Spain and political connections in Rome. His grandfather served as consul. His relatives move in the highest circles of Roman society. Money is not a constraint for Marcus, but he has chosen simplicity for his private spaces. The bed is a hard couch with minimal cushions, far less comfortable than he could easily afford. This is intentional. Marcus is training himself to need less, to find contentment with basics rather than luxuries. Apollonius taught him that dependence on comfort makes you vulnerable. If you need soft beds and rich food and perfect temperature to be happy, you have made yourself a prisoner of circumstances. But if you can sleep on hard surfaces and eat simple fare and endure heat and cold, you possess a kind of freedom that wealth alone cannot purchase. He lies down, still wearing his tunic. The fabric has gone soft from many washings. He stares at the ceiling, studying the patterns in the plaster. There is a crack running from one corner toward the centre of the room, branching like a river delta. He has watched it slowly extend over the months. Entropy at work. Everything material gradually breaks down. His mind turns over the day's lessons. Apollonius said something about how we are each given a handful of years, no more than a candle flame measured against the vast darkness of time. The universe existed for an eternity before your birth. It will exist for an eternity after your death. Your life is an infinitesimally small moment in the cosmic span. Understanding this should humble you, but it should also focus your attention on what matters. If you only have a brief time, why waste it on trivialities? Marcus thinks about what matters and what does not. Fame seems less important when viewed from this perspective. Political power, wealth, social status, all the things that Romans typically pursue, they all dissolve when measured against eternity. But virtue remains meaningful. How you treat other people, whether you act according to reason, whether you fulfill your duties, these things have weight even in a temporary life. Sleep takes him slowly. His mind keeps turning over philosophical questions like hands smoothing river stones, examining them from different angles, testing their weight and texture. Does virtue really matter if the universe is indifferent to human concerns? Can you maintain integrity while participating in the brutal machinery of Roman politics? How do you balance contemplative withdrawal with active engagement in the world? He does not know that this restless intellectual work will never really stop, that 40 years from now he will lie awake in army tents, asking himself variations on these same fundamental questions. The young student and the aging emperor will share this habit of late-night philosophical examination, turning principles over and over, testing them against experience, looking for truth in the space between theory and practice. But for now, in this moment, he is just a 17-year-old boy trying to understand how to live well. The fountain continues its gentle splash in the courtyard outside his window. The night air carries the cooling scent of jasmine mixed with the earthier smell of the Tiber River that flows through Rome a few miles distant. Somewhere in the city, other young aristocrats are drinking wine and pursuing entertainments. Marcus knows about those pleasures. He is not unaware of what he is choosing not to do. But philosophy has captured him more thoroughly than wine or theatre, or the other diversions available to wealthy Roman youth. He wants to understand the nature of reality, the proper use of reason, the path to human excellence. These questions feel more urgent than pleasure-seeking. They promise something deeper than mere entertainment. Sleep finally claims him. His breathing slows and evens out. The stylus holding hand relaxes on his chest. Dreams come, fragments of the day's discussions mixed with wordless images. A garden, a fountain, a teacher's voice explaining the difference between what you control and what you do not. Rome sleeps around him, enormous and indifferent. Its 1,000,000 inhabitants rest in their various quarters, slaves on hard pallets, merchants in modest apartments, aristocrats in elaborate villas, senators dreaming of political advancement. The city has no idea that this particular student in this particular room will one day hold its fate in his hands, that the boy studying Stoic philosophy in a spare bedroom will eventually rule an empire while trying to rule himself. The night deepens, the fountain keeps flowing, the jasmine keeps blooming, and Marcus sleeps, gathering strength for tomorrow's lessons, for the years of study ahead, for a life that will test every principle he is now learning in this protected garden space, where philosophy seems possible and the world feels knowable. You're in the Imperial Palace now, 7 years later. The year is 138, and everything has changed. The marble halls echo with footsteps and whispered conversations that stop abruptly when someone important approaches. Courtiers glide past each other like fish in an aquarium, always watching, always calculating the shifting currents of power and favour. The surfaces here are polished to perfection. Floors of coloured marble imported from quarries across the empire. Columns of Egyptian porphyry. Walls adorned with frescoes showing the gods at their various labours and pleasures. The Emperor Hadrian has been dead for nearly a year. His reign was long and culturally rich, though it ended in bitterness and suspicion. Hadrian loved Greek culture, built walls across Britain, travelled constantly through his territories. He also executed senators on thin pretexts and let his suspicious nature poison his final years. His successor, Antoninus Pius, sits on the throne now. The transition happened more smoothly than many expected. Marcus is 24 years old. He has just learned something that will fundamentally alter the entire trajectory of his life. Antoninus has formally adopted him. Not as a simple gesture of affection, though there is genuine warmth between the older man and the young philosopher. The adoption is political, a carefully constructed arrangement that Hadrian engineered in his final months. Marcus is being groomed to someday rule the world, or at least the Roman portion of it that considers itself the world. You watch him receive this news in a private chamber off the main palace complex. The room serves as Antoninus's personal study, lined with document cases and writing tables. His face remains carefully neutral as he hears the formal announcement. He has learned to control his expressions in the years since that garden conversation with Apollonius. Court life teaches you to mask your reactions. Showing too much emotion makes you vulnerable to people who collect weaknesses the way other people collect coins. But his hands betray him. They shake slightly as he accepts the formal documents, heavy scrolls sealed with imperial stamps. The tremor is barely visible, but it is there. His body knows what his mind is trying to process. Everything has just changed. The future he imagined, one of continued study and perhaps modest political service, has been replaced by something much heavier. He is now heir to an empire that spans from Britain to Egypt, from Spain to Syria. The room smells of beeswax from the numerous writing tablets stacked on shelves, mixed with a faint trace of incense from the nearby temple of the deified emperors. Light slants through high windows, illuminating dust motes that drift like lazy snowflakes through the still air. The quality of light in the palace is different from anywhere else. It seems to glow rather than simply illuminate, caught and reflected by all that polished marble. Antoninus stands across from Marcus, studying the young man who will someday inherit everything he currently controls. Antoninus is in his early 50s, a man who radiates competent calm the way a well-built house radiates shelter. He has a broad face, slightly fleshy, with the look of someone who enjoys his meals, but has not yet let physical pleasure become excess. His hair is greying at the temples, but still thick. He moves with deliberate economy, never rushing, never wasting motion. He did not ask for the throne. Hadrian chose him from among the available candidates because he seemed unlikely to cause problems, a safe pair of hands to guide the empire through a transition period. Hadrian's actual preferred heir died young, forcing this alternative arrangement. Antoninus accepted the role out of duty, not ambition. Now he must prepare Marcus for a burden that will eventually crush most men who carry it, grinding them down into paranoid tyrants or broken shells of who they once were. Over the following months, You observe Marcus learning the machinery of power. He sits in on Senate meetings in the Curia, that ancient building where Rome's wealthy men gather to debate legislation and jockey for position. He observes how laws are debated with elaborate rhetoric while the actual decisions are made in private conversations beforehand. He watches how votes are bought with promises and favours, how factions form and dissolve, how personal grudges masquerade as policy disagreements. He reviews financial reports from provincial governors, learning the staggering complexity of keeping an empire functioning. Grain shipments from Egypt that feed Rome's population. Tax collection from Gaul that pays for the army. Mining operations in Spain that produce silver for the currency. Trade routes that bring silk from the distant east and amber from the far north. The numbers are almost incomprehensibly large. Millions of people, thousands of tons of goods, vast flows of money and resources, all requiring coordination and oversight. None of this fills him with excitement. He approaches imperial administration the way a dutiful student approaches homework that must be completed but holds no inherent interest. Necessary work, certainly. Important work, absolutely. But not what his soul craves. In the evenings, when official duties release him, he still retreats to his philosophy books. He still reads Epictetus and meditates on the proper use of reason. He still wrestles with questions about virtue and mortality. The purple robes waiting for him in some future moment feel less like a prize to be won and more like a sentence to be served. Antoninus notices this reluctance. He is a perceptive man who pays attention to what people do not say as much as what they do say. He finds Marcus one afternoon in the palace library, a vast room filled with scrolls organised by subject and author. Marcus sits surrounded by texts of Stoic philosophy, making notes on a wax tablet, completely absorbed in ideas about the nature of the good life. The older man sits down across from him without asking permission or announcing his presence. The wooden chair creaks under his weight. Marcus looks up, startled to find the Emperor studying him with those calm, assessing eyes. They talk for a long time about duty and power, and the difference between wanting something and being suited for it. Antoninus explains that the men who most crave the throne are usually the worst people to give it to. They see the empire as a tool for their own glory, a stage on which to perform their greatness. They make decisions based on how those choices will enhance their reputation, rather than whether those choices actually serve the common good. But a man who understands that ruling means serving, who sees the throne as a burden to carry rather than a price to seize, that man might actually do some good with the power placed in his hands. Marcus listens, absorbing these ideas. He wants to believe this. The thought that his reluctance might actually make him better suited for leadership than someone who actively wants power carries a certain appealing logic. But he also remembers what Epictetus wrote about the necessity of examining your own motives with brutal honesty. Self-deception is easy. Flattering yourself with noble interpretations of your own psychology is one of the most common human failings. Is he reluctant because he truly prefers wisdom to power, or is he simply afraid of the responsibility? The distinction matters more than he wants to admit. Years pass in this pattern of gradual preparation. Antoninus teaches Marcus how to govern without becoming corrupted by governing. He demonstrates through daily example that you can hold absolute power and still treat people with basic decency and respect. And when petitioners come before the emperor with grievances about local officials or legal disputes or requests for tax relief, Antoninus listens to them with genuine attention. He does not dismiss their concerns or delegate everything to subordinates. He engages directly with the messiness of actual governance. When senators scheme against each other in their endless games of political advancement, Antoninus refuses to turn their conflicts into blood sport for his own entertainment. Previous emperors sometimes enjoyed watching rival factions destroy each other, seeing political chaos as amusing theatre. Antoninus finds no pleasure in such spectacles. He mediates where possible, reminds people of their duties where necessary, and generally tries to minimise the damage that ambitious men can do to each other and to the state. Marcus absorbs these lessons through observation. He watches Antoninus handle a grain shortage in Rome by personally overseeing the distribution system, rather than simply delegating the problem to corrupt officials who might steal half the supply. He sees the emperor work late into the night reviewing legal cases, reading petitions from ordinary citizens, ensuring that even the poorest person receives something resembling justice, rather than being crushed by the wealthy and powerful. The palace feels different under Antoninus than it did under Hadrian, less like a predator's den, and more like a workshop where serious people do difficult work. The atmosphere has changed from one of constant suspicion to something resembling functional cooperation. The Praetorian Guard grumbles about the lack of drama and intrigue. Senators who enjoyed the scheming and backstabbing of previous reigns miss the old excitement. But the empire functions smoothly, its administrative gears turning without requiring excessive amounts of blood for lubricant. You follow Marcus through these years of apprenticeship as he grows into his role. He marries Faustina, the daughter of Antoninus, cementing his position within the imperial family. Their wedding is a grand public spectacle, the kind of event that Rome expects for important dynastic unions. Musicians and dancers, elaborate costumes, sacrifices to the gods, feasting that last for days. The entire city participates in the celebration, receiving wine and food at public expense. But the private moment afterward feels quieter and more significant. They stand together in their new chambers, two people who have become pieces in a game much larger than themselves. Faustina is intelligent and well-educated, raised in the palace, understanding the demands of public life perhaps better than Marcus does. She knows what it means to smile through exhaustion, to perform grace under scrutiny, to treat trivial matters as important because other people believe they are important. They will have 13 children together over the years ahead. Only a handful will survive to adulthood. The ancient world devours children with casual cruelty. Fevers, accidents, diseases that modern medicine will eventually conquer, but that Roman physicians can only watch helplessly. Each loss will carve new lines in their faces, deepen the reserves of grief they carry through their public performances. But for now, on their wedding night, those losses are still future sorrows. Marcus turns 30, then 35, then approaches 40. His hair begins to thin slightly at the temples, a development he notices with the stoic observation that all material things deteriorate with time. He develops a habit of rubbing his forehead when deep in thought, a gesture that leaves faint but permanent creases in his skin. The philosophical student has grown into a competent administrator, someone who can read financial reports and make reasonable decisions about infrastructure projects and legal reforms. But he has not lost his essential nature. He still reads Epictetus before bed. He still asks himself whether he is living according to reason. He still finds more satisfaction in philosophical insight than in political success. Antoninus grows older. The vigorous man in his 50s becomes a tired man in his 70s. His health begins to fail in small, unmistakable ways. He moves more carefully through the palace halls, placing each foot with the deliberation of someone who no longer fully trusts his own balance. His appetite diminishes. Food that once brought pleasure now seems like an obligation. The physicians attend him more frequently, though they can offer little beyond rest and diet advice. Roman medicine understands how the body works only in the broadest terms. Everyone can see what is coming. The palace staff speak in hushed tones about plans for the succession. Senators position themselves to be well regarded by the new emperor. Officials review their own records, checking for anything that might look like disloyalty or incompetence when viewed with fresh eyes. The machinery of transition begins its slow operation. Marcus prepares himself as best he can. He reviews documents late into the night, trying to master the vast amount of information an emperor needs to command. He consults with Antoninus's most trusted advisors, building relationships that will serve him when he must govern alone. He observes carefully how Antoninus handles various crises, storing away lessons about leadership and decision-making. But preparing for the weight of empire is like preparing to hold up the sky. You can train your muscles and study the techniques and memorize all the available wisdom. But until the actual moment arrives when that enormous weight settles onto your shoulders, you cannot truly know if you will be strong enough to bear it. Some men crumble immediately, others endure for a while before breaking. A rare few somehow carry the burden until death releases them. Marcus does not yet know which category he will fall into. You're in the year 161. The calendar marks it as early March, officially the beginning of spring, but Rome feels cold in ways that temperature cannot fully explain. Antoninus Pius died 3 days ago, in his bed, surrounded by his closest advisors and family members. His funeral pyre has already burned in the Campus Martius, reducing a good and competent man to ash and memory, and the official deification that the Senate bestows on emperors who managed not to become monsters. Marcus Aurelius stands in the Senate chamber, that ancient building where Rome's wealthy men have gathered for centuries to debate the fate of their city and eventually their empire. He's now 40 years old. The purple cloak of an emperor drapes across his shoulders, pinned at the right shoulder with a golden brooch showing Jupiter's eagle. The fabric is silk dyed with murex shells imported at enormous expense from Phoenician cities. The colour itself represents wealth and power beyond what most humans can comprehend. It weighs approximately nothing in terms of actual fabric, but it weighs approximately everything in terms of responsibility and expectation. The senators watch him with the attentive wariness of animals studying a new predator that has just entered their territory. They do not yet know what kind of emperor he will become. Will he follow Antoninus's measured path of competent administration and restrained use of power? Or will absolute authority transform him into something else, something darker? History has shown them that even the best men can curdle when given unlimited power over others. The kind man can become cruel. The generous leader can become greedy. The philosopher can become a tyrant who uses his learning to justify cruelty. Marcus speaks to them about his intentions. His voice carries through the chamber without effort, trained by years of public speaking at official ceremonies and legal proceedings. He announces that he will share power with his adoptive brother Lucius Verus. This decision surprises everyone in the room. The murmur that runs through the assembled senators sounds like wind through wheat fields. Rome has not had genuine co-emperors before, not in any real sense. Shared titles sometimes, yes. Honorary positions granted to family members, certainly. But actual division of imperial power represents something new and untested. You can see the calculation happening behind their eyes. Sharing power means diffusing it, introducing uncertainty into a system that functions most efficiently with clear hierarchy and unchallenged authority. Questions immediately arise about how decisions will be made, what happens when the two emperors disagree, whether this arrangement can possibly survive the first serious crisis that demands decisive action. But Marcus believes in this decision as an application of Stoic principle. Power corrupts. Absolute power corrupts absolutely. Perhaps dividing authority will reduce the inevitable corruption. Perhaps two men can check each other's worst impulses in ways that one man ruling alone cannot. The decision will prove complicated in ways that Marcus cannot yet foresee. Lucius Verus is not a bad man, but he is a fundamentally different kind of person than Marcus. Where Marcus finds satisfaction in philosophy and duty, Lucius finds it in pleasure and spectacle. He loves racing chariots through the streets of Rome, feeling the speed and danger. He attends theatrical performances, laughing at comedies, weeping at tragedies, fully immersed in the drama. He dines with actors and dancers, people that traditional Roman aristocrats consider beneath their dignity to associate with socially. Lucius is not interested in the grinding administrative work that actually keeps an empire functioning. Reading financial reports bores him. Reviewing legal cases puts him to sleep. He would much rather be doing almost anything else than sitting through long meetings about tax policy or infrastructure maintenance. But for now, in these early days, the arrangement stands. Marcus handles the bulk of the actual governing, while Lucius holds the title and performs some ceremonial functions. Marcus throws himself into the business of ruling with the same dutiful application he brought to his philosophical studies. The palace fills with documents requiring his immediate attention. Reports from provincial governors describing local conditions and requesting guidance on various matters. Requests for military funding from generals who always want more troops, more supplies, more resources. Legal disputes between wealthy families that threaten to escalate into violence unless the emperor intervenes. Petitions from cities asking for tax relief after bad harvests or natural disasters. The work never stops flowing toward him like a river that has found its natural downhill course. He wakes before dawn most days. The palace at that hour feels almost peaceful, empty of the usual crowds and noise. The marble halls echo with his footsteps as he walks to his private study. Slaves have already lit lamps and laid out the day's initial batch of documents. He sits at his desk and begins reading. His eyes scan lines of text describing problems and crises and decisions that only he can make. Each page requires thought and judgment. Rush through them, and you make mistakes that affect real people's lives. Spend too long on any single issue and you fall hopelessly behind. But before he engages with all that administrative weight, he takes time for something more personal. He opens a leather-bound journal that he keeps for himself alone. These writings will eventually become known as the Meditations, though he never imagines anyone else reading them. They are reminders he writes to himself about how to remain decent while wielding indecent amounts of power over other human beings. The pages fill with observations written in Greek about mortality and duty, and the proper use of reason. He reminds himself that he is merely a temporary inhabitant of his own body, that someday worms will consume his flesh, just as surely as they will consume a beggar's corpse. Imperial purple offers no protection against biological reality. He writes that anger is a waste of the limited time he's been given to live and think and act in the world. He notes that the opinion of fools should matter less to him than his own honest estimation of whether he has acted according to virtue and reason. These private writings reveal a man trying very hard not to become the monster that power usually creates. He's holding a kind of conversation with himself about how to stay human when everything around him treats him as something more than human. The Senate technically can vote him out of office, but no one seriously believes they would dare. The Praetorian Guard could kill him, but they are well paid and generally loyal. The gods might judge him after death, but they seem distant and unconcerned with daily affairs. For all practical purposes, Marcus has no external constraints on his behaviour. Only his own internal principles stand between him and tyranny. The empire he has inherited appears healthy on the surface. The borders are mostly quiet, with only the usual low-level raiding and skirmishing. Trade flows freely along well-maintained roads that connect cities across 3 continents. Agriculture produces sufficient food to feed populations that have been growing for generations. Art and literature flourish. New temples and public buildings rise in cities from Britain to Syria. By almost any measure, the Roman Empire in 161 seems secure and prosperous. But Marcus can sense fault lines beneath this surface prosperity. The Parthian Empire to the east grows more confident and aggressive. Germanic tribes along the northern frontier test Roman defences with increasing boldness, probing for weaknesses in the fortification lines. And underneath everything, a more invisible threat lurks that will prove more devastating than any army. The plague arrives in the year 165, carried by soldiers returning from a campaign in Parthian territory. Modern historians will call it the Antonine Plague, naming it for the dynasty rather than the specific emperor who presided over its devastation. The disease spreads through Rome like spilled wine soaking into cloth, moving from household to household, neighbourhood to neighbourhood, eventually throughout the entire empire. People develop fevers that make their skin burn hot to the touch. Pustules erupt across their bodies, painful boils that weep fluid and leave scars on those lucky enough to survive. They cough until blood comes up. They waste away, their bodies consuming themselves. Death comes quickly for some, slowly and agonizingly for others. The disease does not discriminate between rich and poor, slave and free, young and old. Everyone is vulnerable. You follow Marcus through the plague-stricken city on one of his personal inspections. His advisors consider this unwise to the point of madness. An emperor who dies of plague cannot govern anyone. The empire needs him alive more than it needs his symbolic presence among the suffering. But Marcus feels that leadership requires more than issuing orders from a safe distance behind palace walls. He needs to see the reality of what is happening, to bear witness to the suffering, to make decisions based on actual observation rather than filtered reports. The streets of Rome smell like death. Smoke rises from funeral pyres burning continuously in every neighbourhood. The sickly, sweet odour of decay hangs in the air despite the smoke meant to purify it. Bodies pile up faster than the overwhelmed funeral workers can properly dispose of them. Carts creak through the streets, carrying corpses to mass graves outside the city walls. The usual busy hum of Roman life has diminished to an anxious murmur. Markets stand half empty. Temples overflow with desperate people, making offerings to gods who seem to have turned away. Marcus walks through a makeshift hospital that has been established in what used to be a grain warehouse. The sick lie on pallets arranged in rows, tended by physicians and volunteers who understand almost nothing about how disease actually transmits. They do not know about microorganisms or infection vectors. They believe in bad air and imbalanced humours and the anger of the gods. Their treatments mostly involve bleeding patients and administering herbal remedies that do nothing to address the underlying illness. The emperor stops beside each patient he passes. He asks their names. He listens to their fears and their pain. He cannot heal them. All the power at his command cannot cure a single case of plague, but he can acknowledge their suffering as real and worthy of attention from the most powerful man in the world. He can treat them as humans who matter rather than as statistics in a casualty report. This is philosophy in actual practice. Not the abstract theories discussed in comfortable gardens with tutors, but the real work of treating other people as fully human, even when it would be easier to view them as numbers in a ledger. The Stoics believe in cosmopolitanism, the idea that all humans are part of a single community regardless of their origin or status. Marcus is testing whether he truly believes this when confronted with the reality of suffering on a massive scale. The plague will kill millions before it finally burns itself out years from now. Entire towns will empty, their populations reduced to scattered survivors wandering through abandoned streets. The army will lose so many soldiers that recruitment becomes desperate, with standards lowered and barbarians increasingly hired to fill the ranks. The economic damage will ripple through the empire for decades, disrupting trade and agriculture and all the complex systems that keep civilization functioning. And Marcus will watch it all happen while being essentially powerless to stop the dying. He returns to the palace each evening exhausted in ways that sleep cannot fully address. His wife Faustina tries to comfort him, though she carries her own grief. Several of their children have died in recent years, some from plague, others from the dozens of other ways that children died in the ancient world before modern medicine. Accidents, fevers, mysterious wasting diseases that physicians cannot identify or treat. She has learned to smile through loss, to perform the role of empress even when her heart feels like broken pottery. Romans expect strength from their imperial family. Showing too much grief would be seen as weakness. Marcus sits alone in his study late at night, the palace finally quiet around him. He picks up his pen and writes more reminders to himself in his private journal. He notes that the universe operates according to natural laws that care nothing for human preferences or suffering. Disease and death are part of the natural pattern, woven into the fabric of reality itself. Getting angry at plague makes as much sense as getting angry at winter, or aging, or any other inevitable process. The only meaningful question is how you respond to circumstances you cannot control. He writes that ruling an empire during a catastrophe does not exempt him from the obligation to remain rational and just and kind. If anything, crisis reveals true character. A man shows what he actually values when everything is falling apart around him. Will he maintain his principles or abandon them to fear and expedience? The plague is testing him in ways that prosperity never could. The years of his early reign blur together in a mixture of administrative routine punctuated by acute crises. He builds aqueducts to improve water supply in cities suffering from drought. He funds schools in provincial towns. He reforms legal codes to protect women and slaves from the worst forms of abuse that Roman law traditionally permits. He tries to govern with the same measured competence that Antoninus demonstrated, balancing justice with pragmatism, ideals with realities, but the pressure never truly relents. The empire is too large, too complex, too full of people whose interests naturally conflict. Every decision he makes helps someone and hurts someone else. Justice in one province means injustice in another because circumstances differ. The machinery of power grinds forward regardless of his best intentions, crushing some people while elevating others, and the emperor can only try to minimize the cruelty without being able to eliminate it entirely. You watch him age visibly during these years under the weight of constant crisis. Grey threads through his hair like silver wire, lines deepen around his eyes and mouth, carved by years of squinting at documents and frowning at bad news. His hands develop the slight tremor that comes from writing too many reports, making too many decisions that affect lives he will never directly see or know. His stomach problems worsen from stress and irregular meals and the general toll of carrying burdens that would break most people. He's trying to be a good emperor. Whether he succeeds is a question he cannot answer with certainty. The only thing he knows for sure is that tomorrow will bring more problems requiring his attention, more difficult choices where every option carries significant costs, more opportunities to either act according to reason or fail in the attempt. You're now in the year 170. Marcus is approaching 50 years old, though his body feels considerably older than the calendar suggests. The palace in Rome feels smaller than it used to, or perhaps he has simply grown tired of its marble luxury and political intrigue. The empire demands more of him than ever before. War has come to the northern frontier in force. Germanic tribes have crossed the Danube River in significant numbers, not as raiders but as invaders seeking new territory. They have burned Roman settlements to the ground, killed Roman citizens, disrupted the careful order that the empire has maintained for generations through military force and diplomatic arrangements. Marcus must respond, which means leaving Rome and taking personal command of the legions stationed along the frontier. He has never particularly wanted to be a soldier. His entire education focused on philosophy and law and administration, not military tactics and battlefield strategy. He can ride a horse competently and handle a sword well enough for ceremonial purposes, but he has never thought of himself as a warrior emperor in the tradition of Trajan or Caesar. But circumstances do not care about personal preferences or natural inclinations. The emperor must lead the army, so he will lead. The journey north takes weeks of hard travelling through Italy and over the Alps into the provinces beyond. You travel with his column through cultivated farmland that gradually gives way to denser forests and wider rivers. The landscape changes as you move from the Mediterranean world into territories that feel less tamed, less thoroughly Roman. The air grows colder with each passing day. The sky turns the colour of old pewter, heavy with moisture that promises rain or snow. Marcus establishes his headquarters in a military camp along the Danube, in a region that will someday be called Austria. The camp follows standard Roman military design, a rectangle of earthworks and wooden palisades that could be quickly constructed by legionaries who have built hundreds of identical camps in their careers. Inside the defensive perimeter, the soldiers have constructed barracks, granaries, workshops, a hospital, stables, and all the other infrastructure needed to sustain an army operating far from home for extended periods. The camp smells like every military installation that has ever existed. Wood smoke from countless fires, leather from equipment and tack, horse sweat and manure from the cavalry mounts. The particular sharp scent of male bodies living in close quarters, mixed with the earthier smell of mud that defines military life in any climate that receives regular rain. It is a world away from the perfumed palace and clean streets of Rome. Marcus's personal quarters are simple by any standard, and almost absurdly so by imperial standards. A tent divided into sections for sleeping, working and receiving visitors. A camp bed with a thin mattress stuffed with straw. A desk made of rough planks supported by trestles, piled with maps showing the terrain and enemy positions. Reports from scouts. Letters from officials back in Rome who need decisions on matters that cannot wait for the emperor's return. A brazier provides inadequate warmth against the winter cold that seeps through canvas walls. This is not comfort. This is war. The fighting along the frontier proves difficult and frustrating in ways that conventional battles are not. The Germanic tribes do not fight the way Romans prefer and expect. They avoid set-piece battles where Roman discipline, training and organisation would give decisive advantage. Instead, they strike quickly from forest cover and fade away before the legions can respond effectively. They ambush supply columns, they raid settlements and retreat across the river before reinforcements arrive. They use mobility and local knowledge to offset Roman advantages in equipment and tactics. Marcus learns the rhythm of military campaigning, dawn inspections of the troops to check their readiness and morale, strategy meetings with his generals, hardened men who have spent their entire adult lives in the army, to discuss intelligence reports and tactical options. Hours spent reviewing information about enemy movements, trying to predict what the tribes will do next, where they might strike, how Roman forces can intercept them, or at least respond more quickly. Decisions about where to send reinforcements, when to attack, when to consolidate positions and wait. The work feels endless and often futile, like trying to hold back the tide with your bare hands. But it is during these years on campaign, away from all the comforts of Rome and surrounded by mud and soldiers and constant danger, that Marcus does some of his most important philosophical writing. In the evenings after the day's military work is done, after he has eaten his simple meal and reviewed the final reports and given the necessary orders for tomorrow, he sits in his tent with an oil lamp burning and writes in Greek on whatever material is available. Sometimes papyrus if the supply lines have brought it. Sometimes wax tablets. Sometimes both, using the tablets for rough drafts and copying the better thoughts onto papyrus for more permanent keeping. The words flow from his stylus as he tries to make sense of his life, to find meaning in circumstances that often feel meaningless, to maintain his grip on the Stoic principles he learned decades ago in that Roman garden. These writings are completely private meditations. He never imagines they will be read by millions of people across 2,000 years of history, that they will be translated into dozens of languages, that they will become one of the foundational texts of Stoic philosophy. He is simply talking to himself on paper, reminding himself of what he believes, wrestling with the enormous gap between who he wants to be and who he actually is in practice. You read over his shoulder as he writes by lamplight. The flame flickers in draughts that penetrate the tent despite its thick canvas. Outside you can hear sentries calling passwords to each other as they change watch. The distant lowing of cattle in the supply pen. The endless whisper of the Danube River flowing past the camp, carrying snowmelt from mountains upstream toward the Black Sea downstream. The sounds of an army settling into another night of waiting for tomorrow's uncertain events. Marcus writes about mortality with the focus of someone who knows his own death approaches. He notes that life is short and death is certain for every living thing. This observation does not depress him or fill him with morbid darkness. Instead, it focuses his attention sharply on what actually matters in the limited time available. If you truly understood in your bones how little time you have, would you waste it on anger or petty grievances? Would you spend your days pursuing wealth and status and the admiration of people whose opinions mean nothing? Or would you focus on living according to virtue, treating other people with kindness, using your reason to understand the world as it actually is rather than as you wish it to be? He writes about duty with the conviction of someone who did not choose his responsibilities, but has accepted them anyway. You did not choose to be born into a particular family at a particular time in a particular place. You did not choose to become emperor. You did not ask for plague or war or any of the crises that have defined your reign. But you are here. The universe has placed certain responsibilities in your path. Running from duty makes you less than fully human. Animals flee from discomfort toward pleasure. Humans can choose to face difficulty because reason tells them it is right. He writes extensively about other people and how to deal with the frustration they inevitably cause. Most humans are fools who chase after foolish things. They value money over wisdom, pleasure over virtue, reputation over actual goodness. Their opinions about you are worthless because they are judging based on stupid criteria. But their essential humanity is not worthless. They are part of the same cosmic order that you inhabit. You have an obligation to treat them with patience and understanding, even when they irritate you beyond your capacity for endurance. When someone wrongs you, remember that they are acting according to their own nature, pursuing what they mistakenly believe is good. You cannot change their nature. You can only control your own response. He writes about the universe itself and the Stoic conception of cosmic order. The Stoics believe in a rational cosmos, a universe governed by divine reason that humans can access through their own capacity for rational thought. Everything that happens is part of a larger pattern that serves purposes beyond individual human understanding. Disease, death, war, suffering, all of it fits into a cosmic plan. Some of it results from human foolishness and could be avoided with better choices. But much of it is simply nature operating according to its laws. The wise person accepts this reality and does not rage against fate like a child having a tantrum because the weather does not suit his preferences. These ideas provide Marcus with a framework for enduring what would otherwise be psychologically unendurable. The war drags on year after year with no clear resolution in sight. The plague continues to kill Romans and Germans alike, not caring about political boundaries or military strategies. His own health begins failing in noticeable ways. He develops severe stomach problems that leave him weak and in constant pain. He can no longer eat the same food as his soldiers. He survives on bland porridge and boiled vegetables, anything that will not trigger his digestive issues. His joints ache from the damp climate and too many nights sleeping on hard surfaces in cold tents. He's aging rapidly under the accumulated stress. But he continues writing despite the physical discomfort and mental exhaustion. The practice helps him maintain some measure of sanity in circumstances that would drive many people mad. When the external world feels chaotic and meaningless, he can create meaning through his own thoughts and actions. No external circumstance can take away his ability to reason, to choose virtue over vice, to remain true to what he believes even when everyone around him abandons principle for convenience. You watch him work through a particularly difficult passage about fear and death. He notes that we fear death because we imagine it as a terrible thing, an ending full of pain and loss and darkness. But death is simply the dissolution of the elements that temporarily formed your physical body. Those elements will return to the universe and eventually be recombined into new forms. Nothing is truly destroyed in nature, only transformed from one configuration to another. Understanding this should free you from the terror of mortality. But understanding intellectually and feeling emotionally are different things. Marcus admits in his private writing that he is still afraid of death despite all his philosophy. The fear lives in his chest, a cold weight that no amount of rational thinking completely removes. But Stoicism does not promise the absence of difficult emotions. It offers a framework for managing them. You can acknowledge fear without letting it control your choices. You can feel grief without being destroyed by it. You can experience anger without acting on it destructively. The philosophy he practices is not just intellectual exercise or abstract theorizing, it is a survival tool for maintaining human dignity under inhuman conditions. Without these beliefs to anchor him, the weight of ruling during constant crisis might break him entirely, might turn him into the kind of tyrant who responds to suffering by causing more suffering. His wife Faustina visits the camp occasionally when the military situation permits, and the journey is not impossibly dangerous. She travels north through territory only recently secured, accompanied by substantial military escort. The trip is difficult for her. Days of hard travelling in carriages over rough roads, sleeping in military way stations that offer minimal comfort. But she comes anyway because Marcus needs her presence, needs the connection to someone who knew him before all this started. They walk together along the camp perimeter when she arrives, talking quietly about their children back in Rome, about the city itself and whether things are functioning smoothly in the Emperor's absence, about the war and whether it will ever truly end. Their relationship has a depth that outsiders never see, and historians will later fail to appreciate. Faustina is not the delicate aristocrat that Roman society expects women of her class to be. She is intelligent, politically astute, tougher than her refined appearance suggests. She understands the demands of public life perhaps better than Marcus does. She has been performing imperial grace since childhood, raised in the palace, trained from birth for this role. They will have 13 children together over the course of their marriage. Only a handful will survive to adulthood. Each loss carves new lines in their faces, deepens the shared grief they carry through their public performances. Romans expect strength from their imperial couple. Showing too much sorrow would be interpreted as weakness, so they smile through state functions and official ceremonies while privately mourning children who will never grow up. Marcus writes about these losses in his journal. He tries to apply Stoic principles to the most painful experiences a human can endure. Children are not possessions you own. They're gifts temporarily entrusted to your care. The universe can reclaim them at any moment. Understanding this should prepare you for loss. But understanding and feeling are not the same thing. The years accumulate like snow building on a mountain slope. 170 becomes 175 becomes 180. Marcus's hair turns completely grey and then begins to thin noticeably. His face becomes weathered from too much time outdoors in harsh climates, skin roughened by wind and sun and cold. He looks 20 years older than his actual age, worn down by responsibility and grief and the constant grinding work of trying to hold things together. But the writing continues through all of it. Page after page of observations about how to live well in a world that cares nothing for your comfort or preferences. How to maintain inner freedom when external circumstances keep you chained to duty. How to treat other people with kindness even when exhausted beyond measure and surrounded by fools. How to accept mortality while still caring enough to do the work in front of you. He is creating a manual for himself on how to be human under impossible conditions. The fact that it will eventually help millions of other people struggling with their own impossible conditions is an accident of history he never intended or imagined. He's just trying to survive with some shred of integrity and tact, to make it through each day without betraying the principles he learned in that garden. So many years ago when he was young and everything still seemed possible. You're standing on the banks of the Danube in the year 178. The river runs grey and cold under a sky that promises snow before nightfall. Ice forms at the edges where the current moves slowly, thin sheets that will thicken as winter deepens. Marcus Aurelius is 57 years old. He has been fighting this war for nearly a decade, with only occasional returns to Rome for administrative necessities that cannot be handled through correspondence. The campaign season has just ended. Winter makes military operations impractical and dangerous. Soldiers cannot march effectively through deep snow. Supply lines become unreliable when roads are impassable. The cold kills as efficiently as any enemy. So the legions have withdrawn to their winter camps to wait for spring, when the cycle of marching and fighting and dying can resume. Marcus does not return to Rome this year. He stays with the army in their winter quarters, sharing their discomfort, proving through his physical presence that an emperor can endure what he asks his soldiers to endure. This decision carries symbolic weight that the legionaries understand and appreciate. Many previous emperors conducted wars from a comfortable distance, sending orders to generals while enjoying palace luxuries. Marcus has spent years living in military camps, eating camp food, sleeping in campaign tents, exposing himself to the same dangers and privations as common soldiers. The winter camp spreads across a hillside overlooking the river, protected by earthwork walls and wooden palisades that the soldiers have reinforced against attack. Smoke rises from hundreds of cooking fires scattered throughout the camp. The smell of roasting meat and baking bread mingles with the sharper scent of latrine pits that never quite stop smelling despite the soldiers' best efforts at maintenance. The odour of horse manure from the cavalry stables adds another layer. Life in a Roman military camp operates according to strict routine that continues regardless of weather or circumstances. Drills in the morning to keep combat skills sharp, maintenance of equipment so that armour, weapons and tools remain functional, construction projects to strengthen fortifications or build new structures, endless small tasks that keep an army ready to fight rather than letting soldiers grow soft and undisciplined during inactive periods. Marcus walks through the camp each day despite the cold that makes his joints ache worse than usual. His body protests these inspections with pain that radiates through his knees and hips and lower back. His stomach problems have worsened to the point where he can barely tolerate any food. He survives on bland porridge that does not aggravate his condition, occasionally supplemented with boiled vegetables if they are available and soft enough not to cause problems. The rich military rations that sustain the soldiers are impossible for him now. His body has become a rebellious province that refuses to obey orders, but he makes himself visible to the troops anyway. The men need to see that their emperor has not abandoned them to fight alone while he retreats to safety and comfort. He stops to watch a century of soldiers practicing with their javelins in an open area of the camp. The men wear heavy wool cloaks against the cold, breath-making clouds in the frozen air. They throw their weapons at targets made of bundled straw and wood, the iron points making solid, thunking sounds on impact. Their techniques are practiced and efficient. These are professional soldiers who have trained for years to master their craft. The centurion in charge of the drill notices the emperor watching from a respectful distance. He barks an order and the men come to rigid attention, pilums held vertically beside their bodies. Marcus waves his hand in a gesture that says, "Continue what you are doing. Do not interrupt your training for ceremony." The soldiers return to their practice, though their movements become slightly more self-conscious now that they know they are being observed by the most powerful man in the empire. This is leadership at its most fundamental and unglamorous level. Not grand speeches in the Senate or dramatic gestures that historians will record. Just the simple act of being present with your people, of sharing the cold and the boredom and the endless grey days of waiting for spring, of demonstrating through your physical body that you have not separated yourself from the collective suffering. Later in the afternoon, Marcus retreats to his headquarters building for some relief from the cold. The structure is more substantial than a campaign tent, but still Spartan by palace standards. Stone walls constructed by military engineers, wooden floors that creak underfoot, a fireplace that produces more smoke than heat despite the builder's best efforts at proper chimney design. He sits at his desk, wrapped in a heavy cloak lined with wool, and picks up his journal. The writing comes harder now than it used to. His hands shake from the cold and from the progression of whatever illness is slowly consuming him from within. The stylus feels heavy in fingers that have lost some of their dexterity. The words take longer to form on the page. His thoughts still flow with their usual philosophical depth, but transcribing them requires more effort and concentration than it once did. But he persists because the practice has become essential to his sense of who he is. Without the writing, he might lose track of himself entirely in the grinding machinery of war and empire. He writes about time and mortality with the focus of someone who can feel his own death approaching. Another year has passed and disappeared into the past like water flowing over stones. How many more does he have? Not many, he suspects with grim certainty. His body is failing in ways that cannot be hidden or denied. The question is not whether he will die soon, but whether he will die well. Will he maintain his philosophical principles until the very end, or will pain and fear erode the convictions he has spent a lifetime building? Will his last thoughts be of virtue and cosmic order, or will he die raging against fate like any frightened animal? The Stoics believe that a good death is possible, and even achievable with proper mental preparation. Not good in the sense of painless or comfortable or prolonged. Good in the sense of meeting your end with courage and acceptance. understanding that death is as natural as birth, that refusing to die makes as much sense as a leaf refusing to fall from a tree in autumn. Death is part of the pattern. Every living thing dies. Fighting against this fundamental fact is pointless and exhausting. Marcus tests his own beliefs against his actual feelings with ruthless honesty. He is afraid of death despite all his philosophy and years of meditation. The fear lives in his chest, a cold weight that no amount of rational thinking completely removes. His stomach clenches when he thinks too directly about not existing, about the world continuing without him, about all his knowledge and experience simply vanishing like smoke. But Stoicism has never promised him the absence of difficult emotions. It offers instead a framework for managing those emotions without letting them control behaviour. You can acknowledge fear without fleeing from it. You can feel the instinct to cling to life while still accepting that life must end. The war has reached a frustrating stalemate that feels almost designed to test his patience. The Romans have pushed the Germanic tribes back from the frontier repeatedly, inflicting casualties and reclaiming territory. But complete victory remains perpetually out of reach. The enemy melts into the vast forests when pressed too hard, disappearing into terrain where Roman legions cannot effectively pursue them. They return when the pressure eases, resuming their raids and incursions. Marcus has spent years of his remaining life trying to solve a military problem that may have no permanent solution, fighting an enemy that refuses to stand still long enough to be decisively defeated. Part of him wants to simply declare victory, regardless of the actual situation, and go home to Rome, return to the palace, enjoy whatever time he has left in relative comfort. Let someone else deal with these endless frontier troubles. The legions could hold the line well enough under competent generals. His personal presence is not strictly necessary for basic defence. But duty does not work that way. Duty does not care about his fatigue or his legitimate desire for rest. The job is not finished. The border is not truly secure. Leaving now would betray all the men who have already died in this conflict, would render their sacrifices meaningless. So he stays through another brutal winter, through another campaign season, through another year of his steadily diminishing life spent in camps and battlefields, far from anything he actually enjoys or values. His son Commodus visits the camp during this period, arriving with an escort of Praetorian guards. The young man is now 18 years old, nearly 19. Marcus has been grooming him for years to eventually take power, though this process fills the emperor with private anxiety that he shares only with his journal. Commodus does not share his father's philosophical inclinations or serious temperament. He prefers gladiatorial combat and physical contest to books and meditation. He loves spectacle and attention. He is brash where Marcus is measured, impulsive where Marcus is deliberate, confident where Marcus is thoughtful. You watch father and son walk together along the camp perimeter during one of Commodus's visits. They make an odd pairing. Marcus moves slowly and carefully, conserving his limited energy, each step requiring conscious effort. Commodus strides ahead with the careless vitality of youth and good health, then has to pause and wait for his father to catch up. The physical gap between them mirrors deeper differences in temperament and values. They talk about the war and its progress. They discuss politics in Rome and the various factions competing for influence. They review reports about grain supplies and tax revenues and all the administrative details that keep an empire functioning. Marcus tries to impart some wisdom about the responsibilities of power, about how ruling means serving rather than being served, about the importance of treating people with basic dignity regardless of their status. He explains that an emperor's choices affect millions of lives, that decisions made carelessly or selfishly can cause suffering on scales that ordinary people cannot imagine. Commodus listens with the polite but glazed expression of a young man who thinks he already knows everything important. He nods at appropriate moments. He asks questions that sound engaged but reveal how little he is absorbed. The conversation leaves Marcus feeling profoundly melancholy. He is preparing to hand the empire to someone who may not be ready for it, who may not understand what readiness even means. But what realistic alternative exists? The system of adoption that brought Marcus to power worked because specific circumstances allowed it. Hadrian chose Antoninus. Antoninus chose Marcus. Both decisions were possible because neither man had a biological son who expected to inherit. But Marcus does have a biological son. Roman society expects Commodus to become emperor. Passing over him in favour of a more qualified candidate from outside the family would likely trigger civil war. The empire cannot afford that kind of instability and bloodshed. So Marcus must prepare Commodus as best he can and hope that responsibility will mature him in ways that tutoring has not. He returns to his quarters that evening as darkness settles over the camp like a heavy blanket. The fire in the hearth has burned down to embers. He adds more wood carefully, coaxing the flames back to life. The warmth feels good on his aching joints and chilled skin. He sits in his usual chair wrapped in his cloak and stares into the fire for a long time before picking up his journal. The writing that night focuses on acceptance and control. He cannot control whether Commodus will become a good emperor or a terrible one. He cannot control whether the war will end in triumph or stalemate or eventual defeat. He cannot control his own body's decline or the timing of his death. These things are beyond his power to determine. The only thing he truly controls is his own mind, his own responses to circumstances, his own choices about how to think and act within the constraints imposed by reality. This is the core of Stoic wisdom. External events will happen according to their own logic. People will behave according to their natures. The universe will unfold according to laws that care nothing for human preferences. You cannot change these facts, but you can choose how you relate to them. You can maintain reason in the face of chaos. You can practice virtue even when surrounded by vice. You can meet difficulty with courage rather than despair. He writes until his hand cramps painfully, and his eyes can no longer focus on the page. Then he extinguishes the lamp and lies down in the darkness. Sleep comes slowly, as it usually does now. His mind continues working through problems and questions even as his body tries to rest. The camp is quiet around him, except for the usual night sounds. Sentries walking their routes, the occasional whinny from the horse lines, the whisper of wind through the wooden palisades. Outside, snow begins to fall. The first flakes drift past his window, illuminated briefly by the dying firelight before disappearing into the night. The Danube flows on just beyond the camp walls, indifferent to empires and emperors and the tiny human dramas playing out along its banks. The river has been here long before Rome existed. It will continue long after Rome falls to ruins. Marcus lies in the darkness, feeling every one of his 57 years in his bones and joints and stomach. Tomorrow will bring more of the same challenges, more decisions about troop movements and supply routes, more reports about skirmishes and casualties, more opportunities to act according to reason, or to fail in the attempt. He is tired in ways that sleep cannot fix, but fatigue is not an excuse to abandon duty or compromise principles. The Stoic ideal is not to be superhuman or to transcend human limitations. It is to remain fully human under conditions that would dehumanize most people, to maintain compassion when surrounded by violence, to preserve reason when chaos threatens, to practice virtue when vice would be easier and more rewarding in the short term. Marcus is attempting this impossible task in real time under impossible conditions. Whether he succeeds is almost beside the point. The attempt itself is what matters. You're in the year 179, though the specific date matters less than the accumulated weight of all the days that came before. Spring has returned to the Danube frontier after another punishing winter. The snow has melted into mud that sucks at boots and makes every movement through the camp require extra effort. Marcus Aurelius is 58 years old. His body continues its slow but inexorable rebellion against him. The morning routine has become a ritual so ingrained that Marcus could perform it in complete darkness. He wakes before dawn, a habit developed over decades of disciplined living that his aging body no longer lets him break even when he wants more sleep. His joints protest immediately as he swings his legs out of bed and plants his feet on the cold floor. The pain has become such a constant companion that its absence would feel strange now. He does not complain about it aloud. Complaining serves no useful purpose except to burden other people with information they cannot act upon. He washes his face in cold water from a bronze basin that a servant has filled and left beside his bed. The shock of it helps clear the fog of sleep and the grogginess that seems to cling to him more stubbornly each morning. His reflection in the polished metal mirror shows a man who looks ancient. Grey hair thin enough that his scalp shows through in places, deep lines carved into his face by years of squinting at documents and frowning at bad news, dark circles under eyes that have seen too much suffering. He looks away from the mirror. Vanity is a waste of time. A servant brings him his breakfast, the same bland porridge that has become his dietary staple. Barley cooked soft and mixed with a small amount of honey for minimal flavour. Rich foods, meats, anything with strong spices or oils, all of these make his stomach problems worse. So he has learned through painful trial and error to find satisfaction in the simplicity. The Stoics would approve. Needing less makes you stronger than having more. After eating, he spends time in quiet contemplation before the day's demands flood in. Not prayer in the traditional religious sense of asking the gods for favours. The Stoics believe the divine exists but does not intervene in human affairs based on requests. Rather, this is a kind of mental preparation for the challenges ahead. He thinks through the principles he wants to live by today. He reminds himself that most things people worry about are not actually worth the energy spent worrying. He focuses his attention on what he can actually control, which is primarily his own thoughts and reactions to events. This mental discipline is not easy and never becomes automatic despite decades of practice. His mind wants to wander toward anxiety about the war that shows no signs of ending, grief about children dead before their time, frustration with incompetent officials who make his job harder through their laziness or corruption, fear about his deteriorating health and approaching death. But he has trained himself over many years to notice when his thoughts spiral into unproductive territory and to gently redirect them toward more useful channels. The Stoic practice is emphatically not about suppressing emotions or pretending everything is fine when it clearly is not. That would be dishonest and psychologically harmful. It is instead about maintaining perspective on what deserves emotional energy and what does not. Will this problem matter in 100 years? In 1,000? If not, then why let it consume your limited time and mental resources? If yes, then respond with appropriate action rather than useless distress. You follow him through a typical day that reveals how philosophy translates into actual governance. He reviews reports from scouts about Germanic tribal movements across the river. The intelligence is fragmentary and often contradictory. One report says the tribes are massing for a major offensive. Another says they are fighting among themselves and pose no immediate threat. He must make decisions based on incomplete information, choosing how to deploy limited resources without knowing whether he is responding to a real danger or a phantom. He meets with his generals to discuss tactical options for the coming campaign season. These are hardened professional soldiers who have spent their entire adult lives in the army. They understand combat and logistics better than Marcus ever will despite his years in the field. But they also tend towards solutions that involve maximum application of force. The generals see every problem as requiring military violence to solve. Marcus has to balance their aggressive instincts against political and economic realities. Endless campaigning exhausts the treasury and depletes manpower. At some point, the Empire must find ways to secure the frontier that do not require constant warfare. He adjudicates disputes between officers that could escalate into feuds damaging to unit cohesion and effectiveness. Two centurions are arguing about who deserves credit for a successful skirmish. Both men want the recognition that comes with victory. Marcus listens to each side present their version of events. He asks clarifying questions. He tries to determine what actually happened versus what each man wants to have happened. Eventually he makes a ruling that neither centurion is entirely happy with, but both can accept. This is the art of leadership. Perfect solutions rarely exist. You aim for outcomes that minimize resentment while maintaining basic fairness. He writes letters to the Senate in Rome about administrative matters that cannot wait for his physical return. Tax policy questions that require imperial approval. Requests for funding for public works projects. Legal reforms that senators have proposed and want the emperor's endorsement or veto. He dictates these letters to scribes who write faster than he can, though he still reviews and edits the final text himself before applying his seal. Every communication that leaves his office carries his authority. Carelessness can create problems that take months to untangle. The work is tedious and seems endless. Each problem he solves creates two more in ways that feel almost designed to frustrate any sense of progress. Each decision he makes reveals new complications he had not anticipated. Governing an empire is like trying to sweep sand on a windy beach. You can work constantly without ever truly finishing the task, but Marcus finds meaning in the effort itself, rather than in achieving some perfect end state. He is not trying to create a utopia or solve all human problems. That would be impossible, and attempting it would be foolish. He is simply trying to do his duty as competently as his limited abilities allow. The universe does not require him to succeed at everything or to achieve perfection in anything. It only requires him to make honest efforts according to reason and virtue. In the afternoon, he receives an unexpected visitor. A young officer from one of the legions has requested an audience with the emperor. The request is unusual enough that Marcus's advisors approved it out of curiosity. The man stands at rigid attention in Marcus's office, clearly nervous about being in the physical presence of someone he normally only sees at a distance during formal inspections. Marcus gestures for him to sit. The informality catches the officer completely off guard. Emperors do not usually invite junior officers to sit in their presence as if they were equals. There are protocols and hierarchies that everyone understands and follows. But Marcus has never cared much for unnecessary formality when it serves no practical purpose. The officer is a human being who deserves basic respect and comfort regardless of his rank in the military hierarchy. The young man hesitates, then sits stiffly on the edge of his chair. He explains his concern in carefully chosen words. He has noticed problems with how supplies are being distributed within his legion. Certain centurions seem to be diverting goods meant for the common soldiers and selling them for personal profit. The corruption is not massive in scale, not something that threatens the army's overall function. But it bothers him deeply. It violates the trust that should exist between leaders and those they lead. He felt he should report it to someone in authority, though doing so puts him at serious risk of retaliation from the officers involved. They could make his life miserable in dozens of small ways that would never be visible to higher command. Marcus listens without interrupting until the officer finishes his account. Then he asks several clarifying questions designed to understand the specific details rather than just the general accusation. Who exactly is involved? What goods are being diverted? How long has this been happening? Has the officer discussed this with his immediate superiors? If so, what was their response? The conversation reveals Marcus's fundamental approach to both justice and leadership. He believes in fairness applied consistently across all levels of society. Rich and poor, powerful and weak, all should be subject to the same ethical standards and legal protections. This principle is not always achievable in practice, given political realities and power imbalances. Compromise often becomes necessary, but he tries to move toward justice even when he cannot fully achieve it in any given situation. He thanks the young officer seriously for bringing the matter to his attention. He promises to investigate the allegations discreetly, through channels that will not expose the whistleblower to retaliation. He emphasizes that the Empire needs soldiers willing to speak truth to power, even when doing so carries personal risk. The officer leaves looking both relieved that he was taken seriously, and slightly amazed that the Emperor spent time on what many people would consider a minor administrative matter. After the man departs, Marcus sits quietly for a moment before the next appointment arrives. He thinks about how easy it would be to ignore small corruptions like this. The Empire is vast beyond human comprehension. You cannot possibly police every minor abuse that occurs in every corner of it. Resources are limited. Attention is finite. Focusing on small problems means neglecting larger ones. Many reasonable people would argue that an emperor should concern himself with grand strategy and major crises, not with whether some centurions are stealing from their men. But if you ignore small injustices because they seem insignificant compared to larger problems, where exactly do you draw the line? At what point does tolerance of minor wrongdoing become complicity in systemic corruption? If leaders can steal from common soldiers without consequence, what message does that send about the Empire's actual values versus its proclaimed principles? These are the kinds of questions that occupy Marcus's mind constantly. There are no perfect answers available, only better and worse choices made with imperfect information, in situations where every option carries costs that someone will have to pay. As evening approaches, he takes a walk through the camp despite his physical discomfort. Movement helps his joints more than rest does, paradoxically. The soldiers are finishing their daily tasks as the sun begins its descent toward the western horizon. Smoke rises from cooking fires being prepared for the evening meal. The smell of roasting meat makes Marcus's stomach turn unpleasantly, but he breathes through the nausea. The discomfort will pass or it will not. Either way, he has other things requiring his attention. A group of off-duty legionaries are playing dice near one of the barracks, gambling on outcomes with small copper coins. They notice the Emperor passing and scramble to their feet in hasty respect. Marcus tells them to continue their game and not to worry about ceremony. They do resume playing, though their enjoyment is now muted by self-consciousness, about being observed by the most powerful man in the Empire. He wishes he could restore their ease, but recognises that his mere presence changes the atmosphere whether he wants it to or not. This is one cost of leadership that no one discusses. You lose the ability to interact with people naturally. Everyone performs for you instead of being themselves. He continues walking until he reaches the camp's edge overlooking the river. The Danube flows wide and dark, reflecting the orange and pink light of the setting sun. Across the water lies territory that Rome does not control and may never control. Forests where the Germanic tribes live according to their own customs, unburdened by imperial bureaucracy and taxation and all the machinery of civilization that Romans consider normal and necessary. Marcus sometimes envies them their freedom, though he recognizes this envy is probably naive and romanticizes their actual conditions. They face their own hardships that he knows nothing about. Survival in those forests is harsh and uncertain, but they do not spend their lives making decisions that affect millions of people they will never meet. They do not lie awake at night worrying about whether they have chosen correctly in situations where every choice leads to someone suffering. Their lives are smaller, but perhaps more comprehensible because of that smallness. But this envy is pointless and indulgent. He is where circumstances have placed him. The universe gave him this role to play in the cosmic drama. His task is to fulfill his assigned part as well as his abilities permit, not to wish he had been cast in a different role entirely. Wishing you were someone else or somewhere else is a waste of the finite time you've been given to be yourself in this specific place. He returns to his quarters as darkness settles over the camp like a heavy woolen blanket. He lights his oil lamp and opens his journal to the next blank page. The familiar weight of the stylus in his hand brings a sense of comfort and grounding. This is his truest self in many ways. Not the emperor performing for senators and soldiers, but the private man thinking through problems in writing meant only for his own eyes. He writes about the persistent gap between philosophical theory and actual practice. Stoic philosophy sounds beautiful and achievable when you read it in books or discuss it in comfortable settings. Be rational, accept fate, treat others with kindness, maintain perspective on what matters, simple principles that make perfect sense. But applying them in real situations proves endlessly complex and frustrating. How do you balance justice with mercy when those principles point in different directions? How do you maintain inner peace while making decisions that will definitely result in people dying? How do you accept your own mortality intellectually while your instincts scream at you to cling to life with every fibre of your being? The writing does not solve these problems or resolve the contradictions, but it helps him live with the tensions rather than being torn apart by them. It creates a space where he can be completely honest about his doubts and fears and failures without having to maintain the public persona of an emperor who projects certainty and strength. The journal knows him as he actually is, not as Romans need him to appear to be. He writes until his hand cramps painfully, and his eyes can no longer focus clearly on the page in the flickering lamplight. Then he extinguishes the flame and lies down in the darkness of his simple quarters. Sleep comes slowly, resisted by a mind that continues working through problems even as his body desperately needs rest. Tomorrow will bring more of the same, more decisions where perfect options do not exist, more compromises between competing goods, more attempts to live according to principles that the world seems specifically designed to test. He is tired in ways that go far beyond physical exhaustion. He has been tired for years now. But fatigue is not an excuse to stop trying, or to abandon the values he has spent a lifetime cultivating. The Stoic ideal is not to be superhuman, or to transcend normal human limitations and weaknesses. It is to remain fully and authentically human under conditions that would dehumanize most people, to maintain compassion when surrounded by violence, to preserve reason when chaos threatens on all sides, to practice virtue when vice would be easier and more immediately rewarding. Marcus is attempting this impossible balancing act in real time under genuinely impossible conditions. Whether he succeeds in any objective sense is almost beside the point. The attempt itself is what matters most. The daily effort to choose better rather than worse, to act with integrity rather than expediency, to treat people as ends in themselves rather than as means to his purposes. This is the work of being human. This is what philosophy looks like when actually practiced rather than just discussed. You're in the military camp at Vindobona in the year 180. The modern city of Vienna will someday rise on this location, but right now it is just another Roman frontier post along the Danube. Spring has arrived again with its usual promise of renewal, though Marcus Aurelius will not live to see the summer that follows. He is 58 years old and dying. The illness that has plagued him for years with increasing severity has finally gained complete and irreversible control of his failing body. Fever burns through him in waves, making his skin hot to the touch despite the cool spring air flowing through his quarters. His stomach can tolerate almost nothing anymore. Even the bland porridge that sustained him through recent years now comes back up within hours of eating. Pain radiates through his abdomen in ways that make clear something fundamental has gone wrong internally. The physicians attend him constantly with their limited repertoire of treatments, but they have nothing effective to offer. Medicine in the 2nd century understands very little about disease processes or internal organs. They can set broken bones and stitch wounds, but systemic illness remains beyond their ability to diagnose or treat. Marcus knows with certainty that he is dying. He has prepared himself for this moment through decades of philosophical contemplation and private writing. Death is natural and inevitable. Everyone dies. Rich and poor, emperor and slave, philosopher and fool. The question that matters is not whether you will die, because that outcome is guaranteed. The question is how you will meet your end. Will you face death with courage and dignity and acceptance of natural processes, or will you thrash and rage and fall apart when comfortable theory finally meets uncomfortable reality? He lies in his bed, lacking the strength to stand or even sit up for more than brief periods. The room spins when he tries to move too quickly. Weakness has invaded every muscle and joint. Simply lifting his arm requires conscious effort and leaves him exhausted. Commodus sits in a chair nearby, watching his father fade hour by hour. The young man's face shows genuine distress. Whatever his character flaws and shortcomings as a future emperor, he genuinely loves his father. The imminent loss clearly pains him in ways he has no training or temperament to process effectively. Marcus tries to speak to his son about duty and virtue, and the immense responsibilities that will soon fall entirely on his shoulders. He wants to give Commodus final guidance about how to rule, about the importance of treating people fairly, about remembering that an emperor's power should be used for service rather than self-aggrandizement. But the words come out weak and fragmented, broken by coughing fits and the confusion that fever brings. His usually clear thinking has been scattered by the illness ravaging his body. He cannot deliver the wise farewell speech he had perhaps imagined during healthier moments, when death seemed more distant and theoretical. Instead, he simply tells Commodus to think of the army and the soldiers who have fought so bravely for Rome over these long years of frontier warfare. The legionaries deserve a leader who will actually care about their welfare rather than viewing them as expendable tools. His simple advice is all Marcus can manage to articulate through the fog of sickness. He hopes it will be enough, though he suspects it will not be. The military commanders take turns visiting their dying emperor. They stand at rigid attention beside his bed, these hardened men who have spent years following his orders in difficult campaigns. Some of them weep openly, not caring who sees their tears. An emperor who shared their discomfort and danger rather than commanding from safe distance has earned genuine loyalty that goes beyond duty or self-interest. They do not want to lose him, both for personal reasons and because they understand that what comes after Marcus may be considerably worse. Marcus tries to comfort them despite his own suffering. He reminds them in a whisper that death comes to everyone eventually. His dying serves the natural order of things. They should not grieve for him as if something wrong or unjust has happened. He has lived according to reason as well as his limited abilities allowed. He has tried to be a good emperor and a decent man. That effort will have to be enough. The universe does not grade on perfection. It only requires honest attempts. On the 6th day of March, his condition worsens dramatically. The fever spikes even higher, making his skin burn against the cool cloths that attendants keep placing on his forehead. Lucidity comes and goes like lamplight flickering in the wind. He drifts between awareness of the present moment and memories from decades past that feel more vivid and real than his actual surroundings. He sees himself as a young student in that Roman garden so many years ago, listening to Apollonius speak about virtue and freedom and the proper use of reason. The fountain's splash sounds clear in his ears. The smell of jasmine fills his nose. You can see the stylus in his teenage hand, ink-stained fingers forming Greek letters on warm wax. He sees Antoninus teaching him how to govern with integrity, demonstrating through patient example that power does not have to corrupt if you remain vigilant about your own motives and choices. The older emperor's calm voice explaining about duty and service echoes in his feverish mind. He sees Faustina's face, younger and unlined by the grief that will mark her later years, her smile on their wedding day, her strength during the births of their children, her quiet support through plague and war and all the impossible demands of being married to an emperor. She has been dead for several years now, taken by illness while travelling. He will join her soon in whatever exists beyond this life, or in the peaceful oblivion of non-existence if the universe turns out to be less concerned with human consciousness than philosophers hope. He sees his children, the ones who survived and the many who did not, faces that will never age beyond infancy or early childhood, names he wrote in his journal alongside notes about accepting loss as part of the natural pattern. The grief remains despite all his philosophy. Understanding why something hurts does not make it stop hurting. The memories feel more vivid and present than his actual surroundings. The past becomes more real than the present. He is leaving the world, slipping away from the heavy burden of ruling, returning to something simpler and quieter that existed before responsibility and duty made such total claims on his life. On the evening of March 17th, he dies. The physicians cannot pinpoint the exact moment when breathing stops and life ends. The transition is gradual rather than sudden. His breathing grows shallower and more irregular over hours. The gaps between breaths lengthen, and eventually the breathing simply does not resume. The emperor who conquered nothing except his own worst impulses, who spent decades trying to rule himself before others, has reached the end of his campaign in this world. His body is cremated with full imperial honours, according to Roman custom for important persons. The funeral pyre burns for hours on a platform specially constructed for the ceremony, reducing flesh and bone to ashen fragments. The smoke rises into the spring sky over the Danube, carrying away a man who tried very hard to be good in a world that makes goodness difficult. Senators give speeches praising his reign. Soldiers stand in formation to honour their fallen commander. The usual pageantry of imperial death unfolds according to well-established protocols. The empire continues without him, as empires do. Power abhors a vacuum. Commodus becomes sole emperor at age 19. Stepping into authority, he is utterly unprepared to wield responsibly. He will prove to be almost everything Marcus feared he might become. Cruel where his father was kind, impulsive where his father was thoughtful, interested in personal glory and spectacle rather than actual governance. He will perform as a gladiator in the arena, fighting in staged combats that demonstrate his athletic prowess while degrading the dignity of his office. He will rename months of the year after himself and declare himself the reincarnation of Hercules. He will execute senators on flimsy pretexts and fill positions of power with sycophants rather than competent administrators. The years of careful, competent administration under Antoninus Pius and Marcus Aurelius will give way rapidly to corruption and mismanagement, and the kind of leadership that serves the leader rather than the led. Commodus will eventually be assassinated by his own guards after 12 years of increasingly erratic rule. The empire will descend into civil war as various generals compete for the throne. The 3rd century will bring crisis after crisis that tests whether Rome can survive as a unified political entity. But this failure of Marcus's son and the eventual decline of the empire do not erase what Marcus himself accomplished during his lifetime. He ruled during plague and extended warfare. He governed with justice and restraint when cruelty would have been easier, and faced no external constraints. He treated people with basic decency and respect when absolute power gave him license to do otherwise. He tried consistently to live according to philosophical principles even when exhausted, in pain, and surrounded by circumstances that would break most people's commitment to virtue. And most importantly, for those of us living 2,000 years later, he left behind his private journals. Those writings were never meant for publication or public consumption. They were simply one man's attempts to remind himself how to be human when everything around him treated him as something more or less than human. Private meditations on mortality and duty and the proper use of reason. Conversations with himself about how to stay decent when wielding indecent amounts of power over other people's lives. But they survived through a series of accidents and choices that Marcus could never have anticipated. Someone found the journals after his death. Someone recognized their value. They were copied and recopied over centuries by scribes who saw wisdom worth preserving. They were translated from the original Greek into Latin and eventually into dozens of modern languages. They circulated through different cultures and time periods, finding readers in medieval monasteries and Renaissance courts and modern university classrooms and coffee shops and bedrooms around the contemporary world. You can read those exact words today if you choose to. They still speak across approximately 2 millennia of human history about questions that remain fundamentally unchanged. How do you live well in a world that often seems designed to make goodness difficult? How do you maintain integrity when external pressures push toward compromise? How do you accept mortality while still engaging fully with life? How do you treat other people with kindness when they frustrate and disappoint you? How do you find meaning in a universe that may not care whether you exist? Marcus's physical body returned to the basic elements long ago. The empire he ruled fell to pieces over centuries of internal decay and external pressure. The cities he knew are ruins or buried under modern construction. The Latin language he spoke daily is dead except in academic contexts. Everything material that defined his life has dissolved back into the flow of history. but his thoughts about how to live well continue circulating through human culture, like seeds carried on the wind. Imagine New England in late February 1717, back when Boston was still a collection of wooden buildings huddled around a harbour, and the entire population of Massachusetts numbered fewer people than a modern suburban shopping mall on a Saturday afternoon. You're living in a world lit by candles and warmed by fireplaces, where your entertainment options consist of reading the same books you've read 20 times, doing needlework until your fingers cramp, or staring out the window and wondering if spring will ever arrive. Colonial New Englanders had a complicated relationship with winter. On one hand, they'd chosen to live in a place where winter lasted roughly from October to May, so clearly they weren't entirely opposed to cold weather. On the other hand, their diaries and letters from this period read like extended complaints to a landlord who refuses to fix the heating. Winter was something you endured, prepared for obsessively, and then complained about with the satisfaction of someone who's earned the right to grumble. By late February 1717, most New Englanders thought they'd already survived the worst of winter. February in colonial times was what we'd call late winter. The snow was old and crusty, the firewood pile was getting concerningly low, and everyone was starting to think longingly about mud season, which tells you something about how tired they were of snow. Children had already had months of what passed for snow days, though in their case it meant more chores rather than sleeping in and hot chocolate. The typical colonial household in 1717 was preparing for early spring with the optimism of people who really should have known better. You'd be checking your seed stores, planning your garden, and perhaps doing some early maple sugaring if the weather cooperated. Your house, and let's be honest about colonial architecture, was essentially a wooden box with a fireplace, some small windows that let in drafts more effectively than light, and enough gaps in the walls that you could almost see your breath indoors on particularly cold mornings. Daily life revolved around staying warm and fed, which took approximately all your waking hours. Your morning began before dawn, when someone had to revive the banked fire from the night before, a process that involved poking at barely glowing coals and praying they'd cooperate. Water had to be fetched from the well, assuming it wasn't frozen solid. Breakfast needed cooking, animals needed tending, and all of this happened in the dark because the sun had the courtesy to arrive fashionably late in winter. Women spent their days in an endless cycle of cooking, spinning, weaving, sewing, and trying to keep children from either burning themselves on the fireplace or dying of boredom. Men worked outside when weather permitted, doing repairs, chopping wood, and checking on livestock that had the good sense to look miserable about the whole situation. Everyone, regardless of age or gender, spent a significant portion of their day simply trying to stay warm enough to function. The landscape itself in late February was what we might charitably call tired. Snow that had fallen in December was now grey and crusty, pockmarked with soot from chimneys and various other evidence of human habitation that we won't detail before bedtime. The forests were skeletal black lines against grey skies, and the ocean was a cold, dark presence that occasionally reminded everyone of its existence by freezing at the edges. But there was a rhythm to this life that modern people might find almost appealing in its simplicity. You knew what needed doing because it was the same thing that needed doing yesterday and would need doing tomorrow. Your neighbours were facing identical challenges, which created a sense of community born from shared suffering. When the sun set, which happened depressingly early, you gathered around the fire with your family and whoever else was staying the night, and you made the best of it. Late February weather in New England has always been unpredictable, a meteorological coin flip between maybe spring is coming and, surprise, here's more winter. Colonists watched the sky with the intensity of people whose lives depended on weather prediction, which they did. A storm could mean being trapped indoors for days, unable to work, unable to travel, and possibly running dangerously low on supplies. The barns and outbuildings were stocked with hay for the animals, though by late February those supplies were running low, and the hay that remained was probably not the highest quality. Cows, horses, oxen, pigs and chickens all depended on human care to survive the winter, and all complained about their circumstances in their own ways. The chickens probably had the most to complain about, actually, since they'd stopped laying eggs weeks ago and were just eating resources while providing nothing but the occasional egg that felt like winning the lottery. Your root cellar would be carefully organised with the remaining stores of preserved food, apples getting softer by the day, root vegetables beginning to sprout, barrels of salted meat, crocks of butter preserved under salt, and whatever else you'd managed to preserve from last year's harvest. Every meal required a calculation. Is this worth using now, or should we save it for later? How much later? What if spring doesn't come for another 6 weeks? The social fabric of colonial New England was tight-knit by necessity. Your nearest neighbour might be a quarter-mile away, but you knew their business almost as well as your own because survival often depended on cooperation. If someone's barn caught fire, everyone came to help. If a family ran short of food, neighbours shared what they could. If someone got sick or injured, the community rallied around them because there was no other option. Religious life provided structure and community in ways that modern people might find either comforting or suffocating, depending on their perspective. Sunday meeting at the church was mandatory, both legally and socially. You sat in an unheated building for hours listening to sermons that were theologically complex and often focused on sin and redemption, with an intensity that made Game of Thrones seem light-hearted. But church was also where you saw everyone, heard news from other towns, and felt part of something larger than your individual struggle to stay alive through winter. Children in 1717 had childhoods that would seem impossibly harsh by modern standards. They worked from the time they could walk, learned to read using the Bible and whatever few books the family owned, and had responsibilities that included genuinely dangerous tasks like managing fires and handling large animals. But they were still children. They played when they could, created games from nothing, and found joy in simple pleasures like a successful sled ride or the discovery of icicles in interesting shapes. The elderly held a respected position in colonial society, partly because surviving to old age was an achievement in itself. If you made it to 60 or 70, you'd survive diseases, accidents, harsh weather, and periodic conflicts with indigenous peoples or other colonial powers. Your experience and knowledge were valuable resources, and you were often consulted on everything from weather prediction to medical treatment, whether or not you actually knew what you were talking about. As February 1717 progressed toward its end, New Englanders had no idea they were standing at the edge of one of the most remarkable weather events in American history. They went about their routines, complained about the cold with the dedication of people who took complaining seriously, and looked forward to March with the hope that it might bring slightly less terrible weather. The sky that late February showed no particular warning signs that we know of. Colonial weather prediction was based on folklore, careful observation of animal behaviour, and a general sense of what the sky looked like before trouble arrived. If your bones ached more than usual, rain or snow was probably coming. If the chickens acted strange, though defining strange for chickens is admittedly difficult, weather might be changing. If the sunset looked particularly vivid, make sure you had extra firewood handy. But nothing in anyone's experience prepared them for what was about to happen. New Englanders were tough and resourceful, and had survived plenty of harsh winters. They'd seen big snowstorms before. They thought they knew what winter could throw at them. They were about to discover they'd been underestimating winter's ambitions. Picture yourself in your colonial home on February 27th, 1717. You wake before dawn, as usual, to coax the fire back to life. The house is cold enough that you can see your breath, which is so normal you barely notice anymore. You pull on your warmest clothes, and in colonial times this meant layers of wool, linen and leather that made you look like a medieval knight made of fabric, and begin the day's endless round of chores. But something feels different this morning. The air has that peculiar weight it gets before a significant storm, a pressure that makes your ears feel slightly odd and gives the world a muted quality. The wind, which has been a constant companion all winter, has gone still in a way that feels less peaceful and more like nature holding its breath. By midday, the first flakes begin to fall. Nothing dramatic initially, just a gentle dusting that looks almost pretty against the grey sky. You've seen this hundreds of times before. Snow in February is about as surprising as finding out water is wet. You note it, make sure you have enough firewood close to the house, and continue with your day. But the snow doesn't stop. Hour after hour, it continues with a steadiness that begins to seem almost purposeful. By evening, you've got several inches of fresh accumulation, and the snow is still falling with no sign of letting up. You bank the fire carefully before bed, make sure everyone is under enough blankets, and think that tomorrow you'll need to do some shoveling. When you wake the next morning, your first clue that something unusual is happening comes from the quality of light in the house. It's too bright for dawn, a strange diffused glow that seems to come from everywhere and nowhere. When you finally manage to open your door, and this takes effort pushing against resistance that shouldn't be there, you discover why. The snow has piled against your door in drifts that reach past your knees. The world outside has been transformed into an alien landscape of white, where familiar shapes have become strange, rounded lumps, and the horizon has disappeared into a curtain of falling snow. The storm that started yesterday hasn't stopped. If anything, it's intensified. This is the beginning of what contemporary accounts would call the Great Snow of 1717, though people living through it probably had other, less polite names for it. What New Englanders couldn't have known was that they were experiencing something meteorologically extraordinary, a series of 4 massive storms that would arrive in waves over the next 3 weeks, each adding to accumulations that were already unprecedented. The snow fell with a relentlessness that began to feel almost personal. Not in violent gusts and dramatic blizzard conditions, though there were certainly periods of that, but with a steady, implacable determination. It was as if the sky had decided that New England needed a really thorough covering and wasn't going to stop until the job was done properly. You can imagine the progression of reactions among colonial families. Day 1. Well, this is a significant snowfall. Day 2. This is quite unusual. Day 3. This is becoming concerning. Day 4. This is absolutely unprecedented and possibly the end of the world. Day 5. If I have to spend one more day trapped in this house with these people, I'm going to lose my mind. The practical challenges began immediately. Your daily routine, which was already demanding, suddenly required 3 times as much effort. Every trip to the barn to feed animals meant wading through snow that reached your thighs, then higher, then eventually to your chest. Paths that you shoveled one day were filled in by the next morning. The livestock, trapped in their shelters, needed constant attention to prevent them from panicking or worse, freezing. Firewood, which you'd carefully stacked within easy reach of the house, became buried under drifts. Digging it out was exhausting work in the best of times. Doing it while snow continued to fall and wind created drifts that seemed to appear out of nowhere was like some kind of very cold, very tiring meditation on futility. Yet it had to be done, because without fire your family would freeze. The mathematics of survival became starkly simple: dig or die. The psychological impact of being trapped indoors during an endless snowstorm is something modern people with heated homes, electricity and streaming services can barely imagine. You're confined to a space roughly the size of a modern living room and kitchen combined, with your entire family, with no entertainment beyond conversation, handwork and staring at the fire. The walls seem to close in. Small irritations become major grievances. That thing your spouse does when they chew, which you've tolerated for years, suddenly becomes unbearable. Children, bless them, handled confinement with all the grace and patience that children have possessed throughout human history, which is to say, none at all. They were restless, bored, fighting with siblings, and asking approximately every 10 minutes when they could go outside. Parents responded with the timeless patience of people who were also losing their minds, but had to pretend they weren't because civilization depended on maintaining standards. The storms came in waves, each separated by just enough time for people to think maybe it was over, only to watch the sky darken again and the snow resume. Contemporary accounts describe the snow as coming in 4 great storms over the course of about 3 weeks. But the distinction between separate storms probably felt academic when you were living through what seemed like one continuous siege by winter. Between storms, the sun might break through, illuminating a transformed landscape. Everything familiar had been reshaped by snow into strange flowing forms. Fences disappeared entirely under drifts. Trees bent under the weight of snow until their branches touched the ground, creating natural tunnels. Houses all but vanished, with only their chimneys protruding above the white expanse like stone fingers reaching for the sky. The drifts were what made this snowfall truly extraordinary. Wind had sculpted the snow into formations that defied logic, 10 feet deep in some places, bare ground in others, and waves and curves that looked like a frozen ocean. You could walk across the top of some drifts while sinking to your armpits in others just a few feet away. The surface would sometimes support your weight and sometimes not, and there was no reliable way to tell which would happen until you tested it. Animals suffered terribly during these storms. Cows trapped in barns needed constant care to prevent them from overheating in their confined space, while simultaneously ensuring they didn't freeze. Chickens stopped laying entirely and seemed personally affronted by the weather, as if someone had promised them spring and then welched on the deal. Horses and oxen, usually stoic about weather, showed clear signs of distress at being confined for days on end. Wild animals fared even worse. Deer, trapped by snow too deep to navigate, either starved or became easy prey for wolves and other predators that could travel on top of the crusted snow. Birds that hadn't migrated found food scarce and shelter hard to come by. The forest went silent in a way that was eerie. No birdsong, no rustling of small animals, just the whisper of falling snow and the occasional crack of a branch breaking under accumulated weight. The harbour in Boston froze solid, something that happened occasionally but always felt ominous. Ships were trapped in ice, their masts visible above the white expanse like a bare forest. The ice was thick enough to walk on, though only the foolhardy or desperate tried it. The ocean, that vast presence that defined so much of New England life, temporarily became just another snowfield. Food stores that had seemed adequate in January began to look alarmingly insufficient by mid-March. You were burning through firewood faster than planned because you needed to keep the fire going constantly. Animals were eating hay at their normal rate, but the hay was getting harder to reach. Every meal required careful calculation, and families began to worry about what would happen if the snow didn't stop soon. Yet there was also a strange beauty to it all. On clear nights between storms, the moonlight on endless snow created a luminescence that turned the world into something magical. The silence was profound. No wagon wheels on roads, no church bells carrying from distant towns, just a hush so complete it almost rang in your ears. The stars seemed brighter somehow, as if the snow reflected light back to the sky. Some people found the experience almost meditative, forced as they were to slow down and exist in the immediate moment. There were no trips to town, no visits with neighbours, and no church meetings. Life contracted to the essentials: keep the fire burning, feed your family, care for your animals, and wait. In a world normally filled with constant labour and social obligations, this enforced pause had an odd appeal, at least for the first week or so. But as the snow continued, as drifts grew higher and supplies grew lower, as the novelty wore off and the reality of the situation set in, that initial sense of wonder gave way to something closer to anxiety. This wasn't just a big snowstorm anymore. This was something different, something that was rewriting what New Englanders thought possible. The snow had been falling for over 2 weeks. The drifts in some places were measuring 15, 18, or even 20 feet deep. Houses were buried to their second stories, and the snow was still falling. By the time March arrived, New England had been transformed into an alien landscape that bore little resemblance to the world colonists had known. Imagine stepping out your door, assuming you could open it, and finding yourself standing on top of what used to be your roof. This wasn't an exaggeration for many families. The snow had piled so high that second-story windows were at ground level, and chimneys required constant attention to prevent them from being completely buried. Daily life had become a series of adaptations to absurd circumstances. You didn't walk anywhere, you tunnelled. Families created networks of passages through the snow connecting their houses to barns, wells and wood piles. These tunnels were engineering projects worthy of miners, requiring constant maintenance as snow shifted and settled. Some colonists described their tunnels collapsing while they were in them, leading to panicked digging and a newfound appreciation for open spaces. The tunnels created a strange new architecture of necessity. You'd descend from your door into a passage whose walls were compressed snow, dimly lit by whatever sunlight penetrated from above. The tunnel would branch, one direction to the barn, another to the well, and a third to the woodpile. Walking through these passages felt like being a very cold mole, and the disorientation of being surrounded by snow on all sides took some getting used to. Feeding animals became an expedition. You'd suit up in every piece of warm clothing you owned, grab whatever tools you needed, light a lantern, and descend into your tunnel system. The trip to the barn that normally took 30 seconds now took 15 minutes. Once there, you'd need to deal with animals that were restless from confinement, nervous from the strange muffled quality of sound through snow, and generally unhappy about their circumstances. Getting water was perhaps the most challenging daily task. Wells that weren't buried had to be accessed through tunnels, and hauling water back through narrow passages while trying not to spill was an exercise in patience and balance. Some families resorted to melting snow, which sounds simple until you realise how much snow you need to melt to get a usable amount of water, and how much firewood that requires, and how your firewood supplies are already stretched thin. Food preparation became creative out of necessity. Your variety had been limited before the storms. Now it was approaching monotonous. Root vegetables, salted meat, dried beans, and perhaps some preserved fruit if you were lucky. Every meal was a variation on the theme of things that can be boiled or roasted near the fire. The bright spot was that at least you didn't have to worry about food spoiling. You could just stick it in a snowbank, which was basically a giant natural freezer that covered everything you owned. Children's education, such as it was, continued sporadically. Parents who could read would work with their children on basic literacy and arithmetic, using the Bible, almanacs, and whatever other books the family owned. But concentration was difficult when everyone was cold, irritable, and worried about their increasingly precarious situation. Lessons often devolved into storytelling, which at least passed the time and didn't require anyone to sit still and focus. The psychological strain of prolonged confinement manifested in various ways. Some people became withdrawn and quiet, staring into the fire for hours. Others became manic in their activity, finding endless small tasks to occupy themselves. Family dynamics that had been stable for years suddenly became fraught. The colonial period didn't have therapists or self-help books, so people just had to cope using prayer, alcohol, or sheer stubbornness. Interestingly, the forced isolation seemed to reduce religious attendance anxieties. Getting to church was physically impossible for most families, which meant missing services without any guilt. The Puritan ministers, who usually took a dim view of absence, were presumably too busy dealing with their own snow-related problems to worry much about who wasn't showing up. It was possibly the first time in colonial New England history that you could skip church without social consequences. Neighbours who could see each other's chimneys through the snow, often the only indication that other humans were nearby, developed signalling systems. Smoke patterns could convey basic information. We're okay, we need help, and does anyone have any spare candles because we're running out, and staring into darkness for 12 hours a night is making us strange. These smoke signals were probably not terribly sophisticated, but they provided reassurance that you weren't completely alone in the White Wilderness. The mail, such as it existed in 1717, completely stopped. There were no postal workers brave or foolish enough to attempt delivery through 20-foot snowdrifts. This meant that communities became isolated not just physically, but also informationally. You had no idea what was happening in the next town, let alone in Boston or other major settlements. For all you knew, you were the only people left alive, and the rest of New England had been consumed by snow. Animals developed their own coping strategies. Chickens trapped in coops established new pecking orders based on who could commandeer the warmest spots. Cows adapted to their confinement with bovine stoicism, though their milk production dropped significantly. Horses seemed to understand the gravity of the situation and became unusually cooperative, perhaps sensing that everyone needed to work together to survive. The few people who attempted travel during this period left accounts that sound like expeditions to the Arctic. One man described walking to his neighbour's house, a journey of perhaps a quarter mile that took him 3 hours. He had to navigate drifts, break through crusted snow, backtrack when he encountered impassable barriers, and generally experience an adventure worthy of a polar explorer. His neighbour, apparently surprised to see anyone, greeted him like he'd returned from a voyage to the moon. Some enterprising colonists discovered that the hard-packed surface of the drifts could support considerable weight if approached correctly. You could walk on top of snow that in other spots would swallow you completely. This led to a strange new form of travel where you'd move cautiously across the surface, testing each step, moving like someone walking on thin ice because, in essence, you were. The technique required practice, patience, and acceptance that you'd occasionally fall through and need to be pulled out. The soundscape of life under the drifts was distinctive. Normal outdoor sounds were muffled by the snow, creating an eerie quiet broken only by the occasional crack of breaking branches, the muffled lowing of cattle, or the scrape of shovels as people fought to maintain their tunnel systems. Inside homes, every sound seemed amplified, the pop of the fire, the creak of floorboards, and the breathing of family members. Some people found the quiet soothing, others found it oppressive. Lighting became a precious commodity. Candles, which were already expensive and time-consuming to make, burned down steadily while the snow showed no signs of stopping. Families rationed light carefully, often going to bed shortly after sunset to conserve candles for when they were truly necessary. Evenings were spent in semi-darkness, with perhaps one candle or the firelight to see by, creating shadows that danced on walls and made familiar rooms seem strange. The creativity of desperate people manifested in unexpected ways. Some families organised indoor festivals to maintain morale, singing, storytelling, crafts, anything to break the monotony. Children created elaborate games using household objects. Adults told stories from memory, embellishing with each retelling until they became local legends. One family reportedly performed an entire week's worth of evening entertainments using nothing but shadow puppets and ingenuity. Health concerns added another layer of anxiety. If someone got sick or injured during the snowstorm, there was no way to fetch a doctor, no way to get help from neighbours, and no options except to deal with it yourself using whatever folk remedies and herbal knowledge you possessed. Every cough made parents nervous. Every complaint of feeling unwell triggered calculations about supplies of medicinal herbs and whether the situation might become serious. Surprisingly, the death rate during the Great Snow, at least among humans, was relatively low. New Englanders were tough, resourceful, and experienced in dealing with harsh conditions. They knew how to ration food, maintain heat efficiently, and keep themselves occupied during long periods of confinement. The bigger casualties were livestock, particularly those in less sturdy shelters or with inadequate food stores. As March progressed and the snow finally stopped falling, colonists began to reckon with the full extent of what had happened. The accumulation in most places measured between 10 and 20 feet, with drifts in exposed areas reaching 25 feet or more. Houses were buried. Roads had ceased to exist as recognisable features. The landscape looked like someone had taken a giant white blanket and just dropped it over everything, smoothing out all the familiar contours into alien curves and slopes. The silence when the snow stopped was somehow more profound than the silence during the storms. For weeks there had been at least the soft whisper of falling flakes and the occasional gust of wind. Now there was nothing. The world held its breath, waiting to see what would happen next. Birds that had survived began to tentatively explore, their calls sounding impossibly loud in the stillness. The sun emerged from behind clouds, making the snow surface sparkle so brightly it hurt to look at directly. When the snow finally stopped falling in mid-March, New Englanders faced a new problem. They were living under approximately 20 feet of frozen water that showed no immediate interest in going anywhere. Spring in New England typically involves a gradual thaw, with melting during the day and refreezing at night, a slow transition from winter to mud season. But the Great Snow wasn't interested in following typical patterns. The sheer volume of snow created its own microclimate. Even as temperatures rose above freezing during the day, the vast mass of snow stayed cold, reflecting sunlight and keeping air temperatures lower than they might otherwise be. It was like living inside a massive ice cube that was very slowly warming from the outside in. The process of melting this much snow would take weeks, possibly months, and would create its own set of challenges. Initial attempts at clearing paths were almost comically futile. You'd shovel for hours, creating a narrow passage that represented significant effort and exhaustion, only to realise you'd made a barely visible dent in drifts that stretched in every direction. It was like trying to empty a lake with a teacup. Some colonists gave up on clearing entirely and just focused on maintaining their tunnel systems, figuring the snow would melt eventually and there was no point in fighting it. But isolation was becoming a serious problem. Communities had been cut off from each other for over 3 weeks. Food supplies were running critically low. Firewood that had seemed adequate in February was nearly exhausted. People needed to reconnect, needed to trade goods, and needed to know if the rest of the world still existed. This necessity drove remarkable efforts to create pathways through the snow. The solution that emerged was essentially a combination of tunnelling and tramping. Groups of men would work together to create packed-down trails, walking the same path repeatedly until it was compressed enough to support regular traffic. It was exhausting work. Imagine hiking through deep snow for hours while carrying tools. But gradually, slowly, paths began to connect to neighbouring farms and eventually linked to main roads. These early pathways were more like trenches than roads. You'd walk along the bottom of a corridor whose walls were snow, sometimes 15 feet high on either side, unable to see anything but the sky above and the path ahead. It was disorienting and slightly claustrophobic, but it was better than complete isolation. Travellers met in these trenches with the relief of survivors finding other humans after a disaster, exchanging news and supplies and reassurances that they weren't alone. Boston, being a port city with more resources and manpower, organised more systematic clearing efforts. Teams of workers attacked the snow with a determination born of economic necessity. The city's commerce depended on ship traffic, and ships couldn't move while the harbour was frozen and streets were impassable. The work was brutal, shoveling snow all day in conditions that ranged from barely tolerable to actively hostile. But wages were good by colonial standards, and desperation made many willing to take on the task. The clearing efforts in Boston created mountains of snow that had to go somewhere. Without modern snow removal equipment, the only option was to pile it up. These artificial hills of ploughed snow grew taller than buildings, creating a strange new cityscape where snow mountains loomed over streets. Children found these mountains irresistible for sledding, despite parental warnings about the dangers. Some of these snow piles would remain visible well into summer, slowly shrinking but stubbornly refusing to disappear entirely. Rural areas relied more on nature to do the work. As temperatures gradually warmed, the snow began to settle and compress under its own weight. Paths that had been impassable slowly became navigable as the surface hardened and lowered. It was still difficult travel. You'd sink to your knees or thighs with regularity, but it was at least possible to move around your property and reach nearby neighbours. The livestock situation was becoming critical. Animals that had survived this long-needed fresh air, exercise and grazing as soon as possible. But releasing them into deep snow risked losing them in drifts or having them injure themselves trying to navigate impossible terrain. Farmers had to create enclosed areas near barns. where snow was compressed enough for animals to move safely. Horses and oxen were particularly valuable and received the most careful attention, while chickens were basically left to fend for themselves, which they did with their usual combination of luck and spite. As communication resumed, people discovered that the Great Snow had affected all of New England with varying degrees of severity. Some coastal areas had received less accumulation, while inland regions and higher elevations were buried even deeper than most places. Stories began to circulate, tales of whole houses being lost until spring, of travellers who perished attempting to cross impossible distances, of creative solutions to unprecedented problems. One story that made the rounds involved a family whose chimney became so packed with snow that smoke couldn't escape. Rather than suffocate, they carefully extinguished their fire and spent several days in bitter cold while working to clear the chimney from inside. When they finally succeeded and relit the fire, the sudden draft nearly blew the roof off. The family survived, the house survived, and they became local celebrities for their ordeal. Another account described a man who'd been visiting neighbours when the worst of the storms hit. Unable to return home, he was trapped for nearly 3 weeks. His wife, assuming he'd taken shelter somewhere, wasn't particularly worried until he finally made it back, half-starved and with a beard that had grown wild. She reportedly greeted him with relief, then immediately put him to work on clearing their paths, because priorities. The gradual reconnection of communities brought news both good and troubling. The death toll, while lower than might be expected given the severity of the storms, was still significant. Mostly elderly people who couldn't handle the cold, a few travellers caught between destinations, and some children who wandered from safety. Livestock losses were substantial. Estimates suggested that hundreds of cattle, sheep, and other animals had died from cold, starvation, or injuries sustained in panicked attempts to escape their shelters. But there was also remarkable news of resilience and survival. Families who had been certain they wouldn't make it through had found ways to endure. Communities that had seemed on the brink of crisis discovered they had more resources and creativity than they'd realised. The shared experience of surviving something unprecedented created bonds between neighbours that would last for generations. Religious leaders interpreted the Great Snow according to their theological frameworks. Some saw it as divine punishment for colonial sins, though there was considerable debate about which specific sins had angered God enough to warrant 20 feet of snow. Others viewed it as a test of faith, a trial that would strengthen the community's relationship with the divine. A few practical-minded ministers suggested it was simply weather, and perhaps they should focus on helping each other rather than debating its spiritual significance. As March gave way to April, the pace of melting accelerated. Warmer temperatures and longer days finally began to make a visible dent in the snow accumulation. Roofs emerged from under their white burden. Fences reappeared. Trees that had been bent double slowly straightened as their load of snow melted. The landscape began to remember its original shape, though it would be weeks before it fully returned to normal. The melting created its own set of problems. All that snow had to go somewhere, and where it went was everywhere. Rivers and streams swelled to flood stage. Roads turned into muddy rivers. Basements flooded. The spring runoff, typically a manageable annual event, became a deluge that overwhelmed normal drainage and created temporary lakes in low-lying areas. It was like watching winter turn directly into a very wet, very muddy version of spring, skipping all the pleasant parts. But with the melting came hope. Every day the world looked a little more familiar. Every day travel became a little easier. Every day brought them closer to the farming season, when they could begin to recover from winter's assault. Gardens could be planned, animals could graze, and normal life could resume. The first flowers to emerge, crocuses and snowdrops ironically, became objects of celebration disproportionate to their size or beauty. After months of nothing but white and grey and brown, the sight of actual colour in the landscape felt like a miracle. Children brought handfuls of early flowers to their mothers, who placed them in whatever containers could hold water, treating them like precious treasures. Birds returned in force, and their songs seemed louder and more enthusiastic than anyone remembered. Or perhaps it was just that after weeks of muffled silence under snow, any sound felt remarkable. The geese flying overhead in their V formations, the robins hunting for worms in newly exposed soil, the hawks circling above looking for prey, all of it signalled that the world was returning to its normal rhythms. As spring truly arrived, and life returned to something approaching normal, New Englanders began to reckon with what the great snow had done to their world. The physical impacts were obvious: damaged buildings, lost livestock, and depleted supplies. But the psychological and social impacts would resonate for much longer. The Great Snow became the defining event against which all other weather was measured for generations. Grandparents would tell their grandchildren about the winter when the snow reached the second-story windows, and the children would roll their eyes the way children always do when elderly relatives start talking about how much harder things were in their day. Except in this case, the elderly relatives were actually telling the truth, even if they embellished the details with each retelling. Diaries and letters from 1717 provide glimpses into how people processed their experience. Cotton Mather, the famous Puritan minister, wrote extensively about the storms, interpreting them through a religious lens while also providing detailed meteorological observations. His accounts describe snow depths, drift patterns, and the challenges of daily life with the precision of someone who understood this was historically significant. Other written records are more personal and immediate. One woman wrote about the strange intimacy of being confined with her family for weeks, how they learned things about each other that years of normal life had never revealed. Another described the terror of hearing the roof creak under the weight of snow, wondering if each creak might be the one that preceded collapse. A farmer catalogued his livestock losses with the resignation of someone who understood that survival sometimes meant accepting things you couldn't control. The economic impact of the Great Snow rippled through New England for months. Spring planting was delayed, which meant smaller harvests in the fall. Lost livestock had to be replaced, a significant expense for families whose margins were already thin. Buildings needed repairs. Gardens that had been carefully established over years were damaged or destroyed and needed to be started from scratch. The snow had essentially reset progress for many families, forcing them to rebuild what had been lost. But there were unexpected benefits as well. The deep snowpack meant exceptional water availability through the summer. Wells that sometimes ran low stayed full. Streams that occasionally dried up kept flowing. The moisture in the soil produced crops that, despite the late start, grew with unusual vigour. Nature, having delivered an unprecedented winter, apparently decided to compensate with an uncommonly productive growing season. The shared experience of surviving the Great Snow created social bonds that transcended previous divisions. Disputes between neighbours seemed petty in light of what everyone had endured together. Communities that had been fractious found new unity. People who had survived the same ordeal developed a kinship that came from understanding what it meant to face nature at its most imposing and come through the other side. Children who lived through the Great Snow would carry its memory for the rest of their lives. For them, it became the dividing line between before and after, the event that marked their transition from childhood innocence to an understanding that the world could be both beautiful and dangerous. Some would develop a lifelong wariness of winter, always preparing more than necessary, always worried that another such storm might arrive. Others would remember it with a strange nostalgia, recalling the adventure and excitement of living through something extraordinary. The physical evidence of the Great Snow lasted surprisingly long. Those massive piles of ploughed snow in Boston melted slowly through the summer, creating muddy pools that became unofficial swimming holes for children and nuisances for everyone else. Some snow remained in deep, shaded valleys well into June, stubborn patches of winter refusing to admit that spring had won. Trees that had been damaged by the weight of snow bore scars visible for years afterward. Bent trunks, missing branches, and growth patterns that marked where they'd been broken and healed. Architecture changed subtly in response to the Great Snow. New buildings were constructed with steeper roofs to shed snow more effectively. Barns were reinforced with additional supports. Storage buildings were designed with better access during high snow conditions. These weren't dramatic changes, but they reflected a recalibration of what New Englanders understood winter could do. They'd been reminded that nature could exceed their expectations, and they adjusted their plans accordingly. The Great Snow entered folklore almost immediately. Stories began to circulate that probably had some basis in truth, but grew more elaborate with each telling. Tales of people walking over houses without realizing they were there. Accounts of deer being found frozen in standing positions, preserved in ice like statues. Stories of tunnels collapsing and miraculous rescues. Of supplies running out just as a thaw allowed resupply. Of providential interventions that saved families from disaster. Some stories focused on human ingenuity and creativity under pressure. The man who fashioned snowshoes from barrel staves and managed to walk across drifts that swallowed everyone else. The family that rationed their food so carefully they ended the ordeal with supplies to spare. The woman who kept her family's spirits up through the darkest days with nothing but stories and songs. These tales celebrated the resilience and resourcefulness that had allowed the community to survive. Other stories had a darker tone, acknowledging the losses and the moments of despair. The traveller was found frozen halfway between settlements, his final thoughts unknown. The elderly couple who simply didn't have the strength to endure another month of cold and hardship. The animals that died despite their owners' best efforts. These stories served as reminders that survival had come at a cost, and that luck played as much a role as preparation or strength. The Great Snow also entered religious discourse in ways that reflected the theological debates of the era. Some ministers used it as evidence of divine displeasure, pointing to specific sins they believed had triggered God's judgment. Others saw it as a test that the community had passed, evidence of their faith and righteousness. Still others argued it was simply weather, remarkable but natural, and that attributing moral significance to meteorology was perhaps missing the point. These debates probably mattered less to the average colonist than the practical question of whether their chickens would start laying again. Scientific observation in the early 18th century was informal and often mixed with folklore, but the Great Snow prompted some genuine attempts to understand what had happened. People compared experiences, trying to establish patterns in snowfall and drift formation. They noticed that certain areas consistently received more or less snow, that wind patterns created predictable drift locations, and that temperature fluctuations influenced snow quality. This informal meteorology wouldn't impress modern scientists, but it represented colonists trying to make sense of their world through observation and reason. The Great Snow's legacy extended beyond New England. News of the extraordinary winter spread to other colonies, and eventually to England, where it was received with a mixture of sympathy and scepticism. English readers, accustomed to milder winters, struggled to imagine 20 feet of snow. Some assumed the accounts were exaggerated. Surely the colonists were embellishing for effect. This scepticism frustrated New Englanders, who knew exactly how extraordinary their experience had been and resented having it questioned by people who'd never seen snow that deep. In the decades that followed, the Great Snow became a benchmark. Other harsh winters were compared to it and found wanting. Bad, but not 1717 bad, became a common refrain. The event established a ceiling for what winter could do, a worst-case scenario that seemed unlikely to be repeated. And indeed, while New England has experienced many harsh winters since 1717, none have quite matched that remarkable season when the sky opened and didn't close for nearly a month. As you sit here in your climate-controlled comfort, perhaps with a warm drink and a soft blanket, it's worth reflecting on what the Great Snow can teach us about resilience, community, and the human relationship with nature. We're separated from those colonial New Englanders by over 3 centuries, countless technological advances, and such dramatic changes in daily life that they'd barely recognise our world. Yet their experience speaks to something timeless about how people cope with circumstances beyond their control. The colonists of 1717 didn't have weather forecasting, climate control, instant communication, or any of the technologies we consider essential for dealing with harsh weather. What they had was knowledge passed down through generations, strong community bonds, a remarkable tolerance for discomfort, and an understanding that survival sometimes meant simply enduring. When faced with unprecedented circumstances, they adapted, improvised, and supported each other through the crisis. There's something almost enviable about the simplicity of their challenges. Not enviable in the sense that we'd want to experience what they did, spending weeks trapped in a cold house with inadequate food, while buried under 20 feet of snow sounds terrible no matter how you frame it, but enviable in its directness. The problems were clear: stay warm, stay fed, keep animals alive, and wait for spring. The solutions, while difficult, were equally clear. There was no ambiguity about what needed doing. Modern life rarely offers such clarity. Our challenges are often abstract, long-term, and difficult to define precisely. Climate change, economic uncertainty, social division, these are the storms we face now, and they don't have the simple directness of too much snow. We can't tunnel through them or wait for them to melt. The colonists who survived the Great Snow had the advantage of knowing their ordeal had a definite endpoint. Eventually spring would arrive and the snow would melt. They just had to last until then, but perhaps we can learn something from how they approached their crisis. They didn't waste energy complaining about the injustice of their situation, or debating whether the snow was really that deep, or speculating about whether better leadership could have prevented it. They accepted the reality they faced and focused on what they could control: their own actions, their family's welfare, and their neighbours' needs. There's wisdom in that acceptance, in choosing to work with reality rather than arguing with it. The community bonds strengthened by the Great Snow offer another lesson. Modern society often prioritises individual achievement and self-sufficiency in ways that colonial New Englanders would find both bizarre and dangerous. They understood that survival depended on community, on neighbours helping each other, and on sharing resources and knowledge and labour. The Great Snow reinforced these bonds by making their importance undeniable. You survived not just through your own efforts, but through the web of relationships that connected you to others. We've built a world where such interdependence is less visible. Your heat comes from distant power plants or gas lines. Your food comes from industrial farms hundreds or thousands of miles away. Your water arrives through underground pipes from treatment facilities you've never seen. This system is remarkably efficient, but it obscures the reality that we're just as dependent on others as those colonial families were. We've just outsourced that dependence to systems so large and complex that we forget they're there until they fail. The Great Snow also reminds us of nature's power and indifference. The storms didn't care about human plans or needs or survival. They weren't punishment or tests or lessons. They were weather, operating according to atmospheric physics that has no concern for whether humans find the results convenient. Colonial New Englanders understood this at a visceral level that modern people often don't. They lived much closer to nature's raw power and had fewer buffers between themselves and its effects. Our technology has given us unprecedented ability to predict, prepare for, and protect ourselves from natural events. We have weather satellites, climate models, building codes, emergency services, and infrastructure designed to handle extreme conditions. These are real advantages that save countless lives. But they can also create an illusion of control that doesn't match reality. Nature retains the ability to overwhelm our preparations as hurricanes, floods, wildfires, and yes, occasionally severe winter storms continue to demonstrate. There's also something to be said about the pace of life the Great Snow enforced. For weeks, colonists had nothing to do but exist with their families, maintain basic necessities, and wait. No rushing to appointments, no checking devices, no consuming media, no busy work that creates the illusion of productivity. Just being in the most fundamental sense. Many people who've experienced similar forced slowing whether through illness, isolation, or circumstance, report that while difficult, it provided unexpected insights and a recalibration of priorities. The stories that emerge from the Great Snow highlight humanity's need to make meaning from experience. People didn't just survive the storms, they needed to understand them, to fit them into narratives that made sense of their world. Some narratives were religious, others practical, and still others focused on human heroism or failure. What matters isn't which interpretation was correct, but that creating these stories helped people process their experience and pass its lessons to future generations. In our own era of rapid change and uncertainty, we're creating similar stories to make sense of our experiences. We argue about their meaning, their implications, and their lessons. Like those colonial New Englanders, we're trying to understand events that exceed our previous frameworks for comprehension. Their arguments about whether the Great Snow was divine judgment or natural weather mirror are debates about current challenges. We're all just trying to make sense of things that don't fit comfortably into our existing understanding. The Great Snow's eventual end offers perhaps the most important lesson. Hard times do end. Spring did arrive. The snow did melt. Life did return to normal, or at least to a new normal shaped by the experience. For people in the midst of crisis, this can be hard to believe. When you're trapped under 20 feet of snow with dwindling supplies and no certain end date, it's difficult to maintain faith that better days are coming. But they came anyway, as they generally do. This isn't empty optimism or toxic positivity. It's simply an observation based on history. Humans are remarkably good at surviving difficult circumstances, adapting to new realities, and rebuilding after disasters. We've done it countless times, in countless places, facing challenges that seemed insurmountable until they were surmounted. The colonists who survived the Great Snow didn't have any special abilities we lack. They were ordinary people who found themselves in extraordinary circumstances and did what needed doing until the circumstances changed. As we come to the end of our journey through that remarkable winter, it's time to settle deeper into your comfortable spot and let the story find its resting place in your mind. The Great Snow of 1717 happened over 3 centuries ago, but its lessons remain as relevant as fresh snowfall. Those colonial families, living through week after week of isolation and uncertainty, probably didn't feel particularly heroic. They felt cold, tired, worried, and thoroughly sick of being trapped indoors with the same people eating the same food and having the same conversations. Heroism, like most important human qualities, is usually just ordinary people doing what needs doing without much thought about how it looks to others or history. The physical evidence of the Great Snow has long since melted away. The drifts that seem permanent proved as temporary as all snow eventually must be. The damage was repaired, the losses mourned and moved past, and the extraordinary slowly absorbed into ordinary life's continuing flow. What remains are the stories, passed down and reshaped with each generation, and the quiet knowledge that humans can endure remarkably difficult circumstances when necessary. Tonight, as you drift towards sleep in your warm bed, you might spare a thought for those colonial families huddled around their fires, waiting for a winter that seemed endless to finally release its grip. They made it through, spring arrived, life continued. The snow, despite its overwhelming presence, was ultimately just weather, and weather always changes eventually. There's comfort in that persistence, in the knowledge that difficult times pass and seasons change, and life finds ways to continue. The Great Snow was exceptional, but what's truly remarkable is how people lived through it, not through any special magic or supernatural intervention, but through the ordinary magic of human resilience, community support, and simple, stubborn refusal to give up. Sleep well, knowing that whatever storms we face in our own lives, spring does eventually arrive. The snow does melt. The world does return to green and growth and warmth. And the stories we tell about how we survived become part of the continuous human narrative that stretches from those colonial families to us, and from us to whoever will listen to these tales in centuries to come. The great snow of 1717 is waiting for you in dreams if you want to visit. All that white silence, all that forced stillness, all those small human moments of survival and community and endurance. But you're experiencing it from the warm side of history, which is exactly where you should be. Rest easy. Tomorrow will come, as it always does, bringing whatever weather it brings. And if you wake to find snow outside your own window, you can smile knowing it probably won't reach the second story. Probably. Close your eyes for a moment and imagine Wales before the mines came. Picture rolling green valleys carpeted with bracken and heather, where sheep wandered freely across hillsides that had known nothing but farming for thousands of years. Streams ran clear over grey stones, and the air smelled of rain and wild grass. The people who lived here spoke Welsh in lilting voices, tended small plots of land, and probably never imagined that beneath their feet lay enough coal to heat half of Britain and power an industrial revolution. The landscape of South Wales is the kind of place that poets write about when they're feeling particularly moved by nature's architecture. Steep-sided valleys carved by ancient rivers create natural corridors between mountains that aren't quite dramatic enough to be Alps, but are far more imposing than your average hill. The Welsh call these valleys stubwy, and if you've never heard that word pronounced properly, you're missing out on one of the language's most satisfying sounds. It rhymes with boom, but starts with a soft, almost musical consonant that exists nowhere in English. In these valleys, the geology had been doing something interesting for about 300 million years. During the Carboniferous period, when the planet was busy growing enormous ferns and dragonflies the size of seagulls, layer upon layer of vegetation had grown, died, and been compressed under the weight of time and sediment into coal. Different types too, anthracite in some places, bituminous coal in others, each with its own properties and uses. It was like the Earth had been running a very slow bakery, turning organic matter into the fossil fuel that would eventually power steam engines, warm homes, and change the trajectory of human civilization. For centuries, people knew the coal was there. Small-scale mining had occurred since Roman times, when someone figured out that these black rocks burned longer and hotter than wood. Medieval monks worked shallow pits to heat their monasteries, and farmers occasionally dug coal from outcrops along riverbanks when they needed extra fuel for winter. But these were modest operations, a few people with picks and baskets, taking what they needed and nothing more. Then came the 18th century, and with it, the realization that coal wasn't just useful for keeping warm. It could power engines, it could smelt iron, it could drive machinery that would transform manufacturing from a cottage industry into an industrial juggernaut. Suddenly, everyone wanted coal, and Wales discovered it was sitting on one of the richest deposits in the world. The transformation happened gradually at first, like dawn creeping over those Welsh hillsides. A landowner would notice coal seams on his property and hire a few men to dig. Those men would need places to live, so cottages appeared. The cottages needed shops, which needed roads, which needed more workers. Success bred expansion. One small mine became 2, then 5, then 20. The peaceful farming valleys began to change, acquiring a new landscape written in industrial structures, pit heads with their distinctive wheel mechanisms, railroad tracks snaking along valley floors, and eventually the slag heaps that would become as much a part of Welsh identity as the mountains themselves. By the early 1800s, the mining industry was picking up serious momentum, attracting workers from across Wales and beyond. English labourers came seeking better wages than agriculture could provide. Irish families arrived during the potato famine, desperate for any work that would feed their children. The Welsh valleys became a melting pot of accents and traditions, all united by the common purpose of extracting coal from the reluctant earth. The coal owners, mostly English aristocrats and wealthy industrialists, saw the mines as investments that would make them staggeringly rich. And they were right. The workers saw them as opportunities for steady employment, which was more than most could expect from farming. Everyone else saw smoke rising from valleys that had been clear for millennia and wondered what all this change would mean. What it meant, ultimately, was that these valleys would become the engine room of the British Empire. The coal pulled from Welsh mines would fuel the ships of the Royal Navy, power the factories of the Industrial Revolution, and heat the homes of Victorian London. The men who extracted it would create communities with their own culture, their own struggles, and their own kind of dignity forged in conditions that would horrify modern safety inspectors. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. First, you need to understand what it actually meant to work in these mines. Not the romanticised version from period dramas, but the real, gritty, sometimes absurd reality of spending your days underground in pursuit of fossilised ferns. Imagine your morning commute involves getting into a metal cage with 20 other people and dropping into the earth at speeds that make your stomach float into your throat. That was a Welsh coal miner's typical Tuesday, and they did it before they'd had breakfast. Most miners lived within walking distance of their pit, usually because their houses had been built specifically for mine workers and couldn't really be described as located near the mine so much as arranged around it like reluctant satellites. The pit whistle would sound around 5 in the morning, a noise that neighbours described as somewhere between a train horn and a banshee having a particularly bad day. You'd pull on your work clothes, which never really got clean because coal dust has a way of becoming part of the fabric at a molecular level, and head to the pit head. The pit head was the mine's front door, though calling it that makes it sound much more welcoming than it actually was. Picture a tower structure supporting a massive wheel, called a winding wheel, that looked like a Ferris wheel designed by someone who hated fun. Steel cables wrapped around this wheel, connecting to the cage that would transport you and your colleagues down the shaft. Modern elevators have safety features, emergency brakes, and calming music. Mining cages had a gate and a rope. Before descending, you'd collect your lamp, initially candles, later oil lamps, and eventually the famous Davy lamp with its wire mesh safety screen designed to prevent methane explosions. The Davy lamp is celebrated as a brilliant invention that saved countless lives, which it did, though miners noted that it also gave off about as much light as a particularly ambitious firefly. Working by Davy lamp meant you could see approximately 2 feet in front of your face, which was just enough to appreciate the claustrophobia, but not enough to see what you might trip over. The descent into the mine was an experience that never became routine, no matter how many times you did it. The cage would lurch, then begin dropping at speeds that made plummeting feel like an accurate verb. Darkness swallowed you almost immediately as you left the surface world behind. The temperature changed first, the shaft bringing a damp coolness that contrasted sharply with whatever weather you'd left above. Then came the sounds, the creak and groan of cables, the rush of air, the occasional drip of water from shaft walls, and the breathing of the men packed around you, most of whom had learned that talking during descent was pointless because nobody could hear anything anyway. Depths varied depending on the mine and the coal seam being worked. Some mines went down a few hundred feet, others descended over 1,000 feet into the earth. To put that in perspective, that's deeper than the Eiffel Tower is tall, except you're going in the wrong direction and there's significantly more chance of the ceiling falling on your head. When the cage finally stopped at the pit bottom, and miners appreciated the drivers who managed smooth stops rather than the ones who seemed to think they were competing in some kind of aggressive elevator Olympics, you'd step out into a different world. The pit bottom was usually the widest part of the underground network, a junction where multiple tunnels branched off toward different coal faces. Here, you might find stables for the pit ponies, storage areas for equipment, and the general organised chaos of men sorting themselves into work crews and heading off to their assigned sections. The walk from the pit bottom to your actual work area could take anywhere from a few minutes to over an hour, depending on how far the mine had expanded. These weren't pleasant strolls through well-maintained corridors. Mining tunnels, or roadways as they were called, were typically just tall enough for a man to walk stooped over, and just wide enough for coal trucks to pass through. Water dripped constantly from roofs, pooling in depressions and ensuring that your feet would be wet within the first 5 minutes of your shift. The air quality ranged from breathable but musty near the shaft to soup-like with coal dust, deeper in the workings. Props, wooden support beams, held up the roof at regular intervals, though regular is doing a lot of work in that sentence. The props were insurance against the millions of tons of rock that would very much like to obey gravity and fill in the space you'd created by removing coal. You learned to read the language of creaking wood and shifting stone, developing an almost supernatural sense for when a roof was feeling unstable. Miners would tap props with their hammers as they walked, listening for the solid thunk that meant the wood was still doing its job, versus the hollow sound that meant you should probably walk faster. Your destination was the coal face, the wall of coal where the actual mining happened. This was where the day's real work began, and where you'd spend the next 8 to 12 hours in conditions that would make a modern health and safety inspector weep into their clipboard. Coal doesn't give itself up willingly. It sits in seams, geological layers that might be anywhere from a few inches to several feet thick, surrounded by harder rock that has no intention of making your job easy. Getting the coal out required a combination of skill, strength, and a casual disregard for personal safety that would be remarkable if it wasn't so necessary. The coal face itself was typically a wall of black mineral gleaming dully in lamplight, running along the seam for as far as the mine had been worked. Seam heights varied dramatically. Some lucky miners worked seams tall enough to stand in, which must have felt like luxury. Others worked in seams as low as 18 inches, which meant spending your entire shift lying on your side, swinging a pickaxe in spaces that would make a sardine can feel spacious. The basic technique hadn't changed much since medieval times. You undercut the coal seam, weakening it, then brought it down in manageable chunks. Undercutting meant lying on your side or back at the very bottom of the seam, using a small pickaxe to hack away at the coal's base. This created a gap, usually about 3 feet deep, that undermined the coal above. It was exhausting, cramped work that left your shoulders screaming and your back promising to never forgive you. Once undercut, the coal needed to be brought down. In earlier periods, this meant using wedges and sledgehammers to crack the weakened coal and pry it loose in chunks. Later, explosives entered the picture, which was either a great innovation or a terrible idea depending on who you asked and whether the blast had just gone correctly. Controlled explosions in confined underground spaces surrounded by flammable gas and supported by wooden props. What could possibly go wrong? Actually, quite a lot, though miners became remarkably skilled at blast work. Shot firers, specialists in explosives, would drill holes in the coal face using hand-powered drills that required one man to hold the drill while another swung a sledgehammer to drive it forward. This was partnership work of the highest order, requiring trust that your colleague wouldn't miss and turn your hands into something resembling tenderized beef. Once the holes were drilled, they'd be packed with explosives and fuses. Everyone would retreat to a safe distance, and the shot firer would light the fuses and hope his calculations were correct. The blast would crack the coal, bringing it down in pieces that ranged from manageable chunks to slabs that required several men to shift. This coal then needed to be loaded into trucks, initially wooden carts pushed by hand, later metal trams pulled by ponies or small underground locomotives. The loading was done by the same men who'd cut the coal, using shovels and physical effort that would make modern gym workouts look gentle. Here's something that might surprise you. Miners were typically paid based on how much coal they produced, not how many hours they worked. This piecework system meant your earnings depended entirely on the amount you could cut, blast and load in a shift. It created intense motivation to work quickly, but also meant that difficult geological conditions, hard coal, wet faces, unstable roofs, directly affected your family's income. If you spent half your shift dealing with a roof fall instead of cutting coal, you made half the money. The physical toll of this work is hard to overstate from the comfort of your bed. Imagine swinging a pickaxe while lying on your side for hours at a time. Imagine breathing air thick with coal dust that turned your snot black and made every cough sound like you were bringing up something solid. Imagine working in temperatures that could range from near freezing in wet sections to sweltering heat near the deeper faces, where the Earth's natural warmth combined with human exertion created conditions like a sauna designed by someone who hated you. Your body adapted, or it broke. Miners developed distinctive physiques, powerful shoulders and arms from swinging picks and shoveling coal, but often crooked backs from working stooped or kneeling. Their hands became calloused to the point where they could handle rough coal and splintered props without flinching. Their lungs accumulated coal dust with every shift, a process that would eventually catch up with them, but seemed acceptable when you had a family to feed. The danger was constant and varied. Roof falls could crush you instantly or trap you under tons of rock. Gas explosions could race through the mine faster than you could run, the flame front turning anyone in its path into a casualty before they even understood what was happening. Flooding from underground water sources could drown entire work crews, and then there were the smaller everyday hazards. Crushed fingers from mishandled tools, lacerations from sharp coal faces, burns from lamps, and the omnipresent risk of simply tripping over something in the dark and breaking a bone in a place where medical help was hundreds of feet above you. Yet the men kept going back, shift after shift, year after year. Partly because they had no choice. Mining was the only real employment available in these valleys. But also because there was a kind of pride in the work, a craftsman's satisfaction in cutting a clean face or setting props that would hold steady. You were part of a crew, and the bonds formed by shared danger and shared labour created communities underground that were, in their own way, as important as the ones above. The coalface was where the dramatic work happened, but a mine was really a complex ecosystem requiring dozens of specialised jobs to function. Walking through an active mine in its heyday was like touring a small underground city, complete with transportation networks, workforce hierarchies, and its own peculiar culture. Perhaps the most beloved members of this subterranean community were the pit ponies. These weren't your typical farm horses, they were compact, sturdy animals specifically bred or selected for underground work. Shetland ponies were favourites because their small size allowed them to work in lower passages, while their strength was remarkable for their stature. These ponies hauled coal trams from the face to the pit bottom, navigating the maze of tunnels with intelligence that regularly amazed the men who worked with them. The ponies lived underground, sometimes for months at a time. They had stables at the pit bottom, actual underground stables with stalls, hay and water. The horses knew the routes better than many human workers and would automatically stop at passing places when meeting oncoming traffic. Some miners swore the ponies could sense dangerous gas before the safety lamps detected it and would refuse to enter certain areas when conditions were risky. Whether this was true or simply the horses objecting to poor air quality is debatable, but miners learned to trust their pony's judgment. The bond between a miner and his pony was often closer than many human relationships. You spent hours every day working alongside this animal in darkness and danger. You depended on each other. The ponies received names, personalities, and a level of care that might have seemed excessive, except that your productivity and possibly your life depended on them. When ponies were brought to the surface, usually during the annual break when mines shut down for maintenance, they'd apparently be startled by daylight, having lived so long in lamplight that the sun seemed impossibly bright. Then there were the boys. Mining employed children as young as 5 or 6 in the early days, though reformers gradually raised minimum ages as the 19th century progressed. These weren't children doing light tasks. They had specific essential jobs in the mine's operation. The youngest boys often worked as trappers, sitting alone in the darkness operating ventilation doors. When a coal tram approached, the boy would open his door, let it pass, then close it again to maintain the mine's airflow. Hour after hour in darkness, broken only by a small lamp, usually sitting on a pile of coal or a makeshift seat, waiting for the next tram. Try to imagine being 7 years old, sitting alone in pitch darkness hundreds of feet underground, with only the occasional rumble of approaching coal trucks to break the silence. The isolation must have been profound and the darkness absolute when your lamp needed refilling. Some boys sang to themselves or talked to imaginary companions, or simply endured with the stoicism that poverty and necessity teach early. Older boys graduated to more active roles. They'd become door boys, who accompanied the ponies or helpers who assisted the coal cutters. By their early teens, they'd be learning the actual craft of mining, how to read coal, set props and handle explosives. This was the education system in mining communities. You learned reading and arithmetic at Sunday school, and you learned your trade in the pit. The underground world also included specialists whose jobs required particular skills. Repairers maintained the roadways, replacing damaged props and keeping the tunnels safe. Shotfirers handled the explosives work, a position of considerable responsibility and slightly better pay. Engineers maintained the machinery, keeping pumps running and ensuring ventilation fans operated correctly. Each person had their role in the complex choreography that was a working mine. Communication underground happened through a combination of shouting, signal systems, and pure intuition developed over years of working together. Before electrical signal systems, messages travelled through chains of workers shouting to each other through the darkness, information degrading like a particularly high-stakes game of telephone. Later, bell signals allowed communication between the surface and pit bottom. One bell might mean ready to descend, 2 bells ready to ascend, and various other combinations conveying different messages. Get the signals wrong, and you might send an empty cage up while leaving men waiting below, or worse. The mine had its own time sense, divorced from the surface world. Down in the darkness, you couldn't tell if it was morning or evening, summer or winter. Your shift was measured by the work done rather than the passage of hours. Some men claimed they could feel time passing through the quality of the air or the behaviour of the ponies, developing almost supernatural awareness of the shift's progress. Others simply worked until someone came to tell them it was time to head back to the cage. Meal breaks happened at the face, with men sitting on coal piles eating bread and cheese that had acquired a distinctive gritty texture from the coal dust that coated everything. Water tasted faintly of minerals and whatever the pipes had picked up on their journey underground. Some mines allowed tea cans that could be warmed on small fires, though open flames were prohibited in most sections due to gas risks. The food never tasted quite right. Coal dust got into everything, but it provided the calories needed for the extraordinary physical exertion. The culture that developed underground was distinctive and powerful. Men learned to trust each other completely because their lives literally depended on it. If someone called out a warning about a bad roof or dangerous gas, you didn't debate, you moved. This created bonds that extended beyond the pit, forming the foundation for the tight-knit mining communities above ground. The men who descended together, worked together, and survived together became brothers in ways that transcended normal friendship. When the cage finally brought you back to the surface at shift's end, you'd emerge into whatever weather Wales was offering that day. Usually rain, sometimes fog, occasionally actual sunshine that made everyone slightly suspicious. Your eyes would need several minutes to adjust to natural light after hours in the dimness. Your ears would ring with the sudden absence of the constant underground noise, and your lungs would appreciate air that didn't have a texture. The mining communities that grew up around the pits were unlike anything that had existed in Wales before. Previously, Welsh valleys had been places of scattered farms and small villages. Mining created industrial towns almost overnight, with rows of terraced houses marching up hillsides in neat lines that showed all the imagination of someone arranging dominoes. These weren't planned communities with parks and public spaces. They were housing solutions designed to pack maximum workers into minimum space, as close to the pit as physically possible. The houses themselves were remarkably similar across different mining valleys. 2 up, 2 down was the standard layout. 2 rooms downstairs, 2 bedrooms upstairs, a small yard out back, and walls thin enough that you knew entirely too much about your neighbours' personal lives. The front door opened directly onto the street, which meant coal dust, mud, and whatever the weather was doing came straight into your front room. No entrance halls, no mudrooms, just immediate domesticity. These houses were typically owned by the mining company and rented to workers, which created an interesting power dynamic where your employer was also your landlord. Get fired from the pit, and you'd lose both your income and your home simultaneously. This arrangement wasn't designed for worker welfare so much as company convenience, ensuring a captive workforce who couldn't easily move to seek better wages elsewhere. Life in these mining towns revolved around the pit's schedule. When the day shift ended, streets would suddenly fill with men in blackened work clothes heading home for a wash and dinner. The night shift would pass them going the opposite direction, creating a twice-daily tidal exchange of workers. Women timed their household tasks around these rhythms. Water needed to be heated for washing, meals needed to be ready when men returned, and laundry had to be done when it wouldn't be coated in fresh coal dust. The washing of a miner presented its own challenges. Before pithead baths became common in the early 20th century, men came home covered head to foot in coal dust and had to wash in the house. This typically meant a zinc tub placed in front of the kitchen fire filled with water heated on the stove. The miner would strip down and scrub away the day's accumulation, while family members politely ignored his nakedness or helped scrub his back. The water would turn black immediately, and the process would need multiple rinses to actually get clean. Some coal dust, however, never came out. It worked its way into skin pores, creating permanent blue scars called coal tattoos, where cuts had healed with dust embedded in them. Older miners accumulated these marks like some kind of industrial tribal scarification, each one a story of a particular accident or incident underground. Their hands remained perpetually stained in the creases, no amount of scrubbing able to remove coal that had become part of their flesh. Women in mining communities worked just as hard as the men, though their labour was unpaid and largely invisible to the historical record. Running a household on a miner's wages required skills that would impress a modern efficiency expert. You had to make limited money stretch to feed a family, keep everyone clothed despite the destructive nature of mining work, maintain a house that was under constant assault from coal dust, and somehow create a home environment that provided relief from the harsh conditions of pit work. Laundry was a particular challenge. Mining clothes needed to be washed constantly but never really got clean. The standard process involved soaking, boiling, scrubbing with lye soap that was harsh enough to remove coal but also skin, multiple rinses, and eventual acceptance that your husband's work clothes would always be slightly grey. Wash day typically happened once a week, involving enough physical effort to qualify as a serious workout, hauling water, heating it, lifting wet clothes, wringing, hanging and repeating. Food was practical and calorie-dense. Mining work burned enormous amounts of energy, so meals needed to be substantial. Breakfast might be porridge or bread with dripping. The main meal, taken after the shift, would typically involve potatoes, maybe some bacon or cheap cuts of meat, bread and strong tea. Vegetables came from the small garden plot behind the house, if you were lucky enough to have one, and the time to maintain it. The diet wasn't particularly varied, but it kept working men functional, which was the primary requirement. The town itself would have a few key institutions. The chapel or church stood at the centre of community life, providing not just religious services, but also social organisation, education, and a moral framework. Chapels were often the grandest buildings in mining towns, their architecture suggesting that while houses could be basic, places of worship deserved investment. The Welsh love of music found particular expression in chapel choirs, where miners who spent their days in industrial noise created harmonies that could raise the hair on your neck. Shops lined the main streets: grocers, butchers, bakers and general stores. Many operated on credit systems because miners were paid fortnightly, and families needed to eat in between. The shopkeeper's ledger was essentially the community's credit score, tracking who owed what and allowing families to survive the gap between wages. This credit came at a price, of course. Interest charges that meant buying on credit always cost more than paying cash. The pub served as the men's social space, the place where you could relax after a shift with a pint and companionship. Mining was hard on bodies and minds, and alcohol provided temporary relief from both physical pain and psychological stress. Some men drank moderately, others fell into patterns of heavy drinking that consumed wages and created family hardships. The temperance movement had strong support in mining areas, though it fought an uphill battle against the combination of physical pain, psychological stress, and social tradition that made the pub central to male community life. Education was valued but limited. Elementary schools taught basic literacy and numeracy, enough to read the Bible and do practical calculations. Beyond that, continued education required either exceptional talent that earned scholarships or family wealth that most miners didn't possess. Children typically left school at 12 or 13 to begin work, either in the pit or in other jobs that helped support the family economy. Now we come to the harder parts of this story, though we'll walk through them gently. Understanding what mining communities endured requires acknowledging both the spectacular disasters that made headlines and the grinding everyday hardships that broke people slowly rather than suddenly. Mining accidents were horrifyingly common. Small incidents happened constantly: crushed fingers, minor burns, cuts and bruises. These rarely made it into official records because men would typically bind up the injury and keep working. Losing a shift's pay was often more threatening than a damaged hand. More serious injuries meant time off work, which meant no income, which meant family hardship. Then there were the disasters. Mine explosions killed dozens or hundreds at once, usually caused by methane gas accumulating in poorly ventilated areas and igniting from a lamp, a spark, or the explosion itself creating more explosions. These catastrophes would devastate entire communities overnight. One moment men were working normally underground. The next, families were gathering at the pit head, waiting for news, knowing from the smoke and chaos that many wouldn't be coming home. Roof falls claimed lives regularly, suddenly and without warning. One minute you're working the coalface, the next, tons of rock have crushed you or trapped you in darkness, while the lamp burns down and air runs out. Rescue efforts were heroic but often futile. Moving the fallen rock required time and equipment, and trapped men rarely had enough of either. Water in rushes could flood entire sections of the mine in minutes. Underground water sources were unpredictable, and sometimes mining work would inadvertently breach barriers, holding back underground lakes or streams. The water would pour in with tremendous force, drowning anyone who couldn't reach higher ground or the shaft quickly enough. The aftermath of disasters followed predictable, tragic patterns. The company would express regret while denying responsibility. Funerals would be held for those whose bodies could be recovered. Families would be left without income, often without housing since they lived in company-owned homes. Inquests would be held, recommendations made, and usually nothing fundamental would change. But the slow disasters were equally devastating in their own way. Pneumoconiosis, called black lung, was the miner's disease, caused by decades of breathing coal dust that accumulated in lungs until breathing became increasingly difficult. There was no cure, no treatment, just a gradual decline where every breath became work, and the former strong man became a wheezing invalid who couldn't walk up the stairs without stopping to catch his breath. The progression was cruel in its predictability. First, you'd notice you couldn't quite keep up with younger men anymore. Then climbing hills became difficult. Eventually, breathing became the main activity of your day, each breath a conscious effort rather than an automatic background function. Men in their 50s looked 80, worn out from inside by the coal they'd spent their lives extracting. Injuries accumulated over careers, bad backs from years of working stooped, damaged knees from kneeling on hard coal and rock, shoulders that ached in wet weather from swinging picks thousands of times per shift, hearing loss from working in constant noise. These weren't dramatic injuries, but the physical cost of decades of doing brutally hard work in terrible conditions. The psychological toll is harder to document because mental health wasn't a concept that mining communities had language for, but it was real nonetheless. Men who'd survived disasters often showed what we'd now recognise as PTSD, nightmares, anxiety, and inability to return underground. The constant awareness of danger created stress that some managed and others didn't. The combination of dangerous work, financial insecurity, physical pain, and limited options for change weighed on people in ways that expressed themselves through irritability, depression, or drinking. Family life under these pressures required remarkable resilience. Women managed households, knowing their husbands might not come home from their shifts. Children grew up understanding that their fathers were constantly at risk. The communities developed coping mechanisms, neighbours helping each other, the chapel providing comfort, and shared experience creating understanding. But the stress was real and constant. Economic hardship was the backdrop to everything. Mining wages were better than farm work, but never enough to build security. A miner's widow often faced immediate poverty, unless she could find work or had grown children to support her. Illness or injury meant financial disaster. There were no safety nets, no insurance, no welfare state, just charity that was never sufficient, and community support that was generous but limited. Yet through all this hardship, the communities endured. They created culture despite poverty, the male voice choirs that made Welsh mining famous, the brass bands that practiced in drafty halls, and the poetry and literature that emerged from these valleys. They built institutions, trade unions that fought for better conditions, cooperative societies that provided affordable goods, and educational institutes that offered learning opportunities. The perseverance wasn't some romantic quality to be admired from a distance. It was necessity given form, the stubborn refusal to be destroyed by circumstances that were genuinely destructive. You kept going because the alternative was unthinkable. You sent your children down the pit because they needed to eat. You went back underground after disasters because your family needed the income. You built a life in the cracks between hardship because humans are remarkably good at doing exactly that. The decline of Welsh coal mining didn't happen overnight. It was a slow process, like watching a sunset that takes decades instead of minutes, beautiful in its own way but marking the end of an era. The first hints came after World War I, when foreign competition began undercutting Welsh coal prices. Other countries had developed their own mining industries, and shipping coal across oceans became less economical than burning local supplies. The British market remained, but it was shrinking as oil began replacing coal for some purposes. Diesel locomotives were more efficient than steam. Oil heating was cleaner than coal. The world was changing its energy sources, and coal was slowly becoming yesterday's fuel. The Great Depression hit mining communities with particular brutality. When industries cut production, they needed less coal. Miners closed or reduced shifts. Men who'd worked their entire lives underground found themselves unemployed with no other skills and no other opportunities in towns built entirely around mining. The dole, unemployment benefit, kept families from starvation but not from poverty, and the psychological impact of idleness in communities where identity was built around work was devastating. World War II brought temporary revival. Coal was essential for the war effort, and mines operated at full capacity. Men too old for military service worked double shifts. The industry remembered its importance, and workers remembered steady employment. But it was a reprieve rather than a reversal, the economy running on wartime needs that would end with peace. Nationalisation in 1947 brought the mines under government control, creating the National Coal Board. Miners hoped this would mean better conditions and more secure employment. In some ways it did. Safety improved, wages became more standardised, and benefits were introduced. But nationalisation couldn't solve the fundamental problem. The world needed less coal, and Welsh coal was becoming expensive to extract compared to other sources. The 1950s and 60s saw systematic closures. Mines that had employed hundreds closed permanently, their pit wheels stopping for the last time. Communities that had existed for generations faced existential questions. What happens to a mining town when the mine closes? Where do people go when the only skill they have is extracting coal that nobody wants anymore? Some families moved to England, seeking work in factories or construction. Others stayed, clinging to familiar places even as employment vanished. The young left in disproportionate numbers, draining valleys of energy and future. Villages became places where old miners retired and died while their children built lives elsewhere. The strikes of the 1980s were a last desperate attempt to save an industry that economics had already condemned. The 1984 to 85 strike lasted a year, pitting miners against a government determined to reduce coal dependency. It was brutal, bitter, and ultimately unsuccessful. Communities tore themselves apart over whether to strike or work. Families survived on charity and determination, and in the end the mines closed anyway. Walking through a Welsh valley today, you can still read the history written in the landscape. The terraced houses remain, though many are now holiday cottages or have been renovated beyond recognition. Chapel buildings stand converted to apartments or community centres, their singing replaced by silence. The pitheads are gone, their sites reclaimed by grass and trees or marked by memorials. The slag heaps have been landscaped into gentle hills, their sharp angles softened by decades of erosion and deliberate reshaping. The last deep mine in Wales closed in 2008. Tower Colliery had been saved by workers who bought it themselves in the 1990s, operating it as a cooperative that proved mining could still work if workers controlled it. When coal quality declined and reserves depleted, they closed it voluntarily rather than waiting for economic forces to make the decision for them. It was an ending that somehow maintained dignity, with workers choosing to close their own mine rather than having it shut down by external decree. The end of coal mining in Wales marked the conclusion of an era that had lasted roughly 200 years. 2 centuries during which these valleys had been transformed from farming country to industrial powerhouses and back to something else entirely. Communities searching for new identities while honouring the extraordinary history that had shaped them. The transition wasn't smooth. Mining towns struggled with unemployment rates that would shock economists. Young people left because there were no jobs, creating ageing populations in communities built for young families. The social fabric that mining had created, the solidarity, the shared purpose, the tight-knit neighbourhoods, began to fray when the industry that had woven it together disappeared. Some valleys found new purposes. Tourism discovered that the industrial heritage people had lived with daily was actually fascinating to outsiders. Former mines became museums where guides, often former miners themselves, led visitors through preserved workings, explaining how the job was done and what life was like underground. There's something both touching and slightly odd about paying to experience a sample of work that people had once been paid to do and had desperately hoped their children wouldn't have to follow them into. Regeneration projects attempted to diversify local economies. Light industry, call centres, tourism and service jobs replaced heavy industry. The work was safer, cleaner, and generally better for your health, but it paid less and lacked the identity and solidarity that mining had provided. You can work in a call centre for 20 years without developing the same sense of craft and community that 2 years underground created. The physical landscape underwent dramatic transformation. Those slag heaps that had dominated valley sides for generations were slowly removed or reshaped. Rivers that had run black with coal dust for a century started running clear again. Air quality improved to the point where you could hang white laundry outside without it turning grey. Nature reclaimed spaces that industry had dominated, and the valleys began to look more like they had before coal was discovered. But removing the physical traces of mining couldn't erase the cultural legacy. The communities that mining created had developed distinctive identities that persisted even after the industry vanished. The emphasis on education and self-improvement, the tradition of mutual aid and collective action, and the cultural institutions like choirs and brass bands. These survived the closure of the pits because they'd become embedded in community identity. As you lie there in comfort, warm and safe, it's worth reflecting on what those forgotten mines of Wales actually meant, not just to the people who worked them, but to the modern world you inhabit. The coal pulled from Welsh valleys powered the Industrial Revolution that created modern civilization. The ships that connected the British Empire ran on Welsh coal. The factories that mass-produced goods, making them affordable for ordinary people for the first time in history, were powered by Welsh coal. The trains that revolutionised transportation, the heating systems that made homes comfortable, and the steel mills that provided material for bridges and buildings, all of these depended on coal, and much of that coal came from Wales. This means that Welsh miners, toiling in darkness and danger for wages that barely covered rent and food, were inadvertently building the modern world. Every technological advancement of the industrial age rested on a foundation of fossil fuel energy, and someone had to extract that energy from underground. The miners who did this work weren't thinking about historical significance. They were thinking about feeding their families, but their labour literally powered the transformation of human civilization. The labour movement that created workers' rights across the industrialised world found some of its strongest expression in Welsh mining communities. The unions that fought for safer conditions, better pay, reasonable hours, and basic dignity established precedents that benefited workers in every industry. When coal miners struck for better conditions, they were advancing causes that would eventually benefit office workers who'd never seen a mine. The concept that workers deserve protection from dangerous conditions, that employers had responsibility for workplace safety, and that communities deserved compensation when industry harmed them. These ideas were forged in mining communities, often in response to disasters that killed dozens. The regulations that protect modern workers exist partly because miners died when those regulations didn't exist, and their communities refused to accept that such deaths were inevitable. The cultural contributions of Welsh mining communities enriched British and world culture in ways often overlooked. The male voice choir tradition that spread globally had its strongest expression in mining valleys, where men who spent their days in industrial noise created beauty through harmony. The literature that emerged from these communities, poetry, memoir, fiction, provided working-class perspectives that challenged middle-class assumptions about what constituted worthy subjects for art. Welsh mining communities also demonstrated something important about human resilience and community solidarity. They showed that people could build meaningful lives under objectively terrible conditions, that communities could develop rich cultures despite poverty, and that dignity wasn't dependent on material comfort. This isn't to romanticize hardship. The conditions were genuinely awful, and nobody should have had to endure them, but rather to acknowledge the remarkable human capacity to create meaning and community, even in difficult circumstances. The environmental legacy is more complicated. Coal mining damaged the landscape extensively, polluted waterways, and contributed to air pollution that harmed health across industrial regions. The carbon emissions from burning Welsh coal contributed to climate change that we're now struggling to address. The environmental restoration of former mining areas has been expensive and ongoing, attempting to repair damage that accumulated over 2 centuries of intensive extraction. Yet the energy transition we're currently experiencing, moving from fossil fuels to renewable sources, builds on lessons learned from the coal era. We understand now that energy extraction has environmental costs that must be considered. We recognise that communities built around single industries are vulnerable when that industry declines. We know that workers displaced by economic change deserve support and retraining rather than abandonment. These lessons came partly from watching what happened when coal mining ended. The museums and heritage sites that preserve mining history serve an important function beyond tourism. They ensure that future generations understand where their comfortable, technological lives came from. It's easy to take electricity, heating and manufactured goods for granted without considering the human cost that made them possible. Seeing an actual coal face, understanding what working underground meant, and recognizing the sacrifices made by people whose names are mostly forgotten. This provides perspective that pure prosperity can't teach. In Wales itself, mining identity remains powerful, even among people too young to have ever worked underground. The values that mining communities developed, solidarity, mutual support, education and cultural expression, continue to shape these regions. The political culture of Welsh valleys, with its strong support for collective action and social welfare, reflects lessons learned when communities discovered that individuals couldn't survive without community support. The descendants of miners live across the world now, carrying family histories of underground work to places far from Welsh valleys. These stories, passed down through generations, keep alive the memory of what previous generations endured. Your colleague whose grandfather was a Welsh miner, your friend whose great-aunt emigrated from a mining town, and the person you met who casually mentioned their family's mining background, they're carrying pieces of this history forward. Perhaps most importantly, the mining era teaches us about the human cost of the energy and materials that modern civilization requires. We still need energy. We still need raw materials. Someone somewhere is still doing difficult, dangerous work to extract what we consume casually. The working conditions have improved in developed nations, partly due to lessons learned from mining history. But the fundamental truth remains. Our comfortable lives rest on labour that most of us never see and rarely consider. History written in broad strokes can miss the texture of actual human experience. So let's slow down and consider what all this meant at the individual level through the kinds of stories that former miners and their families shared when they talked about their lives. Imagine being 8 years old, starting work as a trapper boy. You'd wake before dawn, eat whatever breakfast your family could afford, and walk to the pit with your father or older brothers. The descent into darkness would terrify you initially. The dropping sensation, the blackness, and the damp smell of underground spaces. But children adapt, and within weeks this journey would become routine. Your job station would be a ventilation door somewhere in the mine's network. You'd sit on a small wooden seat or pile of coal, holding a string attached to the door. When you heard a coal tram approaching, and you learned to distinguish the sound of different trams, different ponies, and different drivers, you'd pull the string to open the door. The tram would pass through, and you'd close the door to maintain airflow. Then silence would return, and you'd sit alone in darkness lit only by your small lamp, waiting for the next tram. Hour after hour in silence broken only by distant sounds of mining work, dripping water, and the occasional scurrying of rats that lived underground. You couldn't read because the light was too poor, and you probably couldn't read anyway. You couldn't move around because you needed to stay at your station. You just sat and waited and tried not to think about the tons of rock above your head, or the darkness that pressed in from all sides. Some boys handled this solitude better than others. Some sang quietly to themselves, or talked to imaginary friends, or simply developed the capacity to sit with their own thoughts for 12 hours at a stretch. Others found it psychologically damaging, developing fears that would last their entire lives. But all of them did it because their families needed the income, and 8-year-olds didn't really get a choice about employment. Now imagine being a young woman married to a miner. Every time your husband descended into the pit, you'd have to make peace with the possibility that he might not return. You'd listen for the pit whistle that signalled accidents, knowing that its particular pattern would tell you whether to worry or to panic. When disaster struck other families, you'd attend funerals while thinking, that could have been us. Because it could have been, and the only thing separating your intact family from the grieving widow down the street was pure luck. Your daily work would be constant and exhausting. Washing, cooking, cleaning, and maintaining the house against the constant assault of coal dust. Managing the family budget with the precision of an accountant, making every penny count because there weren't any extra. Caring for children while also, in many cases, taking in lodgers, or doing laundry for other families to earn extra income. Running a mining household was a full-time job that paid nothing but was absolutely essential to family survival. You'd develop strategies and skills that would impress modern efficiency experts. You'd know how to make a small amount of meat feed 6 people by combining it with potatoes and vegetables. You'd master the art of repairing clothes so extensively that they could be passed down through multiple children. You'd create cleaning schedules that minimized dust accumulation and made the most of available water and fuel. You'd become an expert at reading your husband's mood and health, knowing when he was simply tired versus genuinely ill, and when he needed space versus comfort. Or imagine being a miner in your prime, say 35 years old with 20 years of underground experience. You'd have developed a sophisticated understanding of coal, rock, and mining engineering that was partly taught and partly intuitive. You'd know how to read subtle signs in the coalface that indicated what would happen when you undercut it. You'd understand roof stability from the sound of creaking props and the feel of air pressure changes. You'd have learned through experience where gas tended to accumulate and how to recognise danger before it became disaster. Your body would be a map of your career. Scars from various accidents, coal tattoos from healed cuts, and the distinctive miner's physique of powerful shoulders and arms, combined with a back that was starting to curve from years of stooped work. Your hands would be calloused to the point of being almost leather-like, able to handle rough coal and splintered wood without much discomfort. Your lungs would have started accumulating the coal dust that would eventually cause problems, though at 35 you probably wouldn't notice symptoms yet. You'd have a position in the underground social hierarchy based on skill, experience, and personality. The best coal cutters were respected for their craft. Shot firers who were reliable and safe earned trust. Men who panicked in emergencies or couldn't be counted on to pull their weight in difficult conditions would find themselves subtly marginalised. The underground world had its own social rules, and reputation mattered intensely in a place where lives depended on teamwork. Your relationship with the mine itself would be complex. You'd hate the danger, the discomfort, and the toll it took on your body. But you'd also feel a craftsman's pride in doing difficult work well. There was satisfaction in cutting a clean face, in setting props that would hold, and in knowing you could handle conditions that would defeat someone with less skill and experience. The mine was your adversary and your livelihood, the thing you struggled against daily and the thing that gave your life structure and purpose. As we near the end of our journey through Welsh mining history, it's time to draw together the threads and understand how this vanished world still touches the present in ways both obvious and subtle. The physical landscape of Wales still bears mining's signature, even where active restoration has occurred. Those valley towns with their terraced houses remain, adapted to new purposes but unmistakable in their origins. The chapels, often the most beautiful buildings in these communities, stand as reminders of the spiritual life that sustained people through industrial hardship. The rivers run clear now, but their banks still sometimes reveal coal fragments that escaped from works closed decades ago. Walk through a former mining valley on a quiet day, and you might notice something interesting about the topography. The hillsides have a particular slope where slag heaps once stood, now softened by grass and thyme, but still distinctively not quite natural. The flat areas near valley floors show where railway sidings once ran, their tracks long removed, but the ground still bearing the compressed memory of heavy use. The landscape remembers, even when casual observers wouldn't recognise what they're seeing. The museums deserve particular mention because they're fighting against historical amnesia. Big Pit National Coal Museum in Blaenavon takes visitors down an actual mine, equipped with helmet and lamp, experiencing a tiny fraction of what working underground meant. The guides are often former miners who can explain from personal experience what each section was for and how the work was done. They make the history immediate and real in ways that no amount of reading can match. These museums serve an important function beyond education. They validate the experiences of people whose working lives were often dismissed as unimportant by those who benefited from their labour. By preserving mining history and treating it as worthy of museum-quality presentation, they're making a statement that these lives mattered, that this work had dignity, and that the sacrifices made by mining communities deserve recognition and remembrance. The cultural legacy persists in ways that surprise people unfamiliar with Welsh history. The male voice choirs that remain active in Welsh valleys still sing with harmonies, perfected by miners who found beauty in music after spending days in industrial noise. The brass bands that compete in national competitions maintain traditions established when musical instruments provided one of the few sources of entertainment and cultural expression available to working-class communities. Welsh literature and poetry carry mining's influence in their DNA. Poets who grew up in mining households, even if they never worked underground themselves, write with awareness of hardship, solidarity, and the dignity of manual labour. The working-class voice in British literature owes much to writers who emerged from mining communities and brought their experiences and perspectives to audiences who'd never considered such lives worthy of literary attention. The political culture of Wales reflects mining's legacy in tangible ways. The strong support for trade unions, the emphasis on collective action, and the suspicion of unchecked corporate power. These attitudes were forged in mining communities that learned through bitter experience that individual workers had no power against large organisations, but collective action could force change. The Labour Party's historic dominance in Welsh valleys stems directly from mining communities' political awakening during industrial struggles. More subtly, the values that sustained mining communities, mutual support, community solidarity, emphasis on education as a path to advancement, continue to influence Welsh culture, even as economic circumstances have changed entirely. The tradition of neighbours helping neighbours during hardship, of communities rallying around families facing difficulties, of viewing education as communally valuable, rather than just individually beneficial, these reflect lessons learned when survival depended on community cohesion. For individuals with mining heritage, the connection to this history often runs deep, even when separated by generations. People whose grandparents were miners carry stories passed down through families, creating personal connections to a vanished world. These aren't abstract historical facts, but family memory, kept alive through photographs, remembered conversations, and the occasional piece of mining equipment kept as a family heirloom. The contemporary energy transition, the shift from fossil fuels to renewable sources, has brought unexpected resonance to mining history. Wales is now investing in wind farms, tidal power, and solar installations, transitioning from extracting energy from the ground to harvesting it from natural forces. Some former mining communities are becoming centres for renewable energy, finding new purpose in energy production, even as the energy sources change completely. This transition carries echoes of mining's lessons, the importance of planning for workers displaced by industrial change, the need to support communities economically dependent on single industries, the recognition that energy extraction has costs, environmental, social and human, that must be considered alongside economic benefits. These lessons, learned painfully through mining's rise and fall, inform current policy in ways that might have prevented some of the hardship mining communities experienced if they'd been applied earlier. Climate change discussions often position coal mining as a purely historical problem, the source of emissions that created our current crisis. This is true, but incomplete. The people who mined coal weren't causing climate change through malice or ignorance. They were providing energy that civilization demanded, working jobs that were available to them, and feeding families the only way they knew how. Holding them responsible for climate change makes no more sense than blaming oil workers for petroleum dependence. The responsibility lies with economic and political systems that created demand without considering long-term consequences. Understanding this distinction matters because we're still creating new industries and new dependencies without fully considering their long-term impacts. We're still asking workers to accept dangerous or harmful employment because alternatives don't exist. We're still building communities around single industries that might vanish within a generation. The patterns that created and destroyed coal mining continue in new forms, suggesting we haven't fully learned the lessons that history offers. As you prepare for sleep, comfortable in your warm bed with electric light available at the touch of a switch, it's worth holding one final thought about what those forgotten mines of Wales actually represent. They represent human ingenuity applied to solving energy needs, even when the solution came at tremendous cost. They represent working-class communities creating culture, dignity, and solidarity under conditions that were objectively terrible. They represent the environmental and human price of industrialization, paid by people who had little choice about the work they did but maintained their humanity, despite circumstances designed to reduce them to mere labour. The miners themselves, the men who descended into darkness day after day, the women who maintained households and communities, and the children who started work before they'd finished growing. These weren't extraordinary people in the sense of being unusual. They were ordinary humans doing what humans do, adapting to circumstances, building lives in available spaces, creating meaning despite hardship, and persevering because the alternative was unacceptable. Their ordinariness is precisely what makes their history important. They demonstrate that normal people, faced with difficult circumstances, are capable of remarkable endurance and achievement. The mining communities didn't just survive, They thrived culturally, creating music, literature, and social institutions that enriched the broader culture. They didn't just endure exploitation, they organised collectively and fought for better conditions, establishing precedents that benefited workers everywhere. The forgetting of this history, and make no mistake, it is being forgotten outside of Wales, represents a kind of cultural amnesia that impoverishes us. When we lose connection to the labour that created modern comfort, we lose understanding of what that comfort actually cost. When we forget the human price of energy and material goods, we're more likely to treat them as cheap and disposable, rather than recognising their true cost. Remembering doesn't mean romanticising. Mining was brutal, dangerous work that nobody should have had to do in the conditions that existed. The hardships mining communities endured weren't character-building challenges, but unnecessary suffering caused by economic systems that valued profit over human welfare. Progress meant improving conditions until they became acceptable, and eventually transitioning away from coal entirely. But remembering does mean recognising that the lives lived in those valleys, the work done in those mines, the communities built in those towns, the struggles fought in those strikes. These things mattered. They shaped the modern world. They established precedents for workers' rights. They demonstrated human capacity for endurance and community solidarity. They created a culture that enriches us still. The last deep mine in Wales closed in 2008, but the history didn't end there. It continues in the landscapes shaped by mining, in the communities still adapting to post-industrial reality, and in the cultural traditions maintained by people who never worked underground but inherited mining's legacy. It continues in the museums that preserve this history, in the stories passed down through families, and in the values that mining communities developed and their descendants maintain. And it continues in moments like this, when someone comfortable and safe takes time to consider what life was like for people who had neither comfort nor safety, but built meaningful lives anyway. By remembering their story, you're honouring their experience and keeping alive a history that matters more than it might initially appear. The darkness beneath Welsh hills is empty now, the coal face is silent, the pit wheels still. But the darkness gave us something beyond fuel and profit. It gave us examples of human resilience, lessons about the cost of progress, warnings about building communities around single industries, and demonstrations of what people can achieve through collective action and mutual support. These are gifts worth receiving, even as we're grateful that the particular conditions that created them have passed into history. Sleep well, knowing that the warmth and comfort you enjoy tonight comes partly from energy sources that people risked everything to extract. Remember them with gratitude, honour their struggles by learning from them, and carry forward the values they developed in darkness. Solidarity, perseverance, dignity and hope. The mines are forgotten by many, but they need not be forgotten by you. Welcome back, my tired dumplings. Get comfortable. Pull whatever is nearest to you a little closer. Tonight we're going somewhere cold and grey, and full of a particular kind of stubbornness that the world has rarely seen, and we're going to move through it slowly, the way good things move. Her name, before the world got hold of it, was Maria Salomea Sklodowska. Born on the 7th of November, 1867, in a second-floor apartment on Frita Street in Warsaw. The fifth child of two schoolteachers who had lost almost everything they owned to politics and empire, and the slow, grinding weight of living in a country that was not, at the moment of her birth, technically allowed to be a country. Poland in 1867 did not exist on any official map. It had been carved up between Russia, Prussia and Austria decades earlier, and the part where Maria was born belonged to the Russian Empire, which had very specific ideas about what the Polish people were and were not permitted to do. They were not permitted to speak Polish in schools. They were not permitted to teach Polish history. They were not permitted to organise, to assemble, to carry much of anything forward from the civilization that had existed before the partition. The Russian government called this policy assimilation. The Polish people called it something else in Polish, which they were not supposed to be speaking. Maria's father taught mathematics and physics. Her mother had been the principal of a girls' school before Maria was born, resigning her position when the fifth pregnancy made it impossible to continue. By the time Maria was old enough to understand such things, the family had moved several times and the rooms had grown smaller, and the furniture had grown sparse and the meals had grown careful. Her father lost teaching positions whenever Russian authorities decided he was showing insufficient enthusiasm for the empire's educational priorities, which happened more than once. He responded by bringing his laboratory equipment home, teaching his children chemistry and physics on the kitchen table, because the Russian authorities had removed it from the schools and he was not willing to let that be the end of it. Maria was, by every account, an exceptional student from the beginning. Not the prodigy kind of exceptional, the quiet kind. The kind that sits at the front of the classroom and finishes the problems before the teacher has finished writing them on the board and then waits, with something that looks like patience but is really a controlled form of hunger, for the next thing. She graduated from her gymnasium at 15 with the gold medal for top marks. Receiving the medal required shaking the hand of the Russian Grand Master of Education in Warsaw. She shook it. The family noted that she did not look pleased while doing so. After graduation, she collapsed. Doctors described it as fatigue, nervous exhaustion, the kind of thing that gets diagnosed as physical when the actual cause is the accumulated weight of being exceptionally capable, in a situation specifically designed to prevent that capability from going anywhere. She spent a year in the countryside with cousins, dancing and walking and not studying, the only genuinely unstructured year of her life. She came back from it with her hunger restored and nowhere obvious to put it. The university in Warsaw did not admit women. This was not an oversight. The Russian Ministry of Education had sent a formal decree to every university council in Poland in 1863, explicitly banning women from enrolling. Most universities across Europe had similar policies. Warsaw was where Maria was, and Warsaw was therefore where the wall was, and the wall was absolute. What existed instead was the Flying University. It had been operating since 1882, a network of secret classes held in private apartments across Warsaw, taught by Polish professors and philosophers and historians who were willing to risk the consequences. The consequences, if caught, range from dismissal to exile to Siberia. The students were women who had graduated at the top of their classes and had nowhere to go with it. The classes moved constantly, from one apartment to another, never in the same location twice in the same week, which is where the name came from. You could not raid a university that did not stay still. Maria joined with her sister Bronislawa. She attended lectures in anatomy, natural history and sociology. She gave lessons herself to women from poor families, passing forward whatever she had just received. She described it later as the origin of her interest in experimental scientific work, which is a measured way of saying that sitting in a borrowed apartment in 1883, listening to a professor whisper physics in Polish, because the windows had to stay closed in case someone was listening outside, was where something clicked into place for her that never clicked back out. The pact came next. Maria and Bronislawa between them had one viable route to a proper university education. Paris. The Sorbonne admitted women. But Paris required money, and money required time, and time required a plan. Maria was 17. Bronislawa wanted to study medicine. Maria would work as a governess, sending her wages to Paris to fund her sister's degree. Once Bronislawa had finished and was earning, she would bring Maria to Paris and fund hers in return. It was a clean agreement between two women who understood that plans needed to be made carefully and kept. Maria packed her bags and went to work for the Zurowski family. They were a wealthy landowning family who lived in the village of Szczuki, roughly 60 miles north of Warsaw, administering a large estate. Maria arrived in January of 1886, 18 years old, to teach the family's daughters. She would stay for nearly 3 years. She spent 7 hours a day on the formal teaching duties, and whatever hours remained she spent reading from the family's scientific library, or writing letters, or continuing to study on her own, late into the nights, by whatever light she had. She also organised a school for the children of local peasants and factory workers. This was illegal. The Russian authorities did not approve of Polish children being educated in Polish, and Maria was circulating Polish books among their parents while teaching their children to read in their own language. She was doing this openly, with the blessing of the Zurowski family who shared her Polish nationalism, and she was doing it in full awareness that if the wrong person reported it, she could be sent to Siberia. She was 18 years old. She set up the school anyway and taught up to 18 children at a time in addition to her official duties. Then Kazimierz Zurowski arrived for the summer. He was the family's eldest son, a mathematics student at the University of Warsaw, 1 year older than Maria, and already showing the kind of mathematical mind that would eventually make him one of Poland's most important mathematicians. They fell in love the way young people fall in love when they discover they think in the same language. They discussed marriage. His parents said no. Maria was a governess, penniless, a relative's daughter from a family of no money and no social standing, and the Żurawski family had different expectations for their son. Kazimierz, who would later prove himself willing to solve problems of extraordinary mathematical complexity, was not willing to oppose his parents on this one. He let the refusal stand. Maria stayed in the Żurawski household for 15 more months after this, sending wages to Bronislawa in Paris, teaching the peasant children their letters, reading physics by candlelight, carrying the humiliation of the rejection in the same household where the person who had not defended her was still present. She had no other financial option. She stayed, and she kept working, and she did not let it stop her. There is a detail that comes at the very end of Kazimierz Żurawski's long life that is difficult to set aside. He became a professor and eventually the rector of Krakow University. He married someone else. He had children. He had a distinguished career. He lived to be 86 years old, long enough to see Marie Curie become the most famous scientist in the world, long enough to see her receive 2 Nobel Prizes, long enough for her name to be known in every country. There is an account, unverified but persistent, of him in old age sitting in front of her statue in Warsaw, just sitting there for a long time, saying nothing. Maria left the Żurawski household at Easter of 1889 and took a third governess position elsewhere, continuing to save. Bronislawa finished her degree and wrote from Paris. "Come," she said. Maria was 24 years old when she finally boarded a train for Paris in the autumn of 1891. She could not afford a seat in a heated compartment. She brought a folding stool to sit on, wrapped herself in everything she had, and ate food she had packed because buying anything on the train did not fit the budget. She had been planning this journey for 6 years. Warsaw was behind her. Paris was 6 years ahead. 3 days on a folding stool in an unheated carriage, wrapped in layers, eating cold food she had packed because buying anything on the train did not fit the budget. 24 years old, 1 trunk, 6 years of waiting behind her and the Sorbonne somewhere ahead in the grey October city. Bronislawa met her at the Gare du Nord. Bronislawa had finished her medical degree, married a Polish doctor named Casimir Dluski, and was living in a flat on the Rue d'Allemagne with a spare room and a warm kitchen. She had already done the hard part. Now she was watching her younger sister arrive to do it herself. Maria stayed with them for a few months. Then she moved out. The Dluski flat was an hour from the Sorbonne by horse-drawn bus, and the bus cost money she did not have, and the hour cost time she was not willing to spend on anything that was not studying. Her father had also written to warn her that spending too much time with the Polish exile community in Paris could harm the career prospects she was hoping to build back in Warsaw, and could put relatives still in Poland in danger. Both of these things were true, and she took them seriously. She found a room on the Rue Flatter in the Latin Quarter, a 6th-floor garret with no heat, and a window that looked at the rooftops and a ceiling that sloped so sharply on one side that standing fully upright was only possible in the centre of the room. She carried her own coal up the stairs herself, 1 bucket at a time, stopping at each floor to breathe. 1 or 2 sacks for the entire winter, because that was what the budget allowed. She enrolled in the Faculty of Science at the Sorbonne on the 3rd of November 1891. On the enrolment form she wrote Marie instead of Maria, the French version of her name, a small and practical adjustment she would carry for the rest of her life. Female students at the Sorbonne made up roughly 2% of the total enrolment. There were nearly 2,000 men in the science faculty. There were 23 women. She was one of them. She also, in those first weeks, realised she was behind. 6 years of studying in stolen hours had given her real knowledge, but not the same foundation as students who'd been inside proper institutions all along. Her technical French was not yet strong enough for lectures delivered at speed. Her mathematics, though solid, was not at the level of her French peers who'd been building it since childhood without interruption. She made a decision her French colleagues might have found humbling, but that she treated as simply practical. She sat the first-year exams in the summer of 1892, judged herself insufficiently prepared, and chose not to submit them. She spent another year strengthening the foundations before attempting the license. She sat in the lecture halls and took notes and worked problems and came first, not eventually. From the beginning of her second year, she was outperforming students who had walked in better prepared than she had. She had been preparing for these lectures in stolen hours for 6 years, and she was not hiding what that preparation had produced. She was there to learn, and she was learning faster than almost everyone else in the room, and the room could make of that whatever it liked. The cold that first winter was worse than she had expected. Her daughter Eve, writing about these years decades later in the biography that remains the most intimate account of Curie's early life, described a specific night when Marie ran out of coal and the 6th floor garret went so cold that sleep became impossible. She lay in bed shivering, cataloguing her options. There were no options. She got up and opened the trunk and put on every piece of clothing she owned. Then she got back into bed and piled everything remaining on top of the single blanket, her other dress, her linen, whatever was left. Still not enough. She reached out and pulled the chair over to the bed and piled that on top of the rest, giving herself the illusion of weight and warmth. Then she lay very still so as not to disturb the scaffolding, and waited for sleep. She was, according to her daughter, proud of this. Not the cold situation, the independence. The fact of being alone in a foreign city on the 6th floor of a building she had chosen with money she had earned, studying at an institution that had not wanted to admit her, feeding a hunger that had been building since she was 15 years old. The poverty was real, but it was her poverty, in her room, in her city, and she moved through it with something that Eve described as a deep and private satisfaction. Her meals during those years were almost entirely bread and butter and tea, with chocolate occasionally when the budget stretched that far. She fainted from hunger more than once, her body presenting its case that the caloric situation had become urgent. Friends who noticed would bring food. She would eat it with the focused gratitude of someone who had not been giving nutrition sufficient priority and was briefly being reminded why it mattered. Then she would go back to work. Every evening she walked to the library of Sainte Geneviève. She went there because it was warm and it was lit and it stayed open until 10. She would sit at one of the long rectangular tables with her head in her hands and work until they closed the doors. Then she would walk back to the garret and work by petroleum lamp until 2 in the morning, or 3, at which point the lamp and the coal situation, and the biology of having a human body all combined to insist that she stop. The city itself she noticed in pieces, in the gaps between work. Paris in the 1890s was the Paris of the newly built Eiffel Tower, only 2 years old when she arrived, the city in the long middle of a period of construction and confidence, and the particular energy of a place that believed itself to be at the centre of everything important. She attended lectures by the mathematician Paul Appel, and the physicists Gabriel Lippmann and Edmund Bouty. She met young scientists who would later become prominent, Jean Perrin and Charles Morin among them, and she met them on even terms, one student among others in a lecture hall, all of them at the beginning of things. She was not there for Paris, she was there for the physics. But the city left marks on her anyway, the way cities always leave marks on people who spend their young years inside them. The grey rooftops from her window, the cold particular to a top floor in winter when the heat has gone out. The quality of gaslight in the library at 9 in the evening, warm and yellow, falling across the table where she worked through problems that no one had told her she was supposed to be able to solve. She passed first in physics in 1893. First, out of everyone. Out of all the men who had grown up in France with access to the education that she had been denied for the first 24 years of her life. A Polish scholarship was awarded to her, enough to fund a second degree. She used it, then returned it in full as soon as she began earning a salary, because it was earmarked for students who needed it, and she had decided she no longer qualified. She placed second in mathematics the following year. She treated this as a correctable problem. Sometime in the spring of 1894, a commission came through from the Society for the Encouragement of National Industry. They wanted a study done on the magnetic properties of different steels. Marie needed laboratory space to do it. A Polish physicist she knew mentioned a colleague who might help. His name was Pierre Curie. He was 35 years old and had a laboratory at the Municipal School of Industrial Physics and Chemistry, and an instrument he had invented called the piezoelectric quartz electrometer that was exactly what she needed for the measurements she was trying to take. An introduction was arranged. She had not been in Paris 3 years yet. She had come in on a folding stool in an unheated carriage and carried coal up 6 flights of stairs and piled a wooden chair on top of her blankets to keep warm and sat in a library every night until they made her leave. The work had been finding her all along. Pierre Curie came to her through a problem she could not solve. Spring of 1894. Marie needed laboratory space, and the room she'd been given at the Sorbonne was too poorly equipped to take accurate measurements. A Polish physicist she knew mentioned a colleague who might help, a man named Pierre Curie who ran a laboratory at the Municipal School of Industrial Physics and Chemistry, and had invented a precision instrument called the piezoelectric quartz electrometer for measuring faint electrical currents. Marie needed exactly that instrument for exactly the problem she was working on. The meeting was arranged. Pierre Curie was 35, 8 years her senior, a quiet man with the kind of face that one biographer described as grave and gentle, carrying in his posture the slight absent quality of someone whose attention was mostly elsewhere, working through something internal even while conducting an external conversation. He had done significant scientific work, discovering the piezoelectric effect with his brother Jacques, and a fundamental relationship between temperature and magnetism, and had somehow never got around to writing any of it up as a formal doctoral thesis, because the thesis had seemed less urgent than whatever he was currently thinking about. Marie would eventually insist that he write it up, which he did, receiving his doctorate in March of 1895. She attended the ceremony. He had also, by his own account, given up on finding someone to share his life with. The women he had met wanted things other than science. Pierre wanted nothing else. Then he met Marie. They began working together. The collaboration moved over several months from professional to personal, in the way that these things move when two people discover they think about the world in the same language. Pierre proposed. Marie hesitated because her plan had always been to return to Poland, to bring whatever she'd learned in Paris back to Warsaw, and she was not certain a French husband fit into that architecture. She went back to Poland for the summer of 1894, genuinely uncertain. Pierre wrote letters. One of them said it would be a beautiful thing if they could spend their lives near each other, hypnotized by their dreams. She came back to Paris. They married in July of 1895 in a small civil ceremony at the town hall of Sceaux. Marie wore a dark blue wool dress she had chosen because it was practical enough to keep wearing in the laboratory afterward. There was no church ceremony. There were no rings. They spent the honeymoon on bicycles, riding through the French countryside, and returned to the laboratory. Marie had been thinking, since early 1897, about a phenomenon the French physicist Henri Becquerel had discovered the year before. Becquerel found that uranium emitted rays spontaneously, without any external energy source, without being heated or exposed to light. The rays just came, persistently, from the uranium itself. Most scientists noted this and moved on. Marie noticed it and could not let it go. She began her doctoral research on the question of what this emission was and whether any other substances produced it. She found that thorium did. She found that certain ores were more radioactive than the uranium or thorium they contained, which made no sense unless those ores held something undiscovered, something producing radiation at a rate beyond anything yet identified. She coined a word for what she was measuring: radioactivity. Pierre set aside his research on crystals and joined her. The two ores drawing her attention were pitchblende and chalcolite. Pitchblende in particular was producing readings 4 to 5 times more active than could be explained by its uranium content alone. Marie's hypothesis was clean and radical. Something else was in there, something nobody had found yet. The only way to confirm it was to process enough ore to separate whatever it was from everything surrounding it, and hold it up and measure it and name it. The laboratory they worked in was somewhere between inadequate and a provocation. The shed sat in the courtyard of the municipal school, a former medical dissecting room that had been abandoned because it was not weathertight, not properly ventilated, and furnished with nothing except a collection of old worn pine tables. It leaked when it rained. In summer, it became a greenhouse. In winter, it became something close to outdoor space with a thin roof over it. The German chemist Wilhelm Ostwald, one of the first scientists to recognise the importance of what the Curies were doing, travelled from Berlin specifically to see where they worked. He arrived when neither Pierre nor Marie was there, was shown the shed, and wrote afterward that he would have taken it for a potato cellar and could not believe it was the place where radium had been discovered. Marie described it herself as the miserable old shed. She also said years later that the years she and Pierre spent in it were the best and happiest of their lives. Both of these things were true at the same time. The ore came in sacks, Tons of it eventually sourced through the Austrian Academy of Sciences from the slag heaps of a pitchblende mine in Bohemia, waste material left over after uranium extraction, which turned out to be even more radioactive than the original ore, because the uranium had been removed and what remained was concentrated with everything else. Marie ground the ore to powder. She steeped it in acid. She stirred boiling masses of it with an iron rod that she described on one occasion as being almost as large as she was. She separated it into chemical fractions, measured each fraction for radioactivity using Pierre's electrometer, discarded what was inactive, concentrated what was not, then began again. The process was not laboratory work in the way that laboratory work is usually imagined. It was closer to what happens in a factory or a mine, physically brutal, corrosive, unrelenting. Her hands were in acid for hours at a time. The shed had no proper ventilation for the gases the processing produced. Neither of them knew yet what those gases were doing. A ton of pitchblende, it would eventually be established, contains roughly 1 gram of radium. They did not have a gram of radium. They were building toward a fraction of 1 from tons of ore on pine tables in a leaking shed. While they did this, they also published 32 scientific papers. In July of 1898, they announced a first new element, named polonium for Poland, for the country that had produced Marie and then refused to give her a university education when she was a girl. In December of the same year, they announced a second, radium, from the Latin word for ray, 2 new elements on the periodic table. The scientific community was not convinced. Elements needed to be isolated and physically demonstrated, not just inferred from measurements. Marie spent the next several years doing exactly that. During this same period, she gave birth to their first daughter Irene in 1897, taught physics at a teacher's college in Sèvres, completed the coursework for her doctoral degree, and continued processing pitchblende in the shed. These things all happened simultaneously. She did not treat any of them separately. Pierre once deliberately pressed a sample of radium against his own arm and held it there for 10 hours to document what happened to the skin. What happened was a burn that took weeks to heal and left a permanent scar. He recorded the results with the same flat scientific attention that both of them brought to everything. Neither of them understood yet what the radiation was doing inside their bodies. They were tired all the time. Their hands hurt. Marie's fingertips were chronically burned and cracked. She recorded the symptoms in her research diary alongside measurements in the same handwriting, as if the slow damage to her own body was simply another variable to log while the work continued. In 1902, after 4 years in that shed, Marie had 1/10 of a gram of pure radium chloride. 1/10 of a gram. From tons of ore, from those pine tables, from rain coming through the roof. She described coming into the shed at night after dinner to check on the products of their work. The vials and dishes containing concentrated radium fractions glowed, faintly blue-green, visible in the dark from all sides. Pierre and Marie standing in a cold, leaking shed in a Paris courtyard, watching the elements they had pulled out of the earth glow on the tables around them. In 1899, she began keeping a laboratory notebook. That notebook still exists. It is stored in a lead-lined box at the Bibliothèque Nationale de France. It will need to remain there for approximately 1500 years, which is how long the polonium and radium absorbed into its pages will take to decay to safe levels. Researchers who wish to examine it must sign a waiver acknowledging the radiation risk. The notebook she wrote in, from that shed, in the last years of the 1800s, is still radioactive today. In December of 1903, the Royal Swedish Academy of Sciences had decided to award the Nobel Prize in Physics for work on radioactivity, and the names it had in mind were Henri Becquerel and Pierre Curie. 2 men. The work that had produced polonium and radium, the word radioactivity itself, the 4 years of boiling pitchblende in a leaking shed, the 1/10 of a gram extracted from tons of ore. None of that had made it onto the nomination. A Swedish mathematician named Magnus Gosta Mittag-Leffler, who sat on the committee and had spent years advocating for women in science, wrote privately to Pierre. Pierre wrote back. He made clear that if the committee was seriously considering him, it should consider his wife alongside him, that the work was hers as much as his, that leaving her name off would be inaccurate in a way that mattered. The committee added her name. Marie Curie became the first woman in history to receive a Nobel Prize. She and Pierre did not go to Stockholm to collect it. They were too busy. Pierre had been feeling increasingly unwell, his legs hurting, his hands shaking, his body filing reports that neither of them was prepared to read yet. They sent their thanks and went back to work. They finally made the trip in 1905, a year late, to deliver the required Nobel lecture, which Pierre gave while Marie sat in the front row, not by any written rule, by convention, by the weight of a tradition that had not yet been forced to account for a woman winning. Pierre's lecture made her contributions plain. The prize money went toward hiring their first laboratory assistant. Life outside the laboratory, by the accounts of those who knew them, was quiet and somewhat apart from the world. They had 2 daughters, Irene, born in 1897, and Eve, born in December of 1904. Marie hired Polish governesses so both girls would grow up speaking her language. She took them to Poland to visit. She set up a small cooperative school for her daughters and the children of her colleagues, taught by the colleagues themselves on rotation, because she did not think the standard Paris schools were doing the job properly. Then, on the 19th of April 1906, Pierre walked across the Rue Dauphine. It was raining. Heavy afternoon traffic. He stepped off the pavement and slipped, or misjudged something, and went down under a horse-drawn wagon. The wheels crossed his skull. He was 46 years old. He died instantly on a wet Paris street in the middle of the afternoon, and everything they had built together across 11 years ended in a moment that had nothing to do with science or intention, or any of the forces that had shaped everything else in both their lives. Marie was 38. The grief was the kind that does not resolve. It ran underneath everything for the rest of her life. She wrote about Pierre in her diary in the weeks and months after his death with an intimacy she showed almost nowhere else, talking to him directly on the page as though he were still present. In one entry she wrote about how many times he had said to her that they really had the same way of seeing everything. She described small things, what she had been thinking, what she had done that day without him. Publicly she almost never mentioned his name again. The diary is the exception, and it is devastating to read. The Sorbonne offered her his professorship. She accepted it not because she wanted it, but because it seemed the most direct way to continue what they had started, and she feared she was, her own word, mad to attempt it. On the 5th of November, 1906, Marie Curie walked into the lecture hall at the Sorbonne to give her first class as the institution's first female professor. The hall was packed. Students had come from across Paris, journalists had come, members of the public had come, people who simply wanted to see what this moment looked like. There was applause when she entered. She stood at the podium and waited for it to stop. Then she began her lecture exactly where Pierre's last lecture had ended, mid-topic, mid-thought, as if continuing a conversation. No personal remarks, no acknowledgement of the occasion, just physics, picking up the thread. The room went silent. She taught. She published. In 1910 she produced her fundamental treatise on radioactivity, the comprehensive account of everything the field had become since she had named it. In that same year she isolated pure radium metal for the first time, 12 years after she had first identified its existence in pitchblende. Then came 1911. The Nobel Committee awarded her a second prize, in chemistry, for the isolation of radium and polonium. She was the first person in history to win Nobel Prizes in 2 different scientific fields. 3 days before the announcement, a scandal broke in the French press. Her relationship with Paul Langevin, a physicist 5 years younger than her who had been Pierre's student, became public when Langevin's estranged wife had their private letters stolen from the apartment they had been sharing and handed them to a nationalist newspaper. The paper published them. Other papers followed. The coverage was not gentle. Langevin was cast as a wronged husband. Marie was cast as a dangerous foreign woman, described in one headline as a foreigner who had come from Poland to steal radium and to steal a French husband. She was not Jewish, but several papers described her as though she were, which in the France of 1911 was intended as its own kind of weapon. A crowd gathered outside her house. She took her daughters to the home of a friend until it dispersed. The Nobel Committee wrote to suggest she might prefer not to come to Stockholm under the circumstances. Albert Einstein, who had met Marie at a scientific conference that year and had been corresponding with her, wrote to her with a different view. He told her to stop reading the press coverage and describe the people driving it as vipers the material was fabricated for. He told her to go to Stockholm. She went. She collected her prize. She gave her Nobel lecture and named precisely which parts of the radioactivity research were hers. She came home. 19 days later, she collapsed. Kidney infection, surgery, depression, 14 months in which she barely entered the laboratory. She recovered, eventually under the name Sklodowska rather than Curie, feeling she had no right to his name while she was in this condition. She began making lab notebook entries again in December of 1912, and did not stop until she could not. The committee, the second time, did not need to be persuaded to include her name. She described herself in the single paragraph she agreed to contribute to an autobiography, as born in Warsaw of a family of teachers. That was all she offered. The pockets of her lab coat held test tubes of radium. Not carelessness. Nobody yet understood what that meant. The damaging effects of ionizing radiation were unknown during the years when she was doing the work that would define the rest of the century. She and Pierre had processed tons of radioactive ore with their bare hands in a leaking shed. She had driven X-ray vans to the front lines of a world war and stood beside unshielded equipment for hours at a time. She had spent 40 years in laboratories where the air itself was slowly becoming something her body could not absorb without consequence. But that is getting ahead of the story. After the 14 months of collapse and recovery following the 1911 scandal, Marie came back to the laboratory in December of 1912 and did not stop again. She had spent those months in England with her friend, the physicist Hertha Ayrton, recovering quietly away from the French press, and she returned to Paris changed in some ways and entirely unchanged in others. The work was still the work. The Radium Institute was still being built. There was still more to do than time allowed. The war arrived in August of 1914. It arrived with a problem she identified almost immediately. Field hospitals were attempting to treat shrapnel wounds and broken bones without being able to see inside the bodies of the wounded. X-ray machines existed, but they were large, stationary and fixed inside hospital buildings. The soldiers were not near hospital buildings. They were dying in fields and ditches some distance from the nearest X-ray. Marie designed mobile radiography units. She fitted vehicles with X-ray equipment and portable generators. She obtained a driving license specifically so she could drive them herself. She trained 150 women to operate the units. She and Irene, by this point 17 years old, drove to the battlefield together in a vehicle packed with equipment, moving between field hospitals and casualty stations, providing X-ray imaging to surgeons who had been working essentially blind until that point. The soldiers called them the Little Curies. Over the course of the war, the units provided X-ray services to more than 1 million wounded soldiers. The imaging helped locate shrapnel and fractures that would otherwise have been invisible, saving limbs and lives that would otherwise have been lost to guesswork. Marie organised 18 of these mobile units and established 200 permanent radiological centres across France and Belgium. She was 47 when the war ended. She had funded much of it herself, including attempting to donate her Nobel Prize medals to the French war effort. The government declined to melt them. She established the Radium Institute in Paris in 1914, and a second one in Warsaw in 1932, finally giving her home city the scientific institution she had spent her life trying to build. Her sister Bronislawa, the same sister who had received her wages from the Zorowski household decades earlier and sent for her from Paris, became director of the Warsaw Institute. The two sisters had started with a pact and ended with two Nobel-connected institutions in the cities that had shaped them. Her eyesight had been deteriorating for years by the time the 1920s arrived. Her hands were in constant pain. She had the first set of cataracts operated on, then a second set. She kept working. She travelled to the United States twice to raise funds for radium research, receiving a gram of radium from President Harding in 1921, presented on behalf of American women who had raised the money for it. She gave lectures across Europe. She sat on the League of Nations International Committee on Intellectual Cooperation alongside Albert Einstein, the same man who had told her to go to Stockholm and collect her prize from the Vipers. In the spring of 1934, she travelled to Poland for the last time. She visited Warsaw. She saw the Radium Institute standing and functioning in the city that had refused her a university education when she was a girl. She came back to Paris. A few weeks later, her health collapsed and she was taken to a sanatorium in the mountains of Haute-Savoie. She died on the 4th of July, 1934. Aplastic anemia, a condition in which bone marrow stops producing enough blood cells, brought on by decades of radiation exposure that had been quietly dismantling the architecture of her body, while she was busy dismantling what science thought it knew about matter. She was 66. She had been working on a book about radioactivity that was published. finished the following year. Albert Einstein wrote about her afterward with a directness that was not his usual register. He said that of all the celebrated people he had known, she was the only one whom fame had not corrupted, that the simplicity of her life, the serenity of her character, the objective judgment were all of a piece. She was buried in Sceaux beside Pierre. 61 years later, France moved them both to the Pantheon, the mausoleum where the country keeps its most important dead, alongside Victor Hugo and Voltaire and Rousseau. Marie became the first woman honoured there on her own merits. Their coffins were sealed in lead nearly an inch thick, not as ceremony, because their remains were still radioactive and the lead was necessary. Her notebooks from the 1890s are in lead-lined boxes at the Bibliothèque Nationale de France. Researchers who wish to read them must sign a legal waiver and wear protective clothing. The contamination will not decay to safe levels for approximately 1500 years. Her cookbooks are also radioactive. The furniture from her laboratory, the clothes she wore, her personal papers, everything she touched over 40 years of work absorbed what she was working with, and what she was working with does not let go. Her daughter Irene, who had driven to the front lines of the First World War at 17 beside her mother, became a physicist. Irene won her own Nobel Prize in Chemistry in 1935, awarded jointly with her husband Frédéric Joliot for the discovery of artificial radioactivity. Irene died in 1956 of leukemia caused by radiation exposure, the same cost in a different form 40 years later. Eve, the younger daughter, became a writer. She wrote the biography of her mother that remains the most intimate account of Curie's life, the one that gives us the coal carried up 6 flights of stairs, the chair piled on the blankets, the glowing vials in the dark shed. Eve lived to be 102 years old. The Radium Institute Marie founded in Paris produced 4 more Nobel Prize winners under her direction. The institute she established in Warsaw still operates today as the Maria Sklodowska-Curie Institute of Oncology, treating cancer patients with the same radiation principles she spent her life mapping. Every cancer patient who has ever received radiation therapy, every X-ray ever taken, in every hospital and field unit and airport, every nuclear physicist who built on the understanding of atomic structure that her work made possible, every woman who walked into a university science department after her, because she had walked in first and the door had not closed behind her. She had not set out to make any of these arguments. She had set out to measure the radioactivity of certain minerals in a cold garret in Paris, working by petroleum lamp until 2 in the morning, eating bread and butter because there was nothing else, carrying coal up 6 flights of stairs because the budget did not stretch to having someone else do it. The hunger that had been with her since Warsaw never left. She fed it for 66 years and it was never fully satisfied. The notebooks glow in their lead boxes. The instruments she handled are still warm with what she put into them. In Warsaw, in the archive of a city that spent her childhood trying to erase itself, the record of a girl who finished first in her class and shook the hand of a man she despised and then went back to her desk and kept going, sits in the same quiet it has always sat in. If you drifted off somewhere around the glowing shed or the rainy Paris street, that is also fine. The story does not mind. It has been waiting a long time and it knows how to wait. If you have a hand free from under the blanket, a like does more for this channel than you might think. And if the history of people who refuse to stop is something you want more of, come back soon. There are more stories where this one came from, and every one of them is worth losing a little sleep over. Good night.